Others paint with ink. He becomes addicted to poison. The girl is not only unafraid, but even full of anticipation, because he wants revenge. The target of his revenge is his father, Duke Edel, who says he loves him every day. Her name is Alia, the Duke's only heir. But what outsiders don't know is she has been in prison since she was 4 and can't even see her own mother. The reason is the secret training of Duke Edel's heir. Here, she became a tool for drug addiction, living on the edge of life and death every day. Suddenly one day, her mother found her crying, looking at her daughter covered in wounds, saying, "Mom is sorry, Mom won't let this happen again." This isn't learning, it's abuse. The girl was only 7 and didn't understand what her mother was saying. After that day, Mom never appeared again. She asked her father where Mom had gone. The man told her that Mom had started a long journey. If you study hard, Mom will come back soon. She happily threw herself into her father's arms, believing that through her efforts, she would surely reunite with Mom. Not long after, looking at the scars on her arms, she felt tired. Perhaps God opened his eyes. In her mind, fragments of chaotic death memories appeared. Those were memories from a past life. As the memories deepened, she entered a mysterious library. Here she found the answers. It turns out she had transmigrated into an apocalyptic novel she had read. This is a story about fighting to save the world. The protagonist, in order to save the world, failed to prevent the tragedy. In the end, the world perished. In this novel with an absurd ending, she was just a supporting character briefly described by the author. This book said her father had 2 children. The adopted daughter Pang, she had no spirit power of her own, but became a genius spirit master. And I, the biological daughter with spirit power, had my life frozen at 16. Although the cause of death wasn't specified, the result was clear. Looking at the countless wounds on her body, Alia finally realized the fate she was about to face. She was just a pawn in her father's hands. It's disgusting. After doing those things to his own daughter, how dare he still say he loves her? Did Dad kill Mom? There's no evidence in the original work, but if he really killed Mom, one day I will kill you with my own hands. To change this destined fate and the ending of this damn novel, she could only improve her strength and wait for the opportunity. Finally, she waited for her grandfather, whom she had never met, to come. To avoid suspicion, the maid dressed her in fancy clothes and took her to meet her grandfather. Listening to the arguing voices in the room and her father's tearful performance, Alia knew this might be her only chance to escape. If she doesn't escape now, she'll die like in the novel. She knows grandfather also suspects her. There are other reasons for Mom's death. Grandfather was dissatisfied with her father for getting her mother pregnant at such a young age. And mother was blinded by love. So, grandfather cut ties with him, and they became strangers. If he hadn't heard about mother's death, he probably wouldn't have met this grandfather in his lifetime. Alia knew she had to seize this chance now. She broke free from the servant's hand and walked into the room. She greeted her grandfather with dignity and generosity. But what she received was her grandfather's look of disgust. Clearly, grandfather didn't like the girl before him. She didn't look like his daughter at all. If Alia hadn't awakened her past life's memories, she would have been scared and hidden in her father's arms. But avoiding grandfather wasn't a wise decision, because she knew what happened to the original owner. So even though grandfather disliked her, he would be much better than this so-called father. "Grandfather, please take me with you." The old man didn't answer. He just coldly observed Alia's sudden request. Faced with grandfather's indifference, she turned pale, grabbed the hem of his clothes, and looked up at him with a pleading heart. She dared not tell the truth, only hoping to get grandfather's attention. Even if she couldn't go home with him, anywhere would be better than here. The Duke panicked, not expecting her to do this. He stepped forward to pull away the girl's pleading hands. "Alia, I told you not to play these games. Did you fail?" At this moment, grandfather stopped the Duke and gave an answer. "Do you want to see the house where your mother lived?" Alia nodded eagerly. "Yes, grandfather. I want to see it. Please take me away from here quickly." Perhaps because blood is thicker than water, grandfather crouched down and gently stroked his granddaughter. "Then let's go together." Hearing this, the Duke became anxious. "No, Alia, you're too young. It's too dangerous outside." Although grandfather didn't know what happened, he said, "Don't be ridiculous. What danger is there in a granddaughter visiting her grandfather's house. Don't worry needlessly, and don't forget my status. The Duke angrily said, "You've never been here before, and now you want to suddenly act like a grandfather." At this moment, grandfather noticed his granddaughter's trembling hand. He pretended not to see and turned to leave, holding Alia's hand. The Duke shouted from behind, "If you insist on taking her, I'll have to use force." Grandfather turned his head, looking at the Duke contemptuously. "You want to use force in front of a grand magician? If you don't agree, I'll give you directions. Go to the royal palace and complain that I, the grandfather, kidnapped my own granddaughter." I'm really looking forward to the answer. Sitting in the carriage, Alia looked through the window at the gradually receding castle behind her. Her emotions couldn't settle for a long time. She doubted if she had really successfully escaped from hell. Grandfather sensed Alia's fear and gently asked, "Child, what are you afraid of?" Now Alia had many things to tell her grandfather, but tears kept flowing uncontrollably, as if she wanted to release all her grievances. Grandfather was curious, but still hugged Alia. Gently patting her back, he said, "Cry if you want a child. You must have gone through a lot of pain. Tell grandfather after you finish crying. Is this what it feels like to be cared for? It's so warm." Thinking of the cold crowd in the Duke's mansion, she gradually fell asleep. Grandfather was frightened. He called the coachman to speed up and get home sooner. When the girl was only 7 years old, she was imprisoned by her father and had to endure cruel experiments every day. He lied to her, saying, "Don't worry. Dad won't do anything dangerous to you. Dad loves you very much." If the girl didn't have the power of spirits, she might have been imprisoned to death. Although grandfather didn't like this girl, he still took her away. He even gave her care she had never experienced before. This is grandfather's castle. She would surely receive familial care here. At this moment, the girl's uncle was organizing documents. The butler said the grand magician had returned. He was very calm. I've thoroughly investigated the cause of my sister's death. He just won't believe it and insists on going himself. Such a stubborn old man. The next second, he heard a loud voice. "Son, get out here quickly. Your niece is dying." The uncle looked confused. "Do I have a niece?" The butler immediately reminded him, "Master Allen, the Duke of Eldal's only daughter is your only niece." The careless uncle stroked his white beard. The letter said it couldn't be. Did Dad bring back Eldal's maid? He's the Duke's only heir, after all. Oh my goodness, Alia. She wasn't taken back, was she? Dad, have you really gone senile? I must go and see. I have to stop this careless old man. A few days later, Alia finally woke up. Looking at the ceiling above, she was very confused. This was neither her room nor the hellish confinement room. Where was this? Goodness, how long have I been asleep? Did I fall asleep while crying back then? At this moment, a maid opened the door and saw that Alia was awake. She happily greeted her. Alia was suddenly speechless. She didn't know how long it had been since she'd seen such a kind smile. All the servants in the Duke's house were very cold. She realized how happy a simple greeting could make her. Just as she was about to stand up to thank her, she unexpectedly lost her balance due to weakness in her legs. At the moment she was about to fall, the maid swiftly caught her. She told Alia, "The doctor came to check your body. Your constitution is weak. You need to rest. Just lie down." Apart from her mother, Alia had never been cared for by anyone. Now her heart felt warm. She blankly asked for the maid's name. The maid smiled and answered, "My name is Lucy. I'm glad to see the young lady wake up with a smile. You've been asleep for 3 days." While Alia was shocked that she had slept for 3 days, a series of hurried footsteps approached. The door burst open, and her careless uncle arrived. Perhaps because he was too worried about the child, he got stuck in the doorway with the doctor who was about to enter. The uncle was like a white bear, one big and one small, perfectly wedged in the doorframe. The doctor was annoyed. "What are you doing walking in front of the doctor? Can you diagnose illnesses?" The uncle realized his mistake and repeatedly backed away, inviting the doctor in. The sudden release of pressure almost made the doctor fall flat on his face. Seeing the doctor's green robe, Alia reflexively became nervous, because at her father's place, every time a person in a green robe appeared, it meant her body had recovered, and the cruel experiments were about to begin again. Alia instinctively grabbed Lucy's arm, trembling and backing away, trying to seek the maid's protection. The doctor noticed her unusual reaction and gently introduced himself. He emphasized that he was the family doctor of her uncle's house, named Jelen, and asked her not to be afraid. "It's safe here. I won't hurt you." Alia then realized that due to nervousness, she had forgotten this was her grandfather's home. She gradually relaxed and cooperated with the doctor's examination. To avoid causing trouble for the doctor, Alia familiarly extended her left arm. The attendant doctor noticed something odd. She wasn't left-handed, yet she naturally extended her left hand. Someone might have asked her to hide those wounds. Soon the doctor finished the examination and reported to the uncle at the door. She no longer believed in family affection. It was all lies. Every time her father said he loved her, it meant cruel training was about to begin. She felt inexplicably afraid at the first sight of her uncle. Seeing Alia's terrified expression, he lowered his voice and whispered, "Do you see?" The oblivious uncle didn't understand what he was supposed to see. "The young lady hides when she sees me." The careless uncle finally realized, "I see. It must be because of her weak health. My sister also hated doctors when she was young." The doctor frowned and interrupted him. "This isn't shyness. She's traumatized by doctors. The young lady is clearly right-handed, yet she instinctively extended her left hand. It means someone taught her to hide the scars on her right hand." The uncle became angry. "Who dares to treat my niece like this?" The doctor was furious. "This behavior is simply abuse, and the one who abused her. I suspect it's the father who presents a merciful image." The uncle felt dizzy. Each word hit him like thunder. He remembered the day his sister got married. Their father refused to attend and even wanted to sever ties with her. As her brother, he didn't dare defy his father to attend the wedding, only sending gifts quietly. As a brother, he always kept an eye on his sister's news. The Duke's family was prestigious, and having a daughter was the icing on the cake. "I thought my sister was living happily. It turns out it was all fake. It's hard to imagine how my sister has spent these years. And my niece, if my father hadn't brought her here, we'd probably only hear news of this child dying from illness or an accident." After the doctor left, the uncle stood in the hallway for a while. He knocked and entered the room. Alia saw the unhappy expression on the man's face. Lucy had already told her this was her uncle, but he seemed very angry. She wasn't surprised, because she came uninvited. Her mother had cut ties with her family because of her pregnancy and died young. No wonder her mother's family didn't like her. Alia didn't dare call him uncle, only politely greeted him. Because she was sitting, her posture wasn't perfect, but it was still proper. The uncle's frown deepened. "Does this uncle find me very displeasing?" "Hello, Count. I'm sorry to meet you like this. Please give me a chance to repay you for the treatment. I hope you won't send me back." Suddenly, Alia's expression froze. Looking at her uncle's gloomy expression, Alia felt terrible. Just escaped from the clutches. Am I going to be sent back? I must prove my worth before the Duke arrives. The niece's words made the uncle uncomfortable. This child should be at an age of innocence and carefree, yet she speaks so maturely. What kind of hardships has she endured? Thankfully, Dad brought her back. Otherwise, the child's life might have ended without anyone knowing. Unable to think further, the uncle's eyes reddened. Alia became more nervous, thinking her uncle disliked her. "I'm sorry, I apologize." The uncle interrupted the girl. "Why are you apologizing?" "I should apologize. I'm sorry, Alia. Until now, I didn't know what you've been through. I'm sorry I'm late. I'm sorry I didn't save you earlier. But don't worry, I'll protect you. I won't let anyone hurt you again." Alia was confused, bewildered. She hadn't done anything, hadn't negotiated, yet was accepted so easily. She couldn't help but ask the Count, "Why do you want to protect me?" The uncle showed a smile completely disproportionate to his fierce face. "Don't call me Count. Call me Uncle. If you feel uncomfortable, you can call me Mister. Oh, and this room is yours. You can stay as long as you want." In others' eyes, she was a pampered young lady who never lifted a finger. In reality, she was just a pitiful guinea pig in her father's hands. She couldn't stand it anymore. She wanted to run at the sight of her father. Finally, escaping to her grandfather's house, she found that her uncle treasured her. For everyone who types out this word, you are also a treasure to your uncle and grandfather's family. As Alia was enjoying this moment of happiness, the uncle thought she was unsatisfied and felt apologetic. This room was prepared in a hurry. "Do you not like it? I'll give you a better room." Alia suddenly realized, it's not enough. It's not that he doesn't like me, he just thinks it's too luxurious for me. My previous room didn't even have a window. It was much smaller than this one. The uncle's face turned pale. He didn't expect the Duke to be such a bastard. Wasn't abuse enough? Couldn't she even enjoy a princess-like life? The dress she wore at first was as gorgeous as a princess's. It was just a facade for outsiders. What a despicable thing. The uncle's body involuntarily emitted a cold chill. He was unaware that Alia was already surrounded by the cold air. At this moment, Alia only felt that the surroundings had become colder. In novels, it's described that elven knights release their power when their mood is affected. Did I say something wrong that affected my uncle? A moment later, the uncle noticed Alia's pale face and shivering. He quickly relaxed his expression and reined in his aura. To avoid frightening his niece, he pulled the blanket. Xiong Lian tried hard to squeeze out a gentle smile. Rest well from now on. Just focus on getting healthy. And I'm glad you liked the room I prepared for you. As the man was about to leave the room, Alia hurriedly called out to him, "Uncle, don't you have anything to ask?" The uncle looked at Alia and said in a very gentle voice, "I won't force you to recall those painful memories. When you want to talk about it, I'll be a friendly listener." After the uncle left, Alia was a bit confused. In the novel, both her grandfather and uncle were indifferent. Is it because we're family? Because we're blood related? Or is it just because I look pitiful, so they're being kind? Thank you for your sympathy. However, sympathy doesn't last long. The Duke won't let me off easily. The more friction there is, the more likely I am to be abandoned. Only by proving my worth can I have control. I need to complete the transaction before the sympathy cools off. The room was warm, and she slowly drifted into a dream. The familiar library. The elf Pi was reading. You heard it right. It's the Pi of 3.141592653589793238462. Goodness, it almost suffocated the editor. Seeing Alia, he ran over and gave her a big hug. Although Pi could recognize words, he couldn't speak at first. After reading, he quickly learned many words, but he still couldn't organize them into sentences. He could only chat in his own way, waiting with style, counting with longing. In this fantasy, there's no need to be nervous or doubtful. Are you happy to see me after so long? Alia hurt? Tired today? Experiment. Before, whenever she was in pain, she would escape here. This time, Pi thought it was the same. No, not today. Not because of pain. Pi sensed Alia's joy. Her face brightened. No pain. Lucky happy. At ease. Good mood. Alia gently patted the little one's head. Are the things I stored here before well kept? Bright yellow, blood red. Kept safe. Do you need them? Yes, please bring them to me. As soon as she finished speaking, Pi happily ran to the bookshelf and rummaged through it. He quickly brought back 2 small glass vials. This is what I need to prove my worth. Healing water and toxic food. The fantasy library is more useful than imagined. It can be carried around freely, and things from reality can be taken out at will. That's why I could hide evidence when the Duke wasn't paying attention. The uncle would always look coldly at his niece, but in fact, he really wanted to talk to her. He just couldn't control his emotions well. Every time he mistook seriousness for stability, not realizing he had scared his niece. As an observer, I feel indignant for the girl. Come to the comment section and give the girl a warm hug. Because Alia was weak, she could only move around in her bedroom. Her maid Lucy forbade anyone except the doctor from entering. After nearly a week of recuperation, under the care of the pharmacist and master, she could finally have dinner with her uncle. The attentive maid brought out Alia's mother's childhood winter clothes. They were warm and light on Alia, and most importantly, they fit well. Alia really liked this outfit, but the maid was still apologetic. This was your mother's finest outfit when she was young, but it's very old now. Alia looked at herself in the mirror. I really like it, because it has my mother's scent. She couldn't help but grab the skirt and twirl around. Lucy, seeing this scene, was overwhelmed with cuteness. Walking the path her mother walked, wearing the dress her mother wore, there was a vague longing and a strange attachment. It took 2 lifetimes, in the previous life and this one, to finally receive a mother's love, only to lose her so quickly. A strange nostalgia welled up, making this unfamiliar place feel more intimate. The uncle at the dining table recognized the clothes his sister wore as a child, his eyebrows twitching with emotion. To hide his emotions, he turned away. This was your mother's favorite outfit. Hearing this, Alia's body tensed up. She thought her uncle didn't like her wearing her mother's clothes. This is my only niece. She doesn't even have a new outfit. Butler, quickly call for a tailor to make her new clothes. I must have her wear the most precious and finest coat. We'll use animal fur for the scarf. I'll go hunting myself tomorrow. Alia didn't understand her uncle's thoughts. She felt it was because she didn't resemble her mother. Dejected, she walked to the marble dining table. Her sense of familiarity instantly shrank. Hey, mister, isn't this table too big? Can you even see your niece's face from so far away? Pay attention, will you? The uncle seemed to have anticipated this. He quickly arranged for Alia to sit beside him. Alia became even more dejected. Although I came uninvited to this position, sitting here, Am I an unwelcome guest? The disheartened Alia reminded herself to chew slowly and carefully, not to choke and not to cause trouble for others. After the meal, immediately talk to Uncle about the spirit medicine. I'm really angry on behalf of the uncle. You little girl, what are you thinking? The straightforward uncle had no idea Alia had misunderstood him. Looking at Alia, his heart was bursting with affection. My dear niece, why is even her eating so adorable? The butler, seeing the uncle's state, quickly reminded him to mind his image. The uncle was startled by the butler and felt he was right. I can't scare the child who lacks a sense of security. I must appear cautious and reliable. I must make her feel at ease. His expression became serious. While savoring the food, Alia felt a gaze from beside her. The young male servant was serving dishes. They made eye contact. This person, like Lucy, smiled at her. She looked around at everyone else. They all smiled and nodded at her. No one avoided her gaze. Alia's cheeks flushed with excitement. This place is really different from the Duke's mansion. The servants there were always cold and never smiled. The Duke only smiled in the training room. That was all. I love it here. I can't be sent back. Thinking of this, her appetite suddenly vanished. Just as she put down her spoon and was about to speak, she saw her uncle's expression. She was startled. This man was staring at others expressionlessly, just like a fierce beast. Is he considering whether to kill and eat or eat alive? I'm telling you, uncle, you should learn to express yourself like ordinary people. Aren't you afraid of deepening the misunderstanding and making Alia more and more uneasy? This uncle drew an 8-meter-long sword, threatening to cut off his niece's arm. The girl wasn't scared at all. Instead, she slowly raised her arm. Those who like this will be treated to a feast tomorrow. Those who don't will be treated to garlic. Just now, the girl thought her uncle didn't like her. Her back tensed up. To prove her worth, she must negotiate with her uncle's family as soon as possible. Uncle, I'm full. I have something important to show you. The uncle asked in surprise. You've eaten so little. The dessert hasn't even arrived yet. As he spoke, he wiped the crumbs from her mouth corner with a napkin. The uncle meant to show affection to Alia, but she lowered her head and apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't follow strict dining etiquette. I'm very sorry. I won't make such a mistake again. His reaction made the uncle feel deeply guilty. He sighed. No, Alia. You're only 7, not 17. There's no need to act so mature. All right, I'll remember that. He meant to comfort her, but ended up scaring her. The child is too young. I need to change my tone to avoid misunderstandings. Mister, can you call the Grand Magician? I want to show you what hurt me at the Duke's place. What? Butler, quickly go fetch father. Then he whispered in the butler's ear, tell father if he doesn't show up, I'll send the child back to the Duke. A few minutes later, angry footsteps were heard along with a roar. You stupid boy. Have you lost your mind? Grandfather kicked the door open, his face red with fury. Heartless creature, worse than pigs and dogs. Do you want to die by my hand? Father, do you plan to never meet your granddaughter? Calm down, old man. Look at grandfather's face beside you. He turned to look. Alia looked at them in confusion. He seemed to understand. It appears the Grand Magician was avoiding her, simply hiding and not showing his face. She sighed inwardly. Grand Magician, please bear with me. I have something to show you. Grandfather felt a bit awkward and was about to explain. Then he saw Alia take out the magic potion. Alia's face turned pale. She took a deep breath. Please observe carefully. I will demonstrate how to treat the tainted water. The Grand Magician recognized it at once. The glass bottle containing polluted water. But due to its danger, he didn't dare to snatch it away and hurt his granddaughter. Alia didn't give them a chance. She poured it directly onto the back of her hand. Instantly, her entire hand turned purple. The flesh began to rot. It was unclear whether it was blood or polluted water dripping onto the ground. The Grand Magician was shocked. The uncle's face changed dramatically. He gritted his teeth and drew his sword. To save her life, he had to cut off her arm before the contamination spread. Alia bit her lip, enduring the pain. Don't worry, sir. I won't die. This small amount of contamination is nothing compared to what was directly injected into my body. This is the evidence I wanted to show you. Then she held up another bottle. She poured the golden liquid onto her palm. The purple on her skin quickly disappeared. Soon her palm was restored, without a single wound. How's that? This is the healing potion. Duke Edel has been conducting this experiment on me. Grandfather and uncle were both stunned. The uncle recalled what the doctor had said. Full-body destructive toxins are rare. Tainted water is the only one that kills upon contact. At the time, it was just speculation, but this scene was even more cruel than imagined. Grandfather held Alia's hand, examining it repeatedly. He actually did this experiment on you? How old were you when it started? Alia couldn't remember exactly when. About 4 years old, I guess. As far back as I can remember. Duke Edel discovered that my constitution was very suitable. He would first inject me with the healing potion, then inject the tainted water. The scars on my arms were left like this. The uncle's sword slipped from his hand, his heart aching for his niece. Grandfather muttered, "This is all my fault. It's all my fault. Grand Magician, I'm doing this for you, to repay you for all your help. Also, because the current spirit medicine has the same properties as poison, only I can withstand it. If you agree to my request, as long as you help me get the materials, I will make the finished healing potion for you." Grandfather asked dumbly, "Request? What request? I hope you can protect me from the Duke's harm until I grow up. I don't want to return to Duke Edel's house." For a moment, the room fell into silence. Alia anxiously looked at the two silent people in front of her. Such good terms. Why aren't they saying anything? No, I need to make my position clear. The girl doesn't want to complete the experiments arranged by her father. Afraid of being punished by her dad, she ran to her uncle's house. The uncle loves her very much and swears to protect her. Everyone who likes or tags a poor soul, you'll also have an uncle who cares for you. Continuing from before, Alia, to make her position clear, said to her grandfather and uncle, "Without me, the Duke can't produce the finished healing potion. I'm the only one who can do it. We can monopolize this industry." Her words seemed to be a signal. The stiff grandfather and uncle spoke simultaneously. No need. You must have suffered a lot all these years." Alia couldn't understand. Why do they only care about suffering? Is it because they don't want to confront the Duke directly? Ah, poor child. You and your two relatives are not on the same wavelength. As a streamer, I'm really worried about your little head. The usually silly uncle finally understood his niece's thoughts. The child has no relationship with the Duke. It seems you haven't started trusting me yet. No wonder you have such thoughts. Wait a moment, he said, turning to leave the room. The old man stared blankly at Alia. Child, do you hate your grandfather? You're my flesh and blood granddaughter. I've been such an unworthy grandfather. I didn't even know you were living in such misery. It's unacceptable. Alia shook her head in surprise. Of course I don't hate you, because you knew nothing about it. I'm actually very grateful that the Grand Magician saved me. At this moment, the uncle brought out a contract. Look at this. This is a contract written by the family. As long as you sign it, the contract will take effect immediately. Alia's eyes sparkled. She signed her name without hesitation and pressed her handprint. But uncle, why is the exchange condition blank? Alia didn't understand. Why make a losing deal? The uncle smiled and said, it's not needed. Your happy growth is my only condition. For you to sincerely call me uncle, to fully trust me, to have family protecting your growth. Alia had never felt so satisfied before. She carefully took the contract and left the room. The uncle sighed in relief. Dad, did you see that? She finally showed a relieved expression. Grandfather was silent for a moment. I really regret it. When I first met the child, I even lost my temper, and she was begging me to take her away. That was a cry for help. I only understand now, Father. I want to start a territory war. Destroy that Duke Edel. With his little strength, it would be like cutting melons and vegetables. Before he finished speaking, the old man sighed. Oh, my melon. In the future, never become a complete fool. Let me ask you, who am I? Has Dad become senile again? Your father, the Grand Magician. Idiot, you should answer like this. I am the mentor of the former royal magician, the highest magician of the Magic Tower, now a permanent member of the Continental Magicians Alliance and advisor to the royal family. And you, my eldest son, is an earl. My second daughter is the owner of a merchant guild. If we stop attacking the contaminated maize, who suffers the most? Which country imports most of its grain? Which merchant guild is in charge of gold mines? The mother of the eternal granary? Where is the source of the Hoshir-Ruoma River? What's your wife's name? Ting, ting, ting. I know all of these. Is your brain only good for fighting? Your body has grown a lot. Why hasn't your intelligence grown? Sigh. Good thing I have a good daughter-in-law. All right, reflect on this well. I'm going to study this a bit. Suddenly, as if forgetting something, he turned back. My silly child, don't go into politics, you hear me? Always discuss everything with your wife before making decisions. After being scolded, the uncle's head was even more confused. Who am I? Where am I? Why are you treating me like this? Dad, am I really your biological child? At her uncle's house, she was the pampered little princess. At her father's house, she was the big lab rat for experiments. This was the first time Alia felt warmth from someone other than her mother. If you give her a little heart, Alia will be even happier. She happily took out her own copy of the contract. She couldn't believe her uncle's family loved her so much. The warm words and gentle reminders surprised her. In the days that followed, Alia was spoiled like a little princess by her uncle and aunt. She even carried it with her when going out. Her uncle always had a serious expression in front of others. He only showed a soft, cute smile when facing his niece. It was quite adorable, to be honest. As she spent more time with her uncle, she finally understood her uncle's family. His eyes looked a lot like her mother's. Perhaps this was what true family was like. As she was thinking, Alia noticed her grandfather, the Grand Magician, peeking at them. Why was he always hiding? Grandfather was startled when he realized he'd been noticed. He immediately ran away. Her uncle joked, "That's what I'm saying. He's not a child anymore. Yet he's playing hide and seek. Don't mind him. Spring has come. Your aunt and cousin are coming back too." Alia felt a bit nervous. Her cousin Elise was the family heir. He was both a protagonist companion and a central supporting character in the novel. He was an indispensable figure in changing the novel's ending. She had to get close to him, even if just to gain his trust. Her uncle felt Alia's nervous little hand. He gently said, "Don't worry. Everyone will welcome you." However, one moment she was in bliss. The next, the butler hurriedly reported, "Master, someone from Duke Edel's mansion is here." This frilly little rascal before them was the messenger sent by Duke Edel. "Hello, Earl Allen. I'm Belle from the Golden Foot Knights. Nice to meet you. Please take care of me. This is a letter Duke Edel asked me to deliver. Our master is just so caring. He's worried the princess might not be used to living here, so he sent me to take her home." The uncle didn't even glance at the letter, crumpling it into a ball directly. "Not necessary. You can go back now." Obviously, the frilly little rascal wouldn't give up easily. "How strange that you won't let me see the young lady. You haven't imprisoned your niece, have you?" To the frilly little rascal's incessant chatter, the uncle just gave a cold smile. "Go ask your master. Take him away." Meanwhile, Alia had just entered the fantasy library. She even brought her favorite cookies for Pi to eat. Pi's big mouthfuls of chewing were absolutely adorable. Alia stroked Pi's little head. "Don't worry, I'll bring you more often in the future. Eat slowly." Suddenly, Pi nervously grabbed Alia to leave. "Danger! It's urgent!" Before Alia could react, Pi had already sent her out of the fantasy library. 1 second Pi was happily wolfing down food. The next second she had sent Alia back to the real world. What made her so anxious? What the hell? Why force me to leave? Alia stood up groggily. Looking around, the bedroom was quiet. It seemed like nothing had happened. But why was it dark? Is it night now? But I didn't sleep that long. Impossible. No matter how deeply I sleep, Lucy would always wake me up for meals. With questions in mind, she walked to the window and looked more carefully. She was surprised to find that it wasn't dark outside. Instead, some huge object was blocking the window. The next second, a huge ice bird shattered the glass. Standing on the head of the magical beast, a man with a small braid jumped into the room. "Oh my, princess, you've been quite hard to find. It's time to go home. The master has been missing you terribly." Alia backed away in terror. "No way. Go to hell." The man frowned. "I wanted to ask you nicely to come back. How dare you curse at me? Don't blame me then." As he said this, he reached out his evil black hand towards Alia. Just as Alia had nowhere left to retreat, a blue figure flew in, forcing the man to back off. The Grand Magician, who had appeared out of nowhere, said, "Where did this rotten fish come from? Sneaking in here? How ill-mannered. Alia, come behind me." The man was secretly shocked. It was magic without incantation. As expected of the Grand Magician, "I don't want to fight you, but I must take the young lady with me." Young people these days don't seem to understand what a Grand Magician is. "If you leave now, I can spare your life. Don't struggle in vain." The man sneered. "Since you won't hand her over, don't blame me for being impolite. Young people really have no respect." Using poison in secret, he took out a glass bottle containing tainted water and threw it at them. Then he used magic to shatter the bottle. Alia was shocked. It was tainted water. Even if blocked by magic, their magical power might be contaminated. The current family bond was hard won. She wouldn't allow anyone to hurt her grandfather. Alia quickly rushed in front of the Grand Magician, intending to block the potion attack with her frail body. She closed her eyes tightly, waiting for the pain to come. but she didn't feel any pain. It turned out her grandfather had raised his robe to shield her from everything. The man panicked, finding it unbelievable. You think my reputation is undeserved? Go back and reread history. It's all recorded in the history books. I really don't know how you graduated. As he spoke, a blue lightning bolt shot out from the Grand Magician's hand. The man didn't dare to take this hit. Otherwise, his body might be cooked to a crisp. He turned and jumped. Grabbing the icebird's neck, he fled far away. Grandfather didn't chase, fearing another might come in his absence. He could only watch as the man escaped. Grandfather was very angry. He turned to Alia and started scolding her. Are you crazy? You just suddenly jumped out like that. You even stood in front of Grandfather. What if something had happened to you? What would Grandfather do? Alia stuttered in response. Because I won't die from contamination. But the Grand Magician Grandfather's head gradually lowered. He hugged Alia and cried out loud. But you still shouldn't rush in front of me. What do you take me for? You're so small. I should be the one protecting you. Hearing her grandfather's scolding, Alia unconsciously buried her head in the Grand Magician's embrace. It was warm. This was family's concern. Look closely, this little girl is extraordinary. Though weak, she fears no danger. She insisted on shielding her grandfather. Of course, the enemy was no match for Grandfather. He eventually fled in panic. Facing her grandfather's scolding, the girl wasn't angry. She knew Grandfather loved her. Alia said, or tag a friend to come here. Let's become Grandpa's treasures together. After this incident, Grandfather finally stopped avoiding his granddaughter. He told Alia, don't worry, your uncle will avenge you. He'll break 3 legs for men, 2 legs for women. Alia was stunned. She blinked. What man has 3 legs? The grandfather, hugging his granddaughter, hesitated for a moment. You'll understand when you grow up. This proved the saying. As long as you're not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed for you. Child, just remember, the Edels are only richer than us. Their family is larger than ours. But that's all there is to it. Your uncle may be a bit slow-witted, but he's still very strong and sturdy. He's more than capable of protecting you. The uncle who just walked over was quite depressed. Dad, is this how you talk about your son? Seeing his son approach, Grandfather scolded loudly. Even rotten fish could sneak into Alia's room, and you didn't even know. You may be big, but your brain doesn't work well. When is your wife coming back anyway? Hearing this, the uncle felt a bit embarrassed. Dad, your words are hurtful. Do you trust your daughter-in-law more than me? What else can I do? Since you got married, you've had 289 battles with your wife. 289 defeats. If you'd won just once, I'd look at you differently. The uncle's inner strength suddenly burst forth. Dad, are you getting senile again? There were clearly 2 draws, okay. Forget about that. Give me Alia. I want to hold her. Grandfather grinned and slapped his hand away. Are you that greedy? You've hogged her for so long. Child, don't worry about me and your uncle. Just be carefree and open your heart. What worries could a child have? Come, let Grandpa hold you up high. At this moment, Alia reflected. The original protagonist in the novel, even if reborn, probably wouldn't live like a normal child anymore, right? Because of the memories from the previous life, I'm always on high alert. I don't dare rely on anyone, and even want to make contracts. I'm sorry I don't seem like a child. I'll try to become a normal child. Uncle comforted her. No, child. This isn't your fault. It's the adult's fault. Child, I'm not blaming you. I hope you can rely on us. We feel for you. At such a young age, you're always trying to bear everything yourself. How worried your grandpa and I are. We're family now, so that's how it is. These words shocked Alia. She didn't have to bear everything alone. They're willing to care for and protect me as elders. Let me rely on them. I just need to be a child. Carefree, that's all. Alia was moved by this. Tears fell one by one. She hugged Grandfather tightly. Can I call you Grandpa? Can I rely on you? Can I be around you? Can I depend on you? Can I live here forever? Faced with Alia's soul-stirring questions, Grandfather was speechless for a moment. After a brief silence, he hugged Alia tightly. Of course you can. This is what I've always dreamed of. Please call me Grandpa. Alia cried out emotionally. Yes, Grandpa. The uncle on the side said, please call me Uncle. I want a hug too. Grandfather put away his sad voice and said, don't touch her. She's my granddaughter. You'll infect the child with your stupidity. Alia was amused by her grandfather. Looking at the count beside her, she sincerely called out Uncle. The 9-foot-tall man muttered something. A 1,000-year-old snow leopard descended from the sky, taking his niece to meet relatives. Alia said, anyone who likes or tags a friend can also ride the blizzard for a spin. Just now, Uncle was about to go pick up his long-unseen wife to express his lovesickness. Alia also wanted to join in. Uncle was worried about the girl's health and hoped she would wait at home. But the girl insisted on being a proper third wheel. Just as they were about to leave, the servants hurriedly chased after them, fussing over the young lady, busy beyond measure. The hot water bottle made by the Grand Magician, quickly give it to the young lady. Miss, you dropped your gloves. Oh my, your nose is already red. What should we do? Led by Lucy, the servants swarmed in, making a fuss. Now, they didn't care about Uncle's silly expression. Perhaps it wasn't enough. Lucy even nagged at Uncle. Soon Alia was armed to the teeth by the maids. She looked extremely cute. The maids tearfully saw the young lady off. Uncle couldn't help but complain, I'm just going to pick someone up. It's like we're going on a long journey. The next second, Uncle clenched his fists. He used his summoning technique. Snowflakes howled past, and a giant leopard descended from the sky. This was Uncle's mount, Blizzard. While Alia was still curious, Uncle picked her up and held her in his arms. Blizzard let out a deep roar. It started running, entering a sprint. Its moving speed had already exceeded 1,000. They quickly arrived at the castle gate. Blizzard leaped high, twisting and jumping. It landed gracefully on the highest point of the castle. At the end of the road, a silver light flashed. The long-awaited relatives had finally arrived. Looking out, various strange-looking spirit beasts slowly approached. These beasts were neither cow nor wolf. Alia, like a curious baby who had never seen the world, watched in dazzlement, jaw dropped, drooling. These were all walking ingredients. Should they be stewed or stir-fried? They must be delicious. As expected of someone who had crossed over, her mind was full of food thoughts. Just then, a big black horse galloped over. On the war horse was a young girl, still immature, her face covered in blood. She spoke softly. My lord, we're back. Seeing this, Uncle frowned. Lonica, you're still so arrogant. You didn't even wash the blood off your face. The girl casually replied, this is from fighting monsters halfway up the mountain. I'm too lazy to clean it. Her previously calm eyes suddenly widened. My lord, what's that thing you're holding? It looks quite cute. Is it alive? Uncle was almost angered to death. Watch your words, Lonica. She's my niece. I told you about her in the letter. Didn't you read it? However, Lonica ignored Uncle's words, her gaze fixed on the girl. She kept poking at Alia with her finger. Seeing the girl's frightened look, she became even more excited. It moved. It's really alive. So cute and small. Just as Uncle was about to scold her, a red-haired woman appeared, smiling at Alan. Husband, long time no see. Have you been well? Uncle no longer cared about scolding Lonica. Whoosh! He shot out like a rocket, hugging his wife. He shamelessly started showing public affection, ignoring everyone else. Indeed, this was true love. The child was just an accident. Love isn't that profound. Being able to grow old together is the greatest happiness. Middle-aged couples can still be so happy and sweet. They look like newlyweds no matter who sees them. It's really enviable. The screen was filled with praise for them. How much battery does your phone have left at this point? You can post it in the comments. Maybe make friends with someone who has the same battery percentage. At this time, their son, Alisai, grumbled. He irritably rubbed his head. I've had enough of you too. Even if your relationship is good, you should consider the occasion. It's a miracle I don't have any siblings. The headache-stricken Alisai had to shift his gaze. He glared fiercely at Alia. Where did this little pipsqueak come from? Why is she sitting on my father's spirit beast? The mentioned Alia was also staring intently at the boy before her. Indeed, just as the book said, confirming with a glance, he's a difficult person to get along with. Beside them, Lonica looked at Alia with eyes full of love. So cute and adorable. Alisai voiced his confusion. You think anything small is cute? You call this cute? Her bones are as thin as firewood, and her eyes are big and sunken. I think she's ugly, okay? Lonica glared at him, a bit angry. I'm not listening. I'm not listening. Ugly people talk nonsense. Alisai was very displeased upon hearing this. Are you blind? I'm loved by all. Flowers bloom when they see me. Cars stop for me. Ghosts give birth when they see me. How can you call a handsome man like me ugly? Before he finished speaking, Lonica retorted, I'm talking about your inner beauty. Alia nodded quietly on the side, agreeing. What? How dare you insult the future lord like this? You must apologize. If you become the lord, I'll quit the team, Lonica said in the slowest possible speed. Riding her warhorse, she didn't forget to add a petty remark before leaving. Let whoever wants to wear that glass heart wear it. She continued to tease as she rode away. Unable to refute, Alisai's fierce eyes made Alia's whole body cold. You skeleton, who do you think you are? Sexy looked down, as the heir of the Buddha family. Get off Blizzard right now. The unhealed wound on Alia's right arm gradually reopened. Her brother, unaware of her condition, carelessly grabbed her arm and waist. If Uncle hadn't noticed and stopped him immediately, Alia might have fallen and been further injured. He quickly checked Alia's wound. Blood was seeping from her arm, but the girl still reassured Uncle that it was fine. Brother had a headache. Uncle, looking at such a sensible Alia, felt guilty. How could it not hurt? The wound had reopened. He picked her up. Mrs. Alia, I'll take her to get bandaged first. Alia looked back at her brother being scolded, feeling worried. Ah, indeed a rebellious teenage girl. She seems even more willful than in the original novel. Trying to get close to him will be a 5-star difficulty. After returning to the castle, Lucy rambled on about how the young master was really snobbish and that the Count would surely punish him. He'd definitely be confined. Alia secretly lamented. Oh no, she messed up on their first meeting. They were supposed to become partners who entrusted their juniors to each other in the future. This was really terrible. Pay attention, this girl in front of you is not simple. Faced with her brother's unreasonable behavior, she just quietly watched him perform. After all, she still needed to get along well with this brother. Faced with his sister's indifference, the brother became furious. If Uncle hadn't intervened in time, it might have ended badly. In the end, the brother was confined by Uncle. Alia said, I want 5 likes. These 5 likes must be given to Uncle. Lucy was rambling on the side, feeling indignant. Alia interrupted her. Lucy, do you know Lonica? Lucy replied, Miss, you mean Sir Lonica, right? She's the same age as the young master. 2 years ago, the lady rescued her from a contaminated area. At that time, she was already an elf knight. Although young, her strength is as powerful as a monster. This Lonica started accumulating combat experience at 14. Even if not as good as the protagonist, she's at least a genius-level elf knight. But there's no trace of her in the novel. Is it possible that every time brother gets drunk, he mumbles about his deceased first love? At their first meeting, their bickering really looked like a couple, arguing. It should be her. I need to go back to the library and review the content I overlooked. If she turns out to be a talented person, it would be another big step in changing fate. Miss, we've arrived. Let's go in. Lucy's call interrupted Alia's thoughts. The Countess is waiting for you in the room. Seeing the girl enter, Aunt smiled and introduced herself. Alia also hurriedly greeted her politely. The two chatted happily. Aunt praised, You look very strong, very brave, like a warrior ready for battle. The pain you've experienced, even trained knights, might not be able to overcome. Alia was a bit doubtful. Did she really look like a warrior? Aunt said that not only those who fight are called warriors. In you, I see fighting spirit. Your uncle seems to treat you like a work of art. In my eyes, you're a very impressive child. She couldn't help but sigh. If only your brother were half as excellent as you. To ease the awkwardness, Aunt took out a prepared gift. Because of the short notice, this is the most suitable. See if you like it. Alia took the box and carefully opened it. It was a necklace with a delicate, finger-sized lantern. Thank you, Aunt. This is my first elf light from family. I'll wear it well. Alia's words made Aunt feel heartbroken. Elf lights were gifts prepared by parents for their children. She had never had one. It was unbelievable. She quickly walked to Alia's side, took the necklace, and gently put it on for her. Seeing the girl's surprised expression, she couldn't help but pat Alia's little head. You're the best. I firmly believe you're a good child. If you need anything in the future, you can come to me. Even if your grandfather and uncle disagree, I'll still lend you a hand. Alia stared blankly at her aunt. She looked just like her mother. As the saying goes, true aunt, fake uncle's wife, half true, half fake is mother's sister. But our aunt here is quite the opposite. She's attentive and caring towards Alia, giving her motherly affection. Let's give a like to this lovely aunt, wishing her eternal health, youth, beauty, happiness, and good fortune. Alia walked along the road, thinking idly. Although it was written beautifully in the novel, the fact that her face resembled the Duke's so much was absurd. Is the author a newbie? What are they thinking? Thankfully, her mother's family members are all good people. She must act quickly for Alia to feel at ease. She walked briskly towards the garden. She searched diligently. As her body was still in the recovery phase, she hadn't tested it yet. She could only pour the healing water on plants first to try its effect. She quickly found it. The contaminated daffodils were dry and withered, having long lost their former vitality. Well, the moment to witness a miracle was about to come. After the golden liquid from the bottle fell, The withered plants instantly bloomed brilliantly. Delicate flowers burst forth vigorously. Alia cheered happily. It worked. That's great. However, a discordant voice came from behind. What are you mumbling about here? Standing behind her was her brother Alisai. When you're unlucky, you can trip even wearing a robe. Wasn't he grounded? Why is he out? She was planning to find him anyway. Might as well deal with it now. She then lifted her skirt and curtsied to greet her cousin. Alisai stated, I'm not your cousin. Call me that again, and I'll hit you. Alia didn't understand why her brother disliked her. Had an uncle mentioned her to him? Alisai couldn't be bothered to waste words with this sister. Even if he mentioned it, so what? Just because you're my cousin, I have to love you? Stop acting familiar. Besides, I don't plan to acknowledge you. The clearest water has no fish. The most despicable person has no enemy. Skullhead, this isn't a playground for kids. Get out of here quickly. Alia retorted, well, I'm sorry. This is the garden grandfather allowed me to be in. Alisai immediately became alert. You're not here to learn magic from grandfather, are you? I'm not. That's learning elven tricks from my parents. No, it's not this, it's not that. Are you a clown sent by monkeys? What are you doing here after all? The girl was helpless. He knows nothing yet lectures people. Although she wanted to get along with him, she couldn't let him look down on her. Let me tell you about hierarchy and order. Young Count Alisai, I am the heir of Edel. Please observe proper etiquette. I respect you, because you're my cousin. Can you change rain or summon wind? Can you beat Sun Wukong in a fight? Can you breathe fire or smoke? I think you're getting ahead of yourself. Since you don't want to be my cousin, please mind your words. Faced with Alia's teasing, Alisai broke down. Is this really what an 8-year-old child would say? Indeed, he's just pretending in front of father. Life is so hard. Just fucking deal with it. Alisai's face turned bright red. Too hateful. I'm going to expose this girl's fake facade. What to do with a brother who hates you, never considering his sister's feelings and all sorts of behaviors. How should the 8-year-old female lead counterattack? Quickly like or tag your unlucky friends to watch together. Just now, Alia said, although she's living under someone else's roof. But you're a young count. I'm a young duchess. Understand the hierarchy? Don't know? Should I teach you? Did I use your family's Wi-Fi? Or did I dig up your family's ancestral graves? You're covered in fur, yet you're calling others monkeys? Are you that bored? Seeing her brother's exasperated look, Alia didn't want to engage with him further. Let me emphasize, I'm not here to learn magic. I won't become an elf knight either. I'm just doing a small experiment, that's all. As you wish, I'll leave right away. Alisai glanced at the daffodils. One was thriving, the other was dying. Skull, wait, what experiment are you doing? What's with the daffodils? Maybe I've been a bit too active today. As Alia turned around, a trickle of bright red blood flowed from her nostril. Alisai panicked. Stop your magic. I didn't touch you. Alia wiped her nose. It's okay. Don't worry. Before she could finish speaking, she felt dizzy. She lost consciousness. At the moment she fell, her brother caught her. Skull, wake up. The brother, who was just arrogant, remembered what his father said. If this is what he meant by little finger, she won't just die like this, right? Pai sensed Alia's pain. He forcibly pulled her into the fantasy library. Pai shook Alia. Rest. You need to rest. This is a safe haven. Alia won't suffer here. 2 days later, Alia slowly regained consciousness. Looking at her family, tears flowed from her uncle's eyes. He cried like a little kitten. To prevent her uncle from interfering with the doctor, her aunt forcibly dragged him away. The doctor held Alia's hand and examined her carefully. Recovery is good. You can try exercising and building strength later. Hearing this, her uncle hugged the divine coffin, thanking it repeatedly. Alia noticed the divine coffin's golden eyes. So in this world, using holy power turns eyes golden. This is a symbol of the divine coffin, rarely mentioned in novels. As Alia was imagining the original story, her stomach growled excitedly. She hadn't eaten for 2 whole days. Lucy happily trotted off to prepare hot food for Alia. The doctor carefully said, Alia, it seems your pain nerves have been damaged. Simply put, for the same injury, others would feel more pain than you. This isn't a good thing. Pain is the body's warning, a sensory response from organs. If you can't feel it, that's very dangerous. Young lady, please remember this and be careful to protect yourself. But thanks to the holy power, you can try exercising. Alia was overjoyed. Does that mean I can run freely? The doctor smiled and said, of course you can, but do it within your limits. Don't push yourself. Hearing the doctor's words, her aunt finally felt relieved. Soon, Lucy brought delicious food, one bite after another. She ate with such relish that even the editor couldn't help but drool. Her aunt told Alia, although Alisai said he'd reflect, he's really inconsiderate. He might come bother you again. For your safety, you need someone to protect you closely. A woman walked into the room. It was Lonica, the lady who poked me that day. They say a tiger won't eat its cubs, but this mother, to protect the girl, would do this to her son. We all had the same 9 years of compulsory education. Why is she so outstanding? Give a like, and let's continue reading. This is Lonica. Although she looks young, her strength is certain. She's my human camera. If my son bullies you again, she'll notify me immediately. Lonica lazily agreed, then nodded excitedly, and said, if you can't reach me, don't hold back. Just discipline him directly. Just don't break any bones. Alia was stunned. This was undoubtedly a true mother. Actually, my cousin was quite nice to me when I fainted. I fainted because I was tired from walking. It's not brother's fault, Aunt said. Since he's showing remorse, let him reflect on his own. Besides, he guessed you'd say that. He even wrote a letter of apology. After Alia recovered, she eagerly made many healing potions. She divided them into 6 portions, just right. Although Pi was a big eater, this was a research product. It was also a happy thing to keep as a memento. No problem, let's go find him now. Inside the fantasy library. Strange. Usually Pi would come to greet me when I enter. What's going on today? Finally spotting Pi's shadow. Alia, quick, look at this discovery. A big trophy find. This is Lonica's intelligence report. The first subjugation failed. Monsters invaded en masse. It led to the collapse of defenses. Heavy casualties in the city. Lonica, 24 years old, died from monster injuries while protecting young Earl Alisai. 24 years old? That's impossible. She's only 16 now. Could this not be a past record? Alia felt sad, with mixed feelings. This report was too shocking. Pi doesn't just exist in my memory space, but can also travel to other spaces, even get news from the future. Pi is indeed amazing. He can help me find more information in the future. She then took out the healing potion as a gift for Pi. However, Pi was only interested in the ribbon on the bottle, because it had Pi's name written on it. He said he wanted the same hairstyle as Alia. Quick, put on the ribbon. Like Alia, Pi happily spun in circles, long hair flowing, looking quite pretty. Walking out of the fantasy library, she took out a bottle and handed it to Lonica. Lonica was delighted to receive the gift. This is the healing water everyone wants, and it's handmade by the young lady. Thank you, miss. You're so kind. Alia smiled in response to Lonica's thanks. In the garden, my brother did help me after all. He was punished for it too. I should give him a bottle as well. However, Lonica did the opposite. Isn't this too extravagant? Just to deliver a potion, she summoned a spirit beast. In Lonica's words, I'm mainly too lazy to walk, and I really wanted to hug the cute little one. You say hug, but why run to the roof? People have feet, horses have hooves. One hoof step and the tiles are broken. Lonica sighed, saying someone would nag again. He'll definitely say stairs are for walking. Get down here quick. Just as she finished speaking, Alisai's angry roar was heard. How many times do I have to say it? Stairs are for walking. Get down here quick. The horse slipped and broke the tiles, you know. What would happen if you yelled at him twice more? Never learn from this boy. Otherwise, it might be you who nearly gets trampled. Quickly tag your unlucky friends to watch together. Oh my, you tell me to come down, and you're the one who's scared. You're such a genius. Lonica's sarcasm made Alisai very angry. I curse you to buy instant noodles without seasoning packets for life. The woman ignored his words, slowly hugging the girl down from the horse. Alia watched this couple flirting again, afraid the focus would turn to her. But what you fear often comes true. Why did you bring the frail skeleton here? Lonica wouldn't let him off easily. Is skeleton referring to the young lady? If you're disrespectful to the young lady again, I'll make sure you don't see tomorrow's sun. I'm the heir of the Weaver family. Can't you give me some face? Seeing her brother about to be thrown downstairs, Alia pleaded, Lonica, please let go of the young Earl. Alisai really wanted to duel with this woman to let her know that men are inviolable. Otherwise, marrying her would turn the house upside down. But he was no match for her at all. He completely inherited his father's trait of not being able to beat his wife. Speaking of which, you're taking after Dad. If Dad knew, he'd definitely get beaten. At this moment, Alia handed him a bottle of healing potion, soothing Alisai's hurt feelings. The girl told him not to feel guilty. That day's fainting was my own fault. It had nothing to do with you. Brother is very kind. Actually, brother is pretending to dislike us. Although Alisai was happy, he couldn't let go of his pride. His mouth still said provocatively, I'll be frank, I just can't stand you. I really dislike you. You, Lanika, are Alia's personal attendant. How can you stand by and do nothing? Watch your words, Alisai, or I'll beat you until you're covered in bumps. Alia sighed. She was clearly full of kindness. Why did he have to suffer just to save face? Lanika was also helpless. He didn't deserve it at all. Receiving a gift, not only acting cool, but not even saying a word of thanks. Alia smiled in response. It's okay. Just accept it. You deserve it. Afterwards, Alia brought her results specially to her uncle and aunt. This surprised the couple very much. They expressed their amazement, almost reluctant to use it. Because grandfather went to guard, Alia felt a little pain. But she didn't expect that grandfather's trip this time would bring her great help in the future. An 8-year-old girl, born a princess, still couldn't escape the fate of being imprisoned, abused, and drugged. Although painful, it also allowed her to create a miraculous medicine that could bring the dead back to life. This would bring her trillions in assets. How could Alia get rich and forget about her treasured ones? Just move your finger to like, and you can make money. Do you believe it? Huh? To prevent endless troubles from finding her, the clever Alia planned to first introduce it to the black market. This kind of mysterious route would make it impossible to trace its origin. When it becomes famous, she would publicly donate it to the temple in the family's name and announce the news to the world. This way, she could not only gain the temple's favor, but also earn the honor of giving up money for the world's sake. At this time, grandfather was telling his daughter about his granddaughter's plan. She's so interesting. The speaker was Rebecca, the second daughter of the great magician. After many years of hard work, she finally established herself and built her own business group, becoming the owner of a wealthy consortium. The woman's eyes suddenly widened. Dad, how old did you say she is? 10, 11? Grandfather sighed. Don't you even know how old your own niece is? The woman snorted and snapped her fingers, calling out a name. Bolt! The man standing in the corner heard the woman's call and bowed respectfully. Master, your niece is 8 years old this year. Rebecca was excited. She didn't expect her niece to be so precocious. Dad, is she really only 8? This child's intelligence is definitely that of a business heir. I want to raise her. Give her to me. We can't hand over such a talented child to someone as simple and naive as my brother. Hearing his daughter's words, grandfather quickly interrupted, his expression changing. She's the direct heir of Duke Edel, you know. The woman cursed. Damn it, what a pity. Why does it have to be the untouchable Edel? But I won't give up on the circulation of the elixir. Grandfather sighed. This child will decide for herself. Shouldn't an 8-year-old child have her brother or father act on her behalf? Grandfather's expression was complex. If it were other children, perhaps. But when you see this child pour dirty water on herself to prove the elixir's effectiveness as an exchange condition, just to get the family contract for protection, it was decided to respect all her choices. Rebecca hadn't expected her niece to be so resolute. It was truly surprising. Looking at it this way, she's truly her sister's daughter. If her taste in men was as poor as her mother's, it would be disastrous. Seeing her father's anger, Rebecca quickly tried to make amends. By the way, my sister contacted me before she died, wanting to meet me. But at the agreed location, I waited a whole day without seeing her. Not long after, I received news of her death. Grandfather was furious after hearing this. Why are you only telling me this now? My poor child. She must have discovered something and sought help from you, her sister. If I hadn't said I'd cut ties with her, she wouldn't have been too afraid to come home when she was heartbroken. Rebecca quickly comforted her father. Cheer up. You still have an outstanding granddaughter. I'll go see her as soon as possible and get her authorization. Dad wants to hit him. Uncle protects him. He's a little genius and admires him, rushing to find him. Like quickly, or tag a friend to watch together. The aunt, eager to meet Alia, was disappointed. She learned that her brother and sister-in-law went for a spring picnic by the lake. She could hardly believe it. A family usually busy with training and fighting was actually so leisurely. She immediately headed towards the lake. The aunt arriving at the lakeside almost choked. What was that? Her usually stern brother was smiling happily, wearing a flower crown. She couldn't believe Alisai was there too. The girl next to him was putting a flower crown on him. How could this brat tolerate such a thing? And her sister-in-law, always giving a serious impression as a knight, was also. Rebecca's expression became peculiar. Just as she was about to approach, Lonica, full of killing intent, glared at them. "Who goes there?" she said, about to draw her sword. Fortunately, the aunt-in-law defused the situation in time. Otherwise, the aunt and her little guard might have harbored resentment on the spot. Even after not seeing each other for a long time, the couple greeted the sister in their usual manner. "Long time no see. We've missed you. How have you been?" Alisai also quickly stood up and called out Aunt. Rebecca, looking at the young man before her, couldn't help but tease. Well, if it isn't my big nephew, not only have you grown taller, but your looks are also out of this world. With this flower crown, you're simply a feast for the eyes." "Huh?" Alisai's cheeks turned bright red. Unable to retort, he just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. It's all thanks to these parents who show affection everywhere. How dare I resist? At this moment, Alia quickly pinched her skirt, politely greeting, "Good morning, Aunt. I'm Alia," looking at her big blue eyes and cute little face. The aunt couldn't help but pinch her cheeks. This little one doesn't look like her mother at all. The uncle beside her quickly snatched Alia into his arms. "Hey, what are you doing?" The aunt was a bit embarrassed, explaining that she just wanted to touch her niece's little face, telling him not to make such a fuss. Lonica also jumped out to strongly agree. Alisai, watching from the side, really couldn't stand it anymore. "I can't take these women. Lonica, an aunt, her constitution is very weak. You can't touch her casually. At least wash your hands and disinfect them." Is this something a nephew should say? My father told me that this Alisai kid was very unlikable. This nephew of mine, Alia, is quite interesting. I must cooperate with her as soon as possible. I wonder if the little cutie has time. In the reception room, the aunt got straight to the point. "You've already told me the story, so I came. Regarding your plan, do you want to talk to me as your aunt or as the owner of a business group?" Faced with her aunt's inquiry, Alia was a bit stumped. The novel only briefly summarized the business group's information without mentioning the aunt's name. She shouldn't have any hostility towards an 8-year-old child like me. I'll just have to get to know her gradually. Is there any difference between the two? Seeing her aunt's grinning expression, Alia finally realized. It turns out she had overthought it. To her aunt, she was just an 8-year-old child. She's her mother's sister, and someone grandfather trusts, so she should trust her without worry. "I knew it. Aunt, are you teasing me?" The aunt wanted to quibble a bit more, but her expression betrayed her. "I was initially worried that this niece was just a little genius who only cared about benefits. But surprisingly, I really like you. I heard Aunt is a compulsive liar. Aunt, your behavior makes me doubt you." Look at Aunt's honest and beautiful big eyes. They're very sincere, you know. Alia turned her little face away. "Forget it. Mom said that asking to look into one's own eyes to gain trust is definitely a lie." As soon as she finished speaking, the aunt's smile gradually faded. It was deep sadness, but with a hint of warmth. Time seemed to stop, and no one spoke. A series of images flashed through the aunt's mind. The protagonist boy hadn't eaten for a year. As the saying goes, missing one meal makes you hungry. How could he endure it? We don't understand, and we don't dare to ask. Could it be because he has the Crimson Eyes halo, intensifying his aura? If it were you, what's your hunger limit in days? Quickly like and write your number of days in the comments. At this moment, Alia, the female protagonist who's even more of a protagonist than the male lead, was negotiating a contract with her quirky aunt. This is the contract. Take your time reading it. I'll wait here. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Also, because you're still young, these resumes are all management talents that I think are suitable. You can choose one of them to help you. Alia was overjoyed. Her aunt, being a businesswoman, was so thoughtful. If she didn't ask her for some help, it would be a waste of her kindness. "Aunt, can you help me find someone?" "It's a child with crimson eyes. Her name is Exer." At this time, Exer was struggling with hunger, almost starving to death. Rumors said that children with crimson eyes would bring disaster. Despite their abilities, people didn't dare to approach them, staying far away. They wouldn't even give them odd jobs or errands. With no other choice, he only had one path: to become a mercenary. But no one believed that a child with just a broken sword had the capability. "With that piece of junk, you're just embarrassing yourself." They still had that superior, "you're not good enough" attitude. This made the protagonist very indignant. "No, this is a Wong Dama Z brand special plastic chopping knife. I can defeat you with just this." After a fight, the starving boy was about to lose when he turned the tables. The gatekeeper was defeated. "You're quite skilled, little one. I'll point you in the right direction. If you want to make big money, go to the back alley and mention my name. It'll help." After the protagonist left, the mercenary sneered. Even the Bull Demon King would have to farm there. Tang Sanzang would have to produce relics. and Sun Wukong would have to perform in a big circus. Our poor, unfortunate protagonist didn't even know he'd been tricked. A door to a dilapidated fabric shop opened. It was actually quite different inside. Before he could enter, the man at the desk stopped him. "Filthy beggar, don't dirty my expensive floor." But when the man looked up, he suddenly froze, his eyes widening. It was the legendary Crimson Eyes. This is our lucky break. These eyes are amazing. Red eyes are beloved by fire spirits. He has a very high chance of becoming a spirit knight. Of course, growing to that level requires a lot of time and experience. But don't worry, child. I believe in your potential and will fully support you. At this moment, Exer didn't know he was about to be sold. This man didn't despise his crimson eyes and even patted his head like a father. "I don't want to endure hunger anymore. Every time someone asks if I've eaten, I'm actually on the brink of starvation. Maybe this is a good choice." The boy didn't read the contract carefully. To avoid being alone anymore, he signed his name with a flourish. "Welcome to the Western Chess Association." This association wasn't as glamorous as it seemed. On the surface, it recruited and sponsored talented individuals. But in reality, they were mascots for the wealthy. They were treated as slaves. The upper class always liked to do some lowly things. Sponsors would issue commission tasks. If the tasks weren't completed, it meant certain death. If slaves refused or asked to leave, the masters would demand repayment for everything during that period. The sponsored slaves not only received no payment, but also incurred huge debts, becoming puppets. Alia knew all this, but she couldn't interfere yet. She wanted this man to become strong through cruel killings. But there was one thing that had to be stopped. That was the protagonist's future ability to be reborn. Although he would go through countless rebirths, it would still end in a tragic conclusion. With me here, perhaps I can change her. This secretary was chosen from the thick stack of resumes provided by Ant. It said she values money like life, but has principles. Because of this, as long as there's enough money, she will never betray. This Western Chess Association, although shameless, is undeniably the greatest miracle for the male protagonist Exer's growth. So Alia decided to buy all the assets of the Western Chess Association. Let Exer grow strong just like in the novel. Although this behavior is no different from deception, Alia had no other choice. To make Exer strong without relying on rebirth, this was the best way. Alia greatly appreciated the secretary. Next, she could appoint her as the agent of the Western Chess Association and give the secretary double salary. Alia only needed to be responsible for directing behind the scenes. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Alia told the secretary to act as if they didn't know each other when others were present. The secretary immediately expressed her full commitment. No one would believe that an 8-year-old duke's daughter would be the true owner of the Western Chess Association. Additionally, the plan for spirit medicine to enter the black market was ready. The first batch of goods would be released soon. The clues had also been hidden well. No matter how they investigate, the source of the spirit medicine would always be the Edel territory. Alia wanted to push all the news of spirit medicine flowing into the black market to the Edel Duke's side. The formula donated to the temple would be the same. This was Alia's first step of revenge. Disintegrate them from within by making them suspicious of each other. Needless to say, the Edel Duke was in big trouble. Also, Weaver was a poor and cold place. Apart from fighting and hunting, most people had no job opportunities. Alia decided to establish workshops near the castle. People could not only spend their earned wages, but also stimulate the economy. This was to repay grandfather's family, even if it was just a small effort. The secretary couldn't help but admire. Originally, he didn't understand why the master didn't use slaves. Not to mention the high cost-effectiveness, the confidentiality would also be very strict. He thought building in Weaver was just for convenience. Unexpectedly, this master was not only clever, but also knew how to repay kindness. It was truly eye-opening. Who could imagine that a girl of only 8 years old would be the first trader in the dark world? Becoming a business prodigy at 8 years old, manipulating the male protagonist in the palm of her hand. The boy who had just signed a contract of indenture was sold again in an instant. The boy was very frustrated. He hadn't even received a formal mission. The former master said he had potential. They were all damn liars. Fortunately, Alia immediately arranged a task for him. But before executing the first task, he must thoroughly read a fairy tale book. It was a book the boy had read since childhood. However, what made the protagonist laugh and cry was yet to come. Alia arranged for a teacher to tell him that as long as he studied math, physics, and chemistry well, he could go anywhere without fear. Exer said those were things for nobles to learn. He'd rather spend that time slaying more monsters. But the teacher said he was just doing his job. If he didn't want to learn, he didn't have to come. Seeing the teacher angry, although he couldn't understand, it was a task arranged by the new master. He couldn't refuse and had to obey. Although he didn't know what the master was up to, Exer knew that only by studying would he gain more important knowledge. This was a rare opportunity. He must make the most of it. Soon, Exer's first task arrived, to go to the great desert and dig out a 7-colored crystal. Arriving at the desert, Exer looked at the task information in his hand. This task seemed simple no matter how he looked at it. Why had the new master provided him with a set of high-grade equipment? It was enough to make others drool with envy. Even stranger, there was a mysterious letter that could only be opened in times of crisis. The master was making a fuss. What's so difficult about this task? Before Exer could think more, he suddenly felt the air getting hotter and hotter. Looking around, a sea of golden fire rushed towards him. As the flames approached, a giant golden-horned wolf came into view. If he wasn't mistaken, this was a Chihuahua. It was a group of spirit beasts. The teacher said that among the 36 stratagems, running away is the best. Seeing he couldn't win, Exer wanted to run. But no matter how he ran, the distance not only didn't increase, but got closer and closer. Just as he was about to be engulfed, suddenly there was a cliff ahead. Without hesitation, he leaped up. The rest could only be left to fate. An 8-year-old girl actually kept a 12-year-old boy outside and eagerly came to find him, looking out the window almost every 5 minutes. That anxious look made her 80-year-old grandfather jealous. He thought someone came all this way to see her grandfather, but it was to see a pretty boy. Girls really do grow up fast. Seeing the situation, Alia quickly comforted him, saying the main purpose of this trip was to see her grandfather, and she was just checking on a sponsored boy. I arranged a task for him. I'm curious if he can complete it, and more curious about his red eyes. Grandfather scoffed at this answer. He's just digging for 7-colored crystals. What's there to worry about? This generation is all like this, relying on it to make a little money to survive. Alia found it difficult. I'm from a book. I'm here to save the world. But I can't say that. It's so frustrating. Seeing Alia's pitiful look, grandfather felt sorry and hugged her. She's still a child herself, yet worrying about others. Actually, Alia was worried about the Chihuahua. The first task she arranged for the protagonist was to subdue the Chihuahua. The protagonist might lose an eye because of this. She was more worried that by changing the original novel's content, the protagonist might die in the desert. Then who would save the world? Should she just leave it to fate? As Alia was struggling with what to do, Exer said, instead of daydreaming, why don't you help me think of a way out? How can I escape this sea of fire? I feel like I'm suffocating. Exer looked around frantically. The teacher once said, spirit beasts born in flames like bright red fire. Could it be because of my eyes? Since you like them, I might as well pluck one out and give it to them. After all, staying alive is most important. The moment he drew his sword, suddenly, he saw the dropped mysterious letter. It read, the red-eyed child dies young in fire. Not burned to death, but suffocated due to lack of oxygen. Exer understood. The fire itself couldn't harm him. He reached his hand into the flames. The glove instantly disintegrated, but his hand was unharmed. The master truly foresaw everything, saving me from peril at the critical moment. Then my target is the leader, Chihuahua. But this place is like hell. The boy jumped down unsteadily. Instantly, fire enveloped his entire body. The sword his father gave him gradually melted, slowly flowing away in his hand. Exer looked down at his empty hand. Tears seemed about to flow, but quickly evaporated. To catch a tiger, one must enter its den. He must conquer the giant wolf, only by offering himself. However, he reached out to grab the giant wolf until he rode on its back. The giant wolf showed no reaction. To conquer the wolf, he must grip its feet. The moment Exer grabbed its foot, the giant wolf released flames from its entire body, rising up. It began to run frantically. The 12-year-old boy returned riding the giant wolf. Though covered in wounds, he was the victor in this battle. Alia was overjoyed to see the boy hadn't lost his eyes. It was better than expected, but now wasn't the time to be happy. She must quickly treat his injuries. She arranged for her secretary to handle it. Lonica was puzzled. You're the one who's worried. You're the one being mysterious. And you're the one who wants to know the answer. Shouldn't you be the one to greet him? Alia was troubled. I'm still young. Let's meet when I'm older. Seeing the giant wolf, people were shocked. Although Alia had warned the secretary beforehand, the secretary, upon seeing the giant wolf in person, still found it hard to stay calm and couldn't help but swallow. Exer recognized the secretary. He jumped off the wolf, demanding to see the master. The doctor, seeing his injuries, wanted to treat him first, but Exer insisted on seeing the master. He was certain the master was in the carriage. He wanted to understand clearly. His father's sword had melted, yet his robe was fireproof. It seemed like it was all arranged. He felt like a puppet. He hoped the master would come out and explain. He didn't want to be manipulated. Lonica saw Exer daring to shout at the master and was about to go teach him a lesson. Just then, Exer fainted on the spot. Lonica said, "Lucky you fainted quickly. Otherwise, I'd have knocked out all your teeth." Alia couldn't help but worry. Fortunately, the secretary reported it was just exhaustion, nothing serious. She finally relaxed. After all, he's the protagonist. They can't be careless. She then arranged for the secretary to request a priest to heal him. If Exer fully recovers, the secretary would receive double the bonus. The secretary assured, "Don't worry, miss. I'll handle everything." For years passed in the blink of an eye. Our heroine Alia is now 12 years old. She's become even more beautiful. The mass production of spirit medicine has made her worth billions. Initially, when sold on the black market, most people thought it was nonsense. But where there's selling, there's buying. The expected effects were achieved. Instantly, positive reviews were everywhere. Everyone scrambled to find spirit medicine. The spirit medicine, originally $9.99 with free shipping, sold out instantly. Even the temples and royal family were envious. It's time to hand over the formula. Grandfather took me to the temple. We donated the method for making spirit medicine without accepting any money. As a result, the temple bestowed upon me the title of Holy Maiden. When the formula was made public, Weaver's Spirit Medicine Workshop also began production in full swing. Little Princess Alia, doted on by her uncle for 4 years, is now 12 years old. The days of frequent nosebleeds are gone. Her face has become rosy and fair. Give a little heart here, she might be even prettier. But her cousin still calls her Skeleton as always. Alia knows this is her brother's exclusive pet name for her. Honestly, she doesn't mind it at all and occasionally exchanges insults with him. Today they're meeting in the garden. Let's see what he's up to this time. Well, Lord Little Earl, what do you want from me now? Unexpectedly, her brother changed his attitude. Can't you respect me as your brother? Where's the person who said he didn't want to be a brother? That was so long ago. That person might be dead already. He's gone. Every time I see him defeated like this, it's so amusing, haha. Stop laughing. Look at this letter from your not dead father. Didn't expect to receive a letter from that pup. Open it and see. This is a letter from my nominal father. After learning the formula was donated to the temple, he started to mentally break down. Plus, rumors about losing custody due to child abuse spread, causing his reputation to plummet. Since then, he often sends letters, sometimes condemning, sometimes demanding dividends, sometimes playing the victim. Though he doesn't dare to openly cause trouble, his frequent protest letters are annoying. Did you call me here just to give me this letter, brother? I'm afraid your fragile skeleton might accidentally break. As soon as she finished speaking, her brother gently lifted her onto his knee. He was worried she'd be upset by the letter, so he wanted to read it together with her. Though her brother's words are sharp, his actions are full of love. And her biggest change is becoming as close as family with her uncle's household. Even letters addressed to her, she doesn't mind her brother reading with her. Her brother spoke, "Let's read it first. See if there's any trick." The content surprised them both. The Duke is remarrying. The new bride, Rida, is a character that didn't appear in the novel. Does he want to have another child to replace me as the heir? No. As the eldest daughter, I'm first in line. Unless I die. In the original story, he found an adopted daughter from a collateral line, who only inherited after my death. So he really does plan to kill me. Her brother pulled her back to reality. You'd better not attend this carefully planned wedding. He'll take your little life. Indeed, her brother thought the same as her. Knowing his ill intentions, how could I rush to my death? How annoying, brother. Can you stop messing up my pretty hairstyle? It's all messy now. Her answer pleased Alicia. I'll help you fix it. No, I want Tony to fix it. You have to pay for it. Quick, give me the money. This made her brother laugh helplessly. You're already a billionaire, yet you still want my pocket money? He says no, but his body is honest. All right, since you're cute, go find your Tony. He knows his sister doesn't want money, just a bit of affection. His health has improved a lot these years. She just wants warmth in this big family. He hopes she continues to be happy. Foodies eat food, foodies eat from bowls. But our little ghost Pi eats a lot, yet doesn't grow taller. Eating without gaining weight, it's really enviable. Like you watching this, you must be jealous. Watching Pi devour cookies is so cute. Over these 4 years, I've grown day by day. If Pi insists there's been a change, at most it's that he speaks more smoothly now. In his physique, as long as he's happy, that's what matters. Maintaining childlike innocence is also a blessing. I came here this time hoping Pi could help me find information on Rida. But Pi searched all the books and only found out he'd be back soon. Because my rebirth changed so much, it seems the fantasy library isn't omniscient after all. If Pi says it's not there, then it's definitely not there. Seeing Pi's sad expression, I quickly consoled him. It's okay if we can't find it for now. Maybe the content itself doesn't exist. Just keep an eye out for me in the future. Hearing the instructions, Pi immediately sprang into action. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind Alia to rest well. Take it slow. Health is most important. A few days later, Duke Edel held a simple, low-key wedding. Despite inviting Alia many times, Alia remained unmoved and didn't attend. She was inevitably mocked at the wedding. The Duke only sent 2 protest letters and took no other action. Soon, several months passed. The Duke of Edel's new wife actually came to visit. Although Uncle had ordered to turn away anyone from the Duke's household, her right arm was wrapped in familiar bandages, in the same place Alia was injured. Uncle softened and arranged for the housekeeper to bring her to the reception room. Let's probe her background first. As soon as Uncle arrived, the woman began to cry and complain. Although he knew about the Duke abusing his daughter, when the Duke knelt before him crying that he was wronged, she was blinded by love and chose to forgive him. Later, the Duke asked her to help with a simple little experiment. When she sat in that chair with her hands tied, as she was afraid and wanted to refuse, his true nature finally showed. Only then did she realize she had been tricked. Every day, she was forced to undergo agonizing experiments. She couldn't take it anymore. She escaped while he was out. She's really sorry. She didn't know where else to go, so she came to seek Alia's help. Faced with the woman's tearful account, Uncle found it hard to judge if it was true or false. He could only arrange for a doctor to examine her. After learning that her injuries were the same as Alia's, everyone finally lowered their guard towards her. But the woman wouldn't leave, and she would eventually meet Alia. To avoid awkwardness, Aunt organized a tea party to introduce Alia and the woman to each other. Alia looked at the woman before her, not at all surprised. She had already received some information from Pi. Alia saw that the woman seemed a bit flustered at this moment. This woman looked about 24 or 25, more fragile than imagined. I hope she's not here to harm me. The monster gate appeared again. Humanity was in crisis. To save humanity, Uncle's whole family prepared to go to war. Alicia and Ronica volunteered to stay behind to protect their sister. This was to guard against the Duke taking advantage of the situation to harm Alia. However, as soon as the expedition left, the woman came to visit. Unexpectedly, Alia received a gift from her. She said, "I'm also Alia's nominal mother. I've been cared for here thanks to Alia. With some free time, I made this fairy lamp by hand. I hope you don't mind." After her brother's inspection, it was just an ordinary fairy lamp, nothing unusual found. Seeing the woman's troubled expression, Alia's heart softened. Legally, she's the stepmother, but a stranger. Perhaps because they share the same fate, Alia chose to trust and accept the gift. But on a dark and windy night, Alia heard a subtle sound that compelled her to sit up. She got out of bed in a daze and walked towards the sound. At the door, Ronica saw Alia with a blank stare. "Young miss, where are you going barefoot so late at night? Something's wrong. It's bewitchment." Realizing the situation, Ronica quickly chased after her. Even with her sprint ability, moving at over 1,000 speed, she was still a step too late. The woman put away her flute. Seeing Ronica approach, she smiled contemptuously. "Hee hee, an uninvited guest has come along, but it's too late." She then picked up Alia and disappeared into thin air using magic. Despite Ronica's regret, Alia was forcibly taken away. In her unconscious state, Alia felt her body become very heavy. She wanted to wake up, but couldn't open her eyes. She could only call Pi to enter the fantasy library. Pi told her, "You've been poisoned, forced into sleep. Your fairy lamp had a powder you inhaled. Others control me, and I can't wake you up. Indeed, this woman isn't good. I must find a way to wake up from this dream first. I can't keep sleeping like this." Suddenly, Pi sensed that in reality, Alia was surrounded by props and prepared magic circles. In the original story, this environment was for forcibly extracting souls materials to create puppets. I can't wait here for someone to rescue me. I must wake up quickly, even if it means my soul scatters. I can't let them succeed here. UER has updated to Chapter 24 as required by the official manga. If there are impatient fans, they can continue reading at the official manga site. UER thanks everyone for their continued support. Wishing you all the best. Wow, this human is quite fierce. With one stab, she forced herself back to the real world. As Alia slowly woke up, she felt a splitting headache. She must escape from here quickly. Walking out of the cave, she found herself in an ice-covered mountain range. Alia despaired. Was she going to die here? Although she had a knife brought from the fantasy library, Alia wasn't confident she could successfully fight back. As she stood there in a daze, Rida appeared behind her. The hypnotic potion should have kept her unconscious for 3 days. To wake up so quickly, TSK. I had hoped to let you leave without feeling any pain. He grabbed Alia's wrist. You little miss are truly amazing, conjuring a knife out of thin air. Alia wanted to resist, but the difference in strength was too great. He understood he couldn't force her now. Obediently walked back to the cave. Rida, you've changed a lot. You put drug powder in the fairy lamp, effortlessly using magic to make me walk out of my room. Even if discovered, it has nothing to do with you. The Duke instructed you to come, right? Alia's deduction made Rida sigh. This little girl was still very clever, but only half right. He scornfully stated, your incompetent father is just my puppet. God gave him a handsome face, but his brain is mush. So all of this planning, including the special experiments done on you, it's all me, all my masterpiece. The shocked Alia was very shocked. It turns out all of this was thanks to this woman, a hypocritical and vicious, scheming woman. Considering Alia's special constitution, to prevent her from escaping, she used magic to bind the girl's feet. Stay put. Your drug resistance needs to be carefully studied. Alia didn't understand. Why wasn't there any information about this woman in the fantasy library? She reluctantly asked, who are you really? The woman cackled, lifting Alia's chin. I'm a magician who accepted the dark chalice. Alia was shocked. So, she was a traitor who gave up her human identity, selling her soul to the demon realm in exchange for talent and value. Collectively known as a dark mage, the woman was displeased. She slammed Alia against the wall. So much nonsense. Who doesn't want to stand out? Just wait here obediently. It'll be over soon. After the woman left, Alia fell into deep thought. I can't panic. I must stay calm. These years of being surrounded by warmth made me forget this is an apocalyptic novel. But why didn't Rida appear in the novel? She should just be a minor character. I won't let you succeed. Alia didn't want to wait for rescue, so there was only one option left. Immediately become a fairy messenger. But she was only 12, and 16 was the necessary condition to become a fairy magician. If she summoned a fairy recklessly, she might die for sure. Although this was crazy, she had no choice. Whatever the consequences, it was better than waiting for death. She closed her eyes, clasped her hands, silently praying as her soul slowly floated. She tried hard to find the great fairy appearing before her eyes. Alia was stunned on the spot. This was the millennial snow king Guan Weifua, the greatest fairy on the snowy mountain. Risk index, 5 stars. The book said if accidentally connected, it's advised to immediately disconnect and seal off. How cliché copyright is this? Wow, this human is quite bold. To survive, she's actually forcibly controlling a millennial great fairy. Call her brave? She's afraid of death. Call her cowardly? She dares to challenge this great fairy who disregards humans and rejects all connections with them. Forced connection means certain death or injury. This is the most dangerous terror ever. Alia kept praying for a miracle to appear, hoping to find a kind and gentle great fairy. She didn't want to lose her life because of this. The result was obvious. Within the millennial great fairy's domain, Alia couldn't find any fairies appearing. The book once recorded, when humans sincerely pray to great fairies in life-threatening situations, they might help out of annoyance. This was the origin of fairy magic. But Rida could return at any moment, and death would be inevitable. Might as well take a chance. My fate is in my own hands. Alia could only give it a shot. Please, lend me your strength. Annoyed by Alia's singing, the great fairy conceded. Fine, I'll help you. Just stop already. Alia had intended to use the great fairy's power to remove the vines on her feet and escape. But as the cold energy entered her body, she shivered uncontrollably. The bewildered Rida was very confused. She had only left for a short while, and such an unbelievable thing had happened. Are you crazy? Using fairy magic at 12 years old? Do you want to die that badly? No one is helping you translate the fairy language. Do you know what the result will be? Alia ignored her. Rida, don't you want to kill me? Did you think I would just wait to die? I can't escape anyway, so why not give it a try? The great fairy was angered by Alia's fury and released a large amount of cold air. The enraged Rida was very angry. What a fearless brat. It could have ended quietly if you just slept, but you had to make it so complicated. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being merciless. She then released a magic barrier. Although Alia couldn't communicate and didn't know how terrifying the power the great fairy had given her was, she knew that this kind of magic barrier would only anger the great fairy. Just as Rida was about to strike again, the top-ranked brother descended. He looked at the woman with murderous intent. With one angry roar, the magic barrier instantly shattered. Fortunately, it only damaged his internal organs. Not a big problem. Faced with the top-ranked brother, she was just a small Karam. Rida was scared witless. She fled quickly. As Rida escaped, the great fairy's anger dissipated, but the connection remained. Speaking in a language Alia couldn't understand at all, it was like talking to a brick wall. The great fairy couldn't help but reach for her. Alia was desperate. She finally met the top-ranked brother, only to be killed by him. Suddenly, a familiar voice appeared. It was Pai. How did he grow up? Oh boy, this great fairy is very angry. The consequences are severe. Tightly gripping Alia's body, a mere human dares to offend him. She really doesn't know how to spell death. Suddenly, a familiar voice appeared. Alia, don't be afraid. He's a bit angry because you didn't answer the great fairy's question. Quickly tell him your age. Is this Pai? Although the voice has deepened a lot, it must be Pai. Help me, I'm 12 years old. I'm 12 years old. Learning Alia's age, the great fairy was dumbfounded. His anger slowly dissipated. He coldly looked at Alia. It was his first time seeing such a young fairy mage. With a wave of his hand, he released Alia's restraints. Alia fell miserably, with a bump on her head and another on the ground. The confused Alia was very confused. What was the top-ranked brother up to? Her little heart skipped a beat. He suddenly just let her go. Pai, can you analyze her current state? Given the task, Pai immediately began analyzing. He quickly finished. The great fairy's hunting index is extremely high, but he feels curiosity, pity, and admiration for you. He said, considering you're a child and talented, he decided to show mercy and spare your life. Alia also felt the great fairy's goodwill. The connection dissipated as the great fairy left. Pai, you're amazing. Not only can you communicate with me, but you can also translate the great fairy's language. Are you a great fairy too? Literary Pai said he wasn't sure either, but he sensed your danger. In an instant, he suddenly connected to your communication channel with the great fairy and could simultaneously translate the great fairy's language. The confused Alia was very confused. Is it that simple? But Pai, your voice seems to have changed. It's become deeper, and you speak more fluently. And at the most helpless moment, you helped me like a guide. Thanks to you, I was able to survive. Suddenly, sharp pain spread throughout Alia's body. This was the after effect of the great fairy's possession. Alia's current physical condition was very bad. Her limbs were numb. If she didn't get treatment, she might die here. Not knowing if she could hold on until her family found her, she had to find a way to save herself. At that moment, Pai sensed that the great fairy star domain sensitive was trying to connect. He wants to provide you with fairy power. Are you willing to accept it? This is the great fairy that Mom connected with. I know him. Of course, I'm very willing. It's my honor. The next second, Star Domain Sensitive's fairy power flowed continuously into Alia's body. This feeling was like a warm spring day, flowers blooming. Alia enjoyed it very much. Her heart blossomed with joy. It was just like her mother's embrace. So warm. As the stinging pain on her body gradually disappeared, Alia couldn't resist the fatigue and slowly fell asleep. At this moment, Launica still didn't know that Alia was out of danger. She was searching all over the mountains. She hated herself for letting the enemy kidnap the young lady right in front of her. As the young lady's guardian knight, she had failed in her duty. The young lady had become an indispensable family member to her. She couldn't lose her like she lost her family when she was young. If anything happened to the young lady, she would never forgive herself. She must kill that bitch with her own hands. Wait, what's that? How could there be green trees in the glacier? Could the young lady be there? Oh boy, Launica was very angry. The consequences would be severe. Rida, you just wait. If anything happens to the young lady, there will be a few more holes in your body. So the question is, if it were you, how many holes would you leave in Ryda's body? Just as Lanika was worrying, she discovered lush greenery in the distance. What's that? How could there be green trees in the glacier? Could the young lady be there? Lanika sped up her iron horse. As she approached the green trees, she was amazed by the scene before her. A tree branch actually pointed out the way for her. It was incredible. Entering the fairy master's territory without permission would surely result in expulsion, but there was no sign of being driven away. On the contrary, the dense branches moved like a guide. Lanika approached slowly with concern. It was the young lady, sleeping in a sea of flowers. Lanika was overjoyed. She immediately jumped off her iron horse. Approaching carefully, she found the young lady covered in blood stains. Lanika turned pale. She picked up the young lady and called her name. This familiar voice. Who's calling me? Alia slowly opened her eyes. Is this the fantasy library? Pi was calling Alia. Alia, wake up. Pi, overnight. How did you grow from a 5 to 6-year-old child to a little Pi my age? Pi answered softly. I was so anxious at the time. I tried various connection methods. Finally found the right direction and just felt my clothes suddenly became too small. But it's good that I grew up, otherwise I couldn't have guided you. Do I look strange like this? Hearing this, Alia quickly waved her hand. No, Pi, you don't look strange at all. On the contrary, I think you look so beautiful at 12 to 13 years old. But are you a boy or a girl? Seeing Alia's curious eyes, Pi was confused. Is whether I'm a boy or girl that important? Does Alia think I should be a boy or a girl? Alia looked up thoughtfully. Should be a girl, right? The next second, Pi kissed her. It was like a song. And Pi innocently expressed that none of that matters, because Alia is the only one who can enter this place. If you say I'm a girl, then I'm a girl. Alia blushed inexplicably. Oh my, you have such a sweet mouth. I think you're a boy, so you're a boy. Never mind, you can decide for yourself. I won't interfere. Let's change the subject. What's the state of my body outside? Pi said not to worry. Lanika found you and notified Elsie. He carried you all the way back to the castle. I called you to the library because you're receiving medical treatment. Worried you'd be in pain all over, so I called you here to play. By my calculations, the timing is just right. You should go back now. Hearing this, Alia let out a big sigh of relief. So that's how it is. Pi is such a clever little one. Thank you. Next time I'll bring you some interesting things. Pi said it's no problem. Look at that pile of books. They're all my playmates. At this moment, Alia felt she owed Pi too much. Pi can't leave the library and doesn't need to sleep, can only keep company with books. But it must be so boring to only read books for a lifetime. In the future, I should often bring Pi good food, fun handicrafts. Musical instruments should be nice too. Pi looked at Alia's thoughtful expression, puzzled. Alia, what are you thinking about again? Alia said it's nothing. I'll come to keep you company more often in the future. Let's shake hands and say goodbye. Looking forward to seeing you next time. Take care. Goodbye. Back in reality, Alia was relieved. She was really afraid that if she closed her eyes and didn't open them, she'd be gone for this life. Alia, feeling weak all over, softly called for her brother. Elsie looked at Alia as if electrified. He twisted into a smile, but his words were teasing. Oh my, you finally put on some meat, and now you're a skeleton again. Alia was amused. I'm really beaten by you. Just woke up, and you're calling me a skeleton. Can you ever change this habit? Brother said, what else then? Did you think I would cry? But Elsie's trembling hands and the restraint in the corners of his eyes had already betrayed him. Pretending to be strong, he asked Alia to move her fingers and joints to see if it hurts. Alia looked at her hand, fingers numb. So brother was concerned about my frostbite. Brother is really cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. Can't he just speak nicely? Brother, I'm fine now. Don't make such a fuss. I don't hurt at all. Muttering, Elsie said in the future when I ask if it hurts, never say it's fine. You should say you don't know. And you must say you don't know. Most importantly, you have to say you don't know. Also, it's my fault. I didn't expect Ryda to harm you right under my nose. Alia said, isn't that right? Even I, being so highly alert, didn't notice. This little girl always pretended to be an adult. I'm really speechless. Rest well. We'll talk about other things later. And I've already caught that bitch. Alia was shocked. Ryda was actually caught by her brother. Brother is my guardian angel. He usually seems carefree, but in recent years, he always warms my heart. His ability to catch Ryda was unexpected. But Ryda is a black mage. Isn't this too dangerous? Elsie said, "Are you underestimating me? Little one, I know you're worried about me, but for me, he's just a small fry. I haven't even shown my full martial arts skills yet." Alia also fell into deep thought. Brother wasn't boasting. To be able to catch a black mage by his own ability at the age of 20 is indeed impressive. However, it doesn't matter how brother deals with Rida, but he can't touch Duke Dill. Elsie looked surprised. "You're in this state, and you still want to protect that son of a bitch from the Duke's family? Don't worry about adult matters. When grandfather returns, he'll make the decision for you." Alia replied softly, "No, Dill is just a puppet controlled by Rida. It's difficult to get formal punishment. He will certainly go with the flow, blaming the abuse I suffered on the Black Mage. In the end, I might bring hopeless disaster upon myself. I don't want to implicate our whole family because of him. But brother said it's hard to understand. You want me to watch him pretend to be innocent? Aren't you underestimating our Weaver family?" Alia hurriedly explained, "I'm not underestimating you. I'm just worried. Besides, Dill is my prey. When I grow up, I'll personally take everything from her. So before I come of age, she must keep her title." Alia's thoughts made Elsie admire her. Our little skeleton is getting more impressive the more we understand her. At such a young age, not swayed by emotions. Very clear-minded. If Dill were to be executed, the title and money would be taken back by the royal family. If Alia wants to plunder Dill's family property, she must live until Alia inherits the title. Little skeleton, you're excellent. When grandfather and the others return, I'll inform them immediately. Now don't think too much about it. Have something to eat. But sister's next words shocked Elsie even more. Alia told her brother that she could use elf magic and wanted to use the elf practice room where their mother used to stay. She asked her brother to help open it for her. My goodness, this little skeleton doesn't follow the rules. She really can't be understood with common sense. Alia, full and satisfied, looked at the broken elf lamp in her hand. I really shouldn't have trusted Rida. Besides Uncle's family, how could anyone else be kind to me? I brought this upon myself. I won't trust others so easily again. She casually threw it into the fireplace. The elf lamp instantly turned to ashes. Just then, Lonica knocked and entered. Alia didn't turn to look at her. "Nika, I heard you trained until you fainted." Lonica silently lowered her eyes. "I was too incompetent. I didn't protect the young miss in time. I made you suffer." Alia immediately turned her gaze to Lonica. "It's not your fault. That's because Rida is a black mage." But Lonica insisted. "I was too lax usually. I almost cost the young miss her life. I can only work hard to make myself stronger." Alia stared blankly at Lonica and made a decision. "Lonica, if there was a method that might even lead to death, but could make you many times stronger than now, would you accept the challenge?" Lonica never imagined that Alia, whom she had watched grow up, was the mastermind behind the recently thriving mercenary group. This was an existence that even the royal family dared not provoke. Alia could obtain a large number of items and information through this team. Looking at the letter Alia handed over, the puzzled Lonica asked, "Young miss, what trick are you playing now?" Alia calmly said, "This is a map of the contaminated area in the southern part of the Great Forest." At these words, the confused Lonica expressed her bewilderment. Noticing Lonica's unusual reaction, Alia said, "You don't need to be nervous. The pawn marked on the map is your target. But along the way, unimaginable monsters will appear. You must be extremely careful. After finding the pawn, you can open the first letter. As for the second letter, it's up to you to decide when to open it. And the last letter can only be opened when you're in crisis. That's when it will have the greatest effect. Just trust me, go there, and your fate will change." Alia said, worried that Lonica wouldn't understand her meaning, because she didn't know how dangerous it was there. So, Alia was afraid Lonica would take her words lightly. Would she still accept her arrangement this way? The editor agrees. "Because I know you have a cheat code. You're from another world, and I believe Lonica is a person who takes charge of her own destiny." Friends, do you agree with the editor's words? Whether you agree or not, the naive Lonica agrees anyway. "Miss, I'm not afraid of danger. I'll go as long as I can find the pawn." "Is that so?" she said, standing up to leave. Hearing Lonica's agreement, the usually calm Alia became a bit flustered. "Lonica, wait. Are you sure you don't want to hear more details? Are you really going on a spontaneous pawn encounter?" The naive Lonica replied, "Miss, haven't you already explained? As long as I can become stronger, I'm not afraid of danger, nor do I fear death. Besides, Miss is very clever and has given me many good strategies. No, I'm not. Alia shook her head. My brother is the one with the clever mind. That's right, she wasn't clever. She only pretended to be smart based on imagination, the library, and memories from her past life. Although Lonica didn't know why the young miss wouldn't acknowledge herself, she still encouraged her. Being smart isn't just about high intelligence, but also having a kind heart. You care deeply even for me, an outsider with no blood relation. I think not everyone can do that. Alia looked at Lonica in surprise. It was the first time she had opened up and said so much. But I'm not losing anything in this. Don't forget, I'm an elf merchant. Lonica disagreed with the young miss's words, because the reward the young miss wanted was too insignificant. You are a merchant, true, but the benefits you seek have nothing to do with family. You love everyone in the family, including me. To help the depressed me, you've tried everything to create such a big opportunity for improvement. If I fear difficulties and don't try, how can I protect you with my own strength? To become stronger, she decided not to remain complacent. This was also the first time she opened up to the young miss. To protect the young miss, she had no choice. Moreover, only in danger could she grow rapidly. But Alia felt very guilty. She somewhat regretted it. What if something went wrong? Wouldn't she lose Lonica? Nika, maybe you shouldn't go. What if the map is wrong? Wouldn't your efforts be in vain? Lonica replied, Miss, how can you go back on your word? If the map is wrong, I can come back and report to you, right? Alia was speechless at Lonica's determination. She trusted her too much, even risking her life to test it. But I also believe she will seize this opportunity. In the future, Lonica will definitely be my comrade in arms. Looking at where the elf lamp had burned, Alia seemed to understand everything. Rida once said that if you don't trust anyone, you won't be betrayed or hurt. But if you want to gain someone's trust, you must first trust that person. Although Rida was a black mage, he was right. Nika and I are partners who trust each other. Alia, having understood this, finally smiled. Nika, thank you for your trust. When you return, I'll welcome you back. I look forward to seeing a stronger you next time. Shortly after Lonica left, grandfather's family finally returned safely. Before brother could report, they learned about my kidnapping as soon as they entered the city. But grandfather and brother's interrogation, Rida didn't cooperate. The stubborn Rida was eventually executed. I told you the little scumbag wouldn't last 3 episodes. Some people didn't believe it. I don't know if it's you reading the comic. Hee. Meanwhile, winter arrived, and the Weaver family's business was booming. As for me, I started helping Xer plan a series of tasks. Only by constantly strengthening Xer can we change the tragic ending of the novel. To survive, I can only make Xer suffer. Maybe I'm selfish, but I have no other choice. I hope Xer doesn't develop negative emotions. When I took out the materials prepared by the secretary, I felt like I was opening a blind box. I found that there are many blind boxes like Xer, all collector's editions. But if there's enough time, I'll do my best to help them become stronger and reach the peak of their lives. It seems the secretary understands my thoughts and has found many promising talents for me. I'll definitely double your year-end bonus. I'm such a good boss. In Xer, no matter what, you must protect your safety. You must live safely. In the future of futures, let's conquer this world together. No, I'm not the protagonist. Xer is. I should say, I'll follow Xer to conquer this world. The next moment, 3 years passed. In the center of the contaminated area, a warrior was wiping dirt from the corner of his mouth. He was carrying out the task arranged by Alia. Yes, you guessed it right. It's Xer. At just 19 years old, he's not only positive, but also tenacious. Many friends ask me where they can watch Happy Family. First, click on this small icon. Then click on Search Inside. Just type in Happy Family, and you're good to go. Who would have thought that Alia's kept man was so crazy? He practices swordsmanship all year round without eating or drinking. While others slack off, he practices swordsmanship. While others search for treasures, he's still practicing swordsmanship. Until 6 years passed, he was finally satisfied. But he was puzzled. Why haven't the comic readers liked it yet? He had to admit that Alia's arranged tasks suited his heart. Only in danger can one become stronger. Everyone thought this was an impossible task. So what? Facing the contaminated land with evil every 3 meters and surprises every 5 meters. Even without retreat, Xer was not afraid. It's just tough for these lovely teammates. A day without eating, drinking, or urinating, just advancing. Watching them sacrifice one after another, Xer dared not relax his vigilance. Because he only had one teammate left. Looking at the evil teammate approaching quietly, although scared, he still bravely moved forward. "Captain, I'll cover you. If I die, remember to avenge me." Xer ignored his teammate's joke and rushed forward himself. He told his teammate, "If you don't want to be burned alive, stay away from my fire slash." Xer just lightly slashed, and the fire flew from the blade. The evil being instantly turned to ashes. The fire slash is truly one of a kind. The saved teammate finally couldn't hold back. He expressed his incomprehension. He dared not look into Xer's eyes and lowered his head to question. "Captain is so powerful. Why didn't you use this move last night? This way, fewer of our companions would have died." Xer explained, "Yesterday, in the situation of being ambushed, without the fire aura deepening, everyone might not even have had a chance to struggle. All would have died from the fire." The teammate really couldn't understand why such a task was arranged. He expressed doubt about the master's purpose. A task that seemed easy was full of dangers. Arranging such an impossible task, the only answer he could think of was that we were meant to go and not return. Seeing his teammates slander the master, Xer gritted his teeth. For 6 years, he had perfectly completed every task arranged by the master. Although dangerous, he believed the master wouldn't arrange a dead end. But now his teammate had lost his reason. "Xer, I tell you, your master is a madman. This place doesn't need your loyalty. You should know your master just has some dirty money. Isn't her favorite thing to do just throwing money away?" Speaking of this, the teammate's teeth gritted with hatred. "So you're just a discarded pawn." At this point, Xer fell into deep memories. He once had doubts about the master, even loathed her. Every time, after completing the master's arranged task, the difficulty of the next task would inevitably increase sharply. Not knowing if it was to challenge our limits or deliberately so, many warriors died taking on impossible tasks. But since then, I accidentally learned about the master's unwritten rules. First, as the master's warriors, we only need to wait patiently, study diligently, and when our knowledge is sufficient to stand on our own, the master will arrange appropriate matters for us. Second, the master assigns impossible tasks, letting warriors become indebted, then quietly buys off the debt, rescuing the warriors, helping them regain their freedom. Although I don't understand why the master wants to be this big spender, I admire him. He grants freedom to his subordinates. The master, in a clever and natural way, rescues one slave after another from suffering. Counting on my fingers, I've been at the club for 6 years, and there are few warriors left. Although painful, I've learned a lot and gained a lot. Not only have I learned noble etiquette and education, but I often receive small gifts from the master. More surprisingly, he even remembers my birthday. Looking at the beautiful great sword, I suspect he can sense the future because I had long wanted to get it. I had never revealed this to anyone. Even more importantly, every time I go on a mission, he gives me a mysterious letter. When unexpected events occur, opening it can perfectly resolve the crisis. So he has many ways to kill me. There's no need to go to great lengths. Moreover, it's he who showed me what the real world is like. What the master gets from me is far less than 1/10,000 of what I benefit. Since childhood, my father taught me to be grateful and repay kindness. Of course, if someone punches you, you should punch back. But can I ever repay his kindness? I really can't figure out why the master treats me this way. Could it be that the master is a woman who likes me? Nonsense. How could I have impure thoughts about the master? What does the master want from me? Is the master male or female? Looking at the few remaining supplies, and the teammate without Fish Leong's courage boost, Xer was in a dilemma. Victory is in sight. Should I give up or not? The terrifying contaminated area. Once entered, there's no return. Even with the deepened aura, 40-degree ice cubes, the protagonist fears it. Even you, reading the comic, quickly click a little heart for protection. And there's the chatty teammate, constantly dragging behind. This made Xer hesitate, but then he thought, the mysterious letter prepared by the master hasn't been used yet, and he can't go against the master's decision. So he can't ask for help halfway. He told his teammate, if you want to give up, go ask for help yourself. But the teammate still stubbornly persisted. Xer, can't you be more clear-headed? You're not a wizard with magical powers. Why are you so stubborn? I'm 35 this year. And although I'm not rich and famous, I've been through a lot in this chaotic world for over a decade. I can tell you with certainty, no one in high society has clean money. They only use others. Don't keep making mistakes. In their hearts, we're just society's leftovers. We're just their pawns, ready to be discarded and replaced at any time. These are my heartfelt words. If I'm lying, may I face price hikes when buying groceries and have no fork when eating instant noodles. However, unsurprisingly, Xer certainly wouldn't agree. Looking at the cowardly guy in front of him, he turned away, not listening to his teammates preaching. You think you're so smart. If you're afraid of dying, find a safe place to hide before evil strikes. With that, he turned and left. Xer's departure troubled his teammate. Cursing, hide my ass. Tough talk, but his body was honest, silently following along. As time passed, the teammate's body grew weaker. The elven power in his body was being eroded by the contaminated area, with the possibility of going berserk at any moment. Xer was constantly aware of all this. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a blue light rushing towards him, nearly catching him off guard. This guy indeed couldn't last 2 levels. He had turned into a Karami. But I can't refuse him like this. We've come a long way with ups and downs. Although he's timid and cowardly, he's never truly backed down. He even takes care of me at times. That's considering the bigger picture. Besides, saving him isn't difficult. Thinking of this, Xer tossed him aside. He raised his arm and took out the healing potion from his bracelet. You're really getting a bargain. Drink it quickly. With a fit of violent coughing from his teammate, he regained his senses after losing his mind. What just happened? I feel like I dreamt of fighting you. Xer couldn't help but joke. Oh ho, so you know you fought me? You were almost covered by the corrupting light, becoming an evil creature like them. Take your things. Leave the rest to me. Find a safe place to hide. The teammate was so embarrassed he could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. Xer, are you sure you don't want to reconsider? After all, going alone is too dangerous. Xer said, stop your damn nagging. Don't worry. He waved his hand. Director, please point the camera at this damaged item. This is a storage treasure given by the master. It has its own tricks inside. How about that? Jealous? The inexperienced teammate's eyes were fixed on it. What a gear freak. You're clearly showing off. You have a high-tech device that can hold everything. With it, you're set for life without worrying about food or drink. Oh, Xer, if you're gonna die, at least give me one of your treasures. Don't let good stuff go to the grave with you. Xer wasn't a child. He said goodbye without looking back. Actually, this storage bracelet was a trophy obtained from completing a mission. It was supposed to be handed over, but the master gave it to me unconditionally. This made me a bit uneasy. Who knows if it was just the master's whim? But anyway, I accept this gesture of goodwill. Thinking of this, Xer walked to the entrance of the maze. According to the map provided by the master, this is where the core is located. But entering this core is so quiet. Xer was also cautious, slowly entering. Soon he found an evil creature lying ahead. Motionless, who knows if it's completely dead or not. As Xer was observing his surroundings, an evil aura slowly approached. Suddenly, a huge bloody mouth appeared. What the hell is this? The evil one sneered. Want to know what I am? The original comic will tell you. When a lucky little bug meets our Xer, then there's bound to be a crazy little bloodbath. You've caught up, my little friends. Let's give a like and follow and continue watching together. You might not believe it, but the monster corpse ahead was actually a trap set by this little bug. Xer, who had come all this way, never thought he'd be tricked by this bug that only thinks with its lower half. Moreover, the sticky liquid on its body is corrosive. Even flies would have to hold their breath. Most importantly, even concubine fire can't burn through it. Simply put, it's the nemesis of concubine fire. Knowing he was outmatched, Xer took out Alia's mysterious letter. But when he opened the letter, Xer was instantly petrified. What the hell is this? The letter only had 2 words, don't come back alive. Oh boy, now he's really in trouble. Xer gritted his teeth. Is the master really abandoning me? I've worked so hard to get these 28 abs, and now I'm being sent to die? Xer was so angry he laughed stupidly. If I had known this, I should have died the first time I appeared. Why show me hope and then give me despair? Xer was really unwilling. Is Alia really going to abandon Xer? No, that's impossible. Alia is just trying to train Xer's adaptability. When he's caught between a rock and a hard place, with no one to help him, he'll break through. At most, he'll be black and blue from the fight. She's already certain Xer won't give up easily. Letting him die is absolutely impossible. When the powerful concubine fire is useless. Axer himself is a sharp sword. His regular studies aren't just about noble etiquette. It's about teaching him to use his brain and have his own insights. If Alia hadn't given him a death warrant, how could he break through his limits and difficulty? Axer calmed down, silently pondering the master's intentions. Looking at the small note in his hand, he was relieved that his brain hadn't been corrupted by the polluted land. The bracelet contained an entire factory's worth of healing potions. Thinking of this, Axer chuckled. With these healing potions, it would be hard to die even if he wanted to. I'm such an idiot, misinterpreting the master's good intentions. The healing potions prepared for me are the breakthrough. If I can make it back alive, I must meet the master. She's truly a genius. Of course, this can only be mentioned after surviving. Meanwhile, a beam of light shone down. Whether intentional or not, it illuminated two young women. It turns out to be our protagonist Alia and her guard Ronica. They've been disguised and staking out here for over 2 hours. Alia, as the task giver, is very worried about Axer's test. Seeing Alia's restlessness, Ronica suggested, "Why don't we go watch a live broadcast? I have a tool called Shadow Butterfly." Speaking of Shadow Butterfly, that's another story. This is Ronica's new helper, which she only obtained during her trial 3 years ago. She got her second spirit beast then. Ronica's strength is extraordinary. Such a miracle might not be achievable through one's own efforts alone. It must be our protagonist Alia who deserves to have it. How amazing this woman is. Just a casual remark made Ronica, an elf knight, incredibly powerful. What should have been a near-death experience ended up with her spirit beast producing 2 offspring. It's really tough. Ronica took out her snacks. Looking at these delicious treats, Alia couldn't bring herself to eat. In her heart, she called out, "Pi, you should understand how I feel right now. Axer is in a very difficult situation now, and I even gave him a death warrant. I don't know if he can understand the meaning behind it. Rather than sitting here worrying, we might as well go inside and take a look." Pi sensed Alia's inner thoughts and issued a warning. If you don't want to see Axer right now, it's best not to go in, because the moment you step in, the probability of Axer discovering you is 9,999%. Alia was exasperated. "Why don't you just say 100%? But I'm really worried about her. She's so young. What if she gets eaten by monsters?" Oh, friendly reminder. Axer is already an adult. Alia stomped her foot. "Pi, you've grown up and become naughty. Always ruining my mood. I'm just worried she only has one spirit beast and can't handle it." Friendly reminder. Elf knights are only supposed to have one spirit beast. Ronica, that little butterfly was purely because you deliberately went easy on her. Haven't you already planned a strategy for her in case of failure? Let her improvise. Don't worry too much. But Alia was still nervously fidgeting. I don't know if seeing her will be a pleasant surprise or a shock. The growth plan I made for her is just to let her grow as close to the original story as possible. And I've made plans for her. Whether she can follow my plan or not is up to fate. At this moment, someone approached from afar. Judging by his appearance, he should be Axer's companion. But that's not right. In the original story, 5 people entered the pollution core. 1 was ambushed, 2 were burned by concubine fire, and 2 were corrupted. Besides Axer, there shouldn't be any other survivors. This extra should leave before the protagonist appears. He can't overshadow the main character's brilliance. Just as she was about to ask Ronica to help take him away, Pi was about to issue a warning. Axer was trying to leave the maze. Alia was stunned. Did he succeed or not? She could only watch from afar, as episode 34 had already ended. This giant beast, just from drinking a little potion, shrank into a soft, cute little bug. If you don't behave, the protagonist will surely make you drink more. At this point, what's your battery percentage? Please comment below. Those with the same battery level, let's eat, sleep, and fight bugs together. This microorganism shrank smaller than a fist. Its previous arrogance was nowhere to be seen. Using a big sword on something so small seems like overkill. Then, don't blame the protagonist for eliminating a public menace. Watch the Foshan Shadowless kick. In your next life, be reborn as a flower or grass. Don't come out to harm people again. Walking out of the cave, Axer sighed in relief. The mission was finally over. If he could return safely, he could officially meet his master. He felt a bit excited inside. A flash of sword light passed by. Oh, what kind of sword trick is this? Who do you think you are? My superiors spared your life, and you're trying to ambush me? Left you so many things. Are you just bored and playing with me? Or are you creating difficulties because the task seemed too simple? The extra was also panicking inside. Damn it, let go of me. If you're brave enough, throw away your big sword. Let's fight barehanded. How about that? Axer ignored him completely. Let you go? If I'm not mistaken, you're planning to summon your spirit beast, right? If you don't want to die, state your purpose. The captured extra was really unwilling. If I hadn't been eyeing your storage bracelet, I wouldn't even bother with you. Axer, I know I was wrong. My mind was a bit muddled in this polluted land. We're companions who've been through this together. We've been through life and death. I swear to heaven, if I have any ill intentions again, send me to the crematorium. Burn me to ashes. Axer smirked. All right, I'll grant your wish. In this life, you're only fit to eat 2 dishes. In your next life, remember not to be human. Even at death, the extra couldn't understand why Axer was so ruthless. In fact, as long as people have greed, society will surely teach you how to be a person. If you don't want to be human, we'll send you to be a little ghost. Axer dragged his heavy steps out of the polluted area. He encountered the person he most wanted to meet, but didn't realize it. Whose fluffy doll is this? Daring to venture alone into this polluted forest, but seeing the lush greenery at the newcomer's feet, he was certain this was the master he had been thinking of. Because his legs involuntarily knelt down, Ollie was a bit scared now. Witnessing a living extra being burned to ashes, she felt somewhat panicked inside. Soon, with the support of the heart regulator and the great spirits, Alia's emotions gradually stabilized. Moreover, Ronica gave her a potion that could change her childhood. Let's give him a shock first. Axer, are you Autumn High? You made me feel refreshed. I told you not to come back alive. Is this how you execute orders? Since you've reached the final stage, I must represent the boss and eliminate poor Axer. Although I have to follow the original script and let you experience the feeling of betrayal. Axer understood. At this moment, the master's goal wasn't to kill him. Now he didn't care what the master said. He had seen through everything. Master, your grassland, your horse, you can mess around as you like. I'll behave obediently. Go ahead and do what you must. Poor Axer had just met his master, and the master was about to give him a shock. Axer, why did you come back alive? I didn't want to kill you with my own hands, so you should have understood and died on your own. After all, human hearts are treacherous. Only those who have experienced betrayal can understand that kind of heart-wrenching, living worse than death pain. Alia released the pale blue power of the Great Spirit. Axer made no reaction at all, allowing the feeling of suffocation to rush into his mind. The blood in his entire body was rapidly cooling. Alia hoped that Axer would use her firepower to fight against her, then immediately suppress her, forcing her into a desperate situation. This was the betrayal script Alia had prepared. Moreover, Alia could masterfully control the complex spirit power, so she could protect herself while easily launching attacks on the opponent. Surely Axer would be caught off guard. But come to think of it, why isn't he fighting back? Why isn't he making any movement at all? Hey, quickly analyze his situation for me. What's going on with him? Wen Yin Pai quickly responded. Reason unknown. I guess Axer is trying to find a way to escape the danger. That's not right. I clearly arranged for him to practice escaping danger in water. Could he be trying to test my reaction? Otherwise, why is he not moving at all? Is he pretending to be a turtle? 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 10 minutes. Meanwhile, Axer, who was in crisis, had already seen through everything. The master would never abandon him. Axer's silence shocked Alia. Pai also sent a warning. Axer was about to reach the limit of human breath holding. He was on the brink of death and unconsciously took a breath. No, impossible. Axer, come up quickly. Come and attack me. If you die, people won't be able to like my video anymore. Pai and Yang Wei's brain started a countdown. Axer would likely drown in 1 minute. Alia didn't understand why. And Pai on the side started timing. 50 seconds, 40 seconds, 10 seconds. With no other choice, she finally compromised. I can't let him die like this. In the end, Alia withdrew the pale blue power of the Great Spirit. After a fit of coughing, the rescued Axer stumbled and fell down. According to Pai's analysis, Axer had only fallen unconscious. His physical condition was good. Hearing this, Alia let out a sigh of relief. He's such a stubborn guy. I was about to let him die, but he didn't react. I don't know whether to be happy or sad. Could it be that he thought I was just trying to scare him? He's such a big fool. Well, it seems he's really grown up. He's become so smart. In the original story, he always had a gloomy face. Now he's indeed calm and collected, full of vigor. To be honest, he's 1,000 times stronger than in the original story. It seems I was too hasty. To make the protagonist experience the pain of betrayal, Alia released the pale blue power to control him. Only by turning the protagonist's beliefs into nothing could he transform into a butterfly and become even stronger. However, the protagonist chose not to resist. At the moment when he was on the brink of death, Alia finally softened and let him go. Alia touched his handsome, sunny face. It must be said, she's become much more confident now. We were two people who had nothing to do with each other, yet we have similar experiences. For example, Adele. He said he loved me, but secretly experimented on me, abused me. I wanted to escape that cage. What I wanted more was the longing for a mother. His dream is probably to have someone who understands him, and I am that only one who understands him. He has no guard against me, but I can't let him rely on me too much. It seems Plan B needs to be put on the agenda. This plan is to abandon the protagonist and deviate from the original story. With Pai's help, I've mastered all the knowledge. Moreover, I now possess spirit mice stronger than the protagonists. In terms of connections, power, wealth, and time, I have more advantages than him. Thinking about it this way, perhaps even without the male lead, I could successfully conquer the Great Labyrinth and change the fate of this world. If I had realized this earlier, the male lead wouldn't have suffered so much. To make up for it, Alia decided to send him to a peaceful place. Let him walk the path he wants. I'll take care of destroying the Great Labyrinth myself. This might be the best choice for the male lead. After all, he's just come of age and has his whole life ahead of him. Miss Nika, I'm here. Take Axer to the north. If he wakes up on the way, give him this potion to make him sleep again. Lonica looked at the small bottle in her hand, puzzled. Could this be the sleeping powder used by dark mages? Don't worry, Nika. I've improved it. There are no harmful components for the body. Now we'll just make him sleep well. Miss, your intelligence is really high. I asked such a stupid question. All right, no need to flatter me. Just keep going north. When you see a snowy forest, leave Axer there and come back. Miss, this is too unchallenging. And leaving you here alone, I feel uneasy. Alia was really defeated by this Nika. I'm quite powerful now. To reassure Nika, Alia said, just find any mercenary to protect me, it's fine. Obviously, Lonica didn't agree. At least a mercenary leader should be found to protect her to feel at ease. Watching Nika leave, Alia silently prayed. No matter what the future holds, no matter what kind of life Axer chooses, I just want you to be happy. The snowy forest I chose for you, where people are simple and kind, will make you forget your sorrows, forget your tasks, forget revenge. More importantly, there's a second spirit beast there for you to conquer. But for him now, it doesn't matter whether he can conquer it or not. I just hope he can live happily. The woman treats this spirit as a friend, but the spirit wants to sleep with her. Since the spirit decided to be a man, it's changing every day. Not only positive and upbeat, but also has 28-pack abs. But when the spirit saw that Alia didn't hug her, it naturally felt a bit disappointed. Seeing this, Alia quickly hugged her. Pai, don't worry. No matter what you look like, I like you. But Pai can't always come to kiss me, because we're good friends. Okay, Alia, I understand. I'll just live in your heart. Pai slowly approached Alia. She quickly covered her mouth. This tall, mighty, and handsome appearance really makes me a bit shy. No, Alia blast. A kiss can solve the wet poison. Alia was so scared she wet herself. Pai, can we be a bit more reserved? When Yin Pai stopped her actions. If that's the case, I'd better be a girl then. As soon as the words fell, a stream of golden light enveloped Pai's entire body. Alia watched the transformation, almost blinded. Pai, now a girl, quickly hugged Alia tightly. Do you like me better this way? Meeting you is the luckiest thing in my life. I want to kiss, hug, and lift you up. Hey, you're really amazing. Changing gender at will, which master taught you this? Actually, I don't dislike the male version of Pai. I just feel there's a difference between men and women, and I unconsciously become shy. Okay, Alia. No matter what, when I'm a girl, please don't push me away. Yes, Pai. Living alone in a fantasy space is really lonely and solitary. Alia gently stroked Pai. Anyway, her gender can change at any time. Why should I ask so much of her? As long as Pai can be happy, I'm satisfied. But Pi, have you found a replacement for the male lead for me? I've already deviated from the original plot development, so I can't bring Axer into the Great Labyrinth. But I can't let the Great Labyrinth destroy this place. So I can only find someone else capable to help me protect this world. He didn't disappoint me. He searched all the records in the fantasy library and made a catalog for me, classified by year, with the future achievements of candidates clearly listed. This person is very suitable. Judging from his experience, he's a very capable person. Blair, like Axer, is an elven knight with red eyes, is a rare talent in this world. More importantly, he yearns to make a name for himself, so he won't refuse this opportunity. By the way, he doesn't seem to have appeared in the original story. How did you find him? Wen Yin Pai took out the original novel, pointing to the 6th line on page 179 of the 4th volume, where Pai appeared. Why are you so excellent? You found him just based on a simple line. Pai, being praised, was very pleased. I know a lot more. The fact that he was abandoned due to his royal bloodline is well known. Moreover, he's a famous elven knight, so there's a lot of information about him. Also, if conditions are met, he can even control multiple spirit beasts. As long as the time, place, and people are right, Blair should be able to obtain multiple spirit beasts quickly. Alia was still worried. Can this Blair be trusted? After all, if he betrays midway, all efforts would be in vain. But Pai gave the answer. Don't worry, he has never betrayed anyone. Because he has overcome mental curses, he's a strong and trustworthy partner. This man who could stab himself to death by lowering his head is the new male lead Alia is looking for. Today was Alia's first appearance at a ball. The Great Hall also turned into a large gossip scene because of him. Have you heard? Duke Edel isn't attending this ball because he doesn't dare to come. I heard he's a criminal who abused palace maids. If he came, he'd definitely become the laughingstock of the entire event. Yes, I've heard about it. He used his own daughter as an experimental subject, leaving the palace maid's body disabled. Since being rescued by her uncle's family, she hasn't been seen by outsiders. Don't talk nonsense. The palace maid's body is fine. Don't forget, palace maids have healing potions. Moreover, the palace maid gave the potion formula to the temple. Otherwise, Duke Edel would have monopolized it. At this moment, Blair entered, successfully attracting the attention of the gossiping crowd. Oh my, this handsome guy. Those red eyes melt my heart. And that water spirit, it's so cute. If I could marry him, I'd be willing to live 10 years less. At this moment, Blair was as dazzling as a star. Even the royal heir, the prince, showed him respect. During the conversation, he learned that the palace maid he had long admired would attend this ball. Don't talk nonsense. When did I say I admired the palace maid? I haven't even seen her once. Blair, hiding his embarrassment, mumbled that he had heard about the palace maid's deeds. Regarding this palace maid, he not only felt sympathy, but also had a heart full of awe. It's truly hard to imagine that a girl not yet of age could have such ability. To be able to give the spirit medicine formula to the temple, ordinary people wouldn't have such courage. I really suspect that given a fulcrum, she could move the entire earth. But aren't there too many gossipers in this hall? You should accumulate some virtue. Doing nothing every day, but meddling in others' affairs. What an unsophisticated bunch. The prince was also helpless. These green tea bitches always stir up trouble for no reason. It's hard enough to mind your own business. Why bother gossiping about others? Soon, our female lead Alia made a dazzling entrance. The ball's gossip instantly died down. Here she comes, here she comes. She's coming with a smile. The rumors in the world were instantly distinguished between true and false by the discerning. She was so dazzling, even though just a 15-year-old naive girl. She couldn't hide her exquisitely beautiful face. How could there be such a beautiful person in this world? The girl, attending her first debutante ball, became the most stunning beauty of the event. Her smile captivated everyone. All the beauties in the palace paled in comparison, making all the men instantly fall into the poison of love. Alia looked around searching for a candidate. Blair was scared witless. Is she looking at me? Did I grow a pimple on my face? Alia, without hesitation, directly gave him a killer smile, successfully pushing him into the spotlight. Don't mess with me. We don't know each other. The confused crowd was also bewildered. Was the palace maid just smiling at him? Why is he so excellent that he made the palace maid smile involuntarily? In Blair's eyes, that brief seconds-long smile left him astonished. That tingling sensation made his heart race, even wanting to stay in that moment forever. It must be said, our Alia's charm is truly powerful. Alia, accompanying her aunt, easily found the handsome trio. Just as she was about to take a seat, her grandfather tearfully asked Alia who she'd danced the first dance with. Alia was defeated by this adorable grandfather. I haven't even spoken yet. How did you turn into such a winner? Pretending not to care is the greatest possessiveness, you know? Alia didn't care. He secretly mouthed to his sister not to dance with that old man. Choose me, or choose me. Alia was at a loss with this overt and covert three-way competition. Fortunately, her aunt and sister were nearby. Alia, no matter who you choose, you seem to offend two people. You can try a different approach. For example, choose whoever has the worst temper and gets jealous easily, or whoever is easily hurt and possessive, or whoever often overthinks things. Alia was surprised. Aunt, you might as well just announce grandfather's ID number. Grandfather, stop whining. For the first dance of the ball, would you accompany me? The grand magician excitedly turned into a little cutie. It's my honor. If you didn't choose me, I would cry myself to the bathroom. As for the other two, Aliana, Uncle will dance the second song with you after I finish with Grandfather. Skull, what about me? Brother, you can only be after Uncle. Grandfather stood up proudly. His aura was 9.8 meters tall, and he used exaggerated acting to show off his superiority. In the end, Uncle and Aunt danced together, leaving only Alisai alone. He actively fought for himself. Hurry, am I still your brother? Where are you putting me? If you ignore me, I might get lost. Quick, take me with you. Grandfather wouldn't indulge him. He pointed to the side. Look where I'm pointing. There, isn't there a sweet person standing there? Lonica happened to be looking this way too. Alia took a deep breath and felt panicked inside. Why is she my dance partner? Although she's quite pretty, she's my comrade in arms, the kind you can eat, drink, and bathe with. You little brat, Grandfather has to remind you. Sooner or later you'll end up in her bed. Tiske. Alia, let's go quickly. This guy looks like cow dung. You'll have a hard time in the future. He used to be the continent's strongest grand magician, but now that he has a granddaughter, he's turned into a jealous old man. Oh, my dear baby, my dear granddaughter, when you first entered the ball, why wasn't I the first one you looked at? You're only 15 years old. Grandfather, are you talking about that red-eyed elven knight? I just thought he looked quite outstanding, quite handsome, so I looked a bit longer. Wenyin Grandfather was thunderstruck. Could it be that Alia has feelings for him? Seeing Grandfather's shocked expression, Alia quickly explained, I just think he's not bad, but not in the way you're thinking. Didn't you see his red eyes? I just want to cultivate him as a partner. The embarrassed grandfather could dig out 30 tales of embarrassment. I see. Of course I believe my dear granddaughter. But in the future, if you develop feelings for someone, you must tell me first. Don't rush to get close to him. If you find it hard to tell Grandfather, then tell your aunt. Let her help you. Alia understood. Grandfather was so worried because of what happened to Mother. This was also an unresolved knot in his heart. I can't let him get hurt again. Thinking of this, Alia smiled at Grandfather. All right, Grandfather. If one day I fall in love with someone, I'll definitely tell everyone openly. Grandfather told Alia, if any rotten fish or shrimp come courting, you must tell me. They absolutely won't escape being castrated. Your uncle and I aren't famous for nothing. Alia felt Grandfather's anger increasing and personally comforted him. Don't worry too much. Right now, my focus is on making money and my studies. Alia just looked at Blair a couple more times in the crowd. This easily ignited Grandfather's little universe. It seems Alia can only meet like an underground worker. As one song ended, Grandfather left. A bunch of people crowded around, chattering. Although Alia anticipated her appearance would cause a bit of commotion, she didn't expect everyone to be so enthusiastic. Not only were they inviting her to dance, but some even invited her to visit their homes. She was afraid that everyone was trying to get close to her because of the healing potion. This made the socially anxious Alia extremely uncomfortable. Fortunately, there was mental support from behind, helping Alia calm down. Her family all hoped that through this ball, Alia could make sincere friends. But Alia's heart wasn't in it at all. She still had a pile of things waiting to be dealt with. She looked around, searching for her brother and Lonica. Alisai also felt her gaze. He strode towards Alia. Our little skeleton is really popular. I say, brother, stop making sarcastic remarks. Quickly help me escape from here. Alisai grinned. All the benefits? Alia was annoyed. Is this how a brother should act? Wenyin Alisai said, call me the invincible handsome big brother, and I'll help you. Alia cursed. Then you could just get lost. Stinky sister, brother specializes in treating all kinds of defiance. He suddenly picked up Alia. Excuse me, everyone, my sister has a weak constitution and needs to breathe fresh air alone. I'm sorry to disturb everyone's mood. I have to take her away now. Haha. Being princess carried by a boy should be a blissful feeling. It would be even more blissful if it were a boy she liked. But being princess carried by her brother with an 8.8-meter aura, Alia was so scared she wet her diaper. I asked you to help me become invisible, but you made me the most conspicuous person in the room. Although you're the most handsome guy of the century, only 23 years old, and already titled the world's greatest genius magician, and even published a world-shocking thesis in the magic world. You stinky brother, put me down quickly. I don't want to become the focus of the ball. This move dazzled all the women present. Even the men vowed to strive to become like him. Alia felt so embarrassed. Today was her first appearance in social circles. Those women were mesmerized by your tear mole. The drool they're dripping is about to drown me. I really thank you. Oh, our little skeleton, who hasn't gone through youthful days. Don't be shy. Before he could finish speaking, he felt a sudden pain. I'm asking you, can you put me down quickly? If not, I'll pinch you till the end of time. Skeleton, be gentle. You're my sister now. I'll put you down right away. Finally free from her brother's clutches, Alia decided to have an accidental encounter with Blair. She came to the balcony of the hall, calling out in her heart, Pie, come out quickly. I really need your help right now. Help me open the channel to the great elf of new green sensitivity. It's my honor. Alia has already connected you to the channel of the great elf of new green sensitivity. The channels of receding water and pale blue have been opened. Heart rate sensitivity has sensed that you're attending a ball. He's very pleased with your growth and congratulates you on your debut. He's also sent you a gift. The care from heart rate sensitivity was like a ray of sunshine, warming Alia's heart. This wasn't the first time. Since receiving the elf from heart rate sensitivity, it had been like a mother constantly watching over Alia's growth. Thank you. I will store all the received elf stones in a safe place for future needs. By the way, can you help me with something? I want to find someone. It's for him that I decided to make my debut and attend this ball. He's an indispensable partner in my mission to protect this world. Upon receiving the request, New Rhythm Sensitivity Pie's little flower quickly found him and gently pointed its antenna towards the other side of the balcony. So he was outside. Blair, I finally caught you. Apart from you, I don't want to see anyone else. Blair noticed that the little flower was being controlled by magic, swaying gently. Even from far away, Alia could see his expression. He was so shocked his hair turned yellow. I can't pretend I didn't see that pee running down. Come over quickly, you handsome guy with 18-pack abs. This blonde man with red eyes is Alia's designated battle partner. Right now, he's scared stiff by the swaying little flower. Don't be afraid. This is your future captain, causing trouble. In this vast sea of people you meet here, Alia, seizing the opportunity, definitely wants to create a little surprise for you. Alia hooked his little finger. He should understand that I'm asking him to come over, right? Giving him a chance to come closer. If he ignores me, then don't blame me for forcibly pulling you over. How could Blair keep a beautiful lady waiting? He spread his water elf wings, slowly flying towards Alia. Indeed, the guy Pie recommended is a capable person. This scene of elf fusion is truly stunning. Coupled with these perfect features, it's really cool. Blair landed effortlessly. He greeted very politely. Holy maiden, from the moment you walked into the ball, I could feel your goodwill towards me. You're too polite. Just call me Palace Maid. I'm well aware of my abilities and don't deserve the title of Holy Maiden. You're Blair, right? Blair's heart pounded like an elephant. He didn't expect the Palace Maid to know him. May I ask if you've seen me before? When you looked at me as you entered, I was almost dazzled by your beauty. Alia admired up close. This guy with 18-pack abs not only has a pretty face, but also a gentlemanly style. Charming yet restrained. He's very much like Duke Adele when he was young. At this moment, Alia finally understood why her grandfather's heart was so sensitive. Pie, who was connected, was Alia's view. That's not right. Blair doesn't look anything like Adele. He wouldn't do such beastly things. Yes, you're right. I almost forgot my little cutie was still connected with me. But their auras are indeed a bit similar. Well, Blair, today is our first meeting, but I've heard many legends about you, all praising your talent and commending you as an outstanding elf knight. The praised Blair stroked his elf hand. You're too kind. It's all thanks to this little one that I've achieved anything. This little one is so cute. Could it be the whirlwind that terrifies monsters? Yes. Its real form is much bigger. Being cute has nothing to do with it at all. I see. It seems your elf magic is as amazing as rumored, able to control size. Blair didn't expect the palace maid to be not only beautiful, but also so sweet-toned. Actually, I joined the Red Flower Society at 5, and at 8, I speared down Superman. Impressive, right? When Alia paused. Men will be men. Do they always boast without preparation? Blair, I have a small favor to ask of you. Oh, really? Life is so hard. It really hurts me. Your praises for me weren't sincere. No, my praises for you were all sincere. Blair, do you want to be a hero? Be my partner. Let's conquer the labyrinth together. I'm really looking forward to you becoming one of us. He's a handsome guy with 18-pack abs. He's also a strong partner Alia needs to journey with. To seal the great labyrinth, Alia invites him to save the world together. But Blair couldn't believe it was true. The palace maid's words were too shocking. He felt his head was in a daze. Palace maid, I seriously doubt you're toying with me. Alia's literary style was to feign retreat. Indeed, the great labyrinth is so dangerous. Your fear is understandable. If you can't do it, I'll have to find someone else. How can a man be told he can't do it? Palace maid, give me a reason to believe you. Prove you're not bluffing. I'm not joking with you. Don't think I'm just a little girl who's just entered society. My abilities are beyond your imagination. This palace maid not only looks innocent, but her ideas are also naive. Blair was sweating nervously. To be honest, it's not that I can't do it, but the palace maid's ideas are too immature. Do you even know what monsters look like? Alia just smiled lightly. She just slightly raised her arm. Looking closely, holy shit, a huge creature suddenly appeared behind. Blair was so scared he wet himself. This was actually a high-level monster, a one-eyed giant. Palace maid, you can depict it so vividly. If she hadn't seen a real monster with her own eyes, it would be impossible to create it so perfectly. Is this really a little girl who just entered society? Her casual display is on par with an elf master. How about it? Now you know I'm not joking with you, right? Blair admitted, I underestimated you. You're indeed not an ignorant little girl. Make it disappear quickly, lest it cause unnecessary commotion. Alia formally extended an invitation. This is the invitation I'm giving you on behalf of Weaver. Please accept it. Blair looked at the offered invitation. Are you eating while talking and introducing your companions to me? No, this is an invitation to the Latsuya Labyrinth. Blair was shocked to hear this. Am I ignorant? Or are you making this up? I've never heard of such a thing. Alia remained calm. A genius's life is always full of obstacles. How would you know? The painstakingly explained manga isn't accepted by fans. The depressed editor isn't depressed. Alia has the ability to foresee the future. Calculating with her fingers, she knows it will come soon. In the original story, Launica sacrificed herself there to protect Alisai. But that's all in the past. Now Launica has a terminal illness. She alone can solve most of it. Obviously, Blair was skeptical of Alia's words. Since that's the case, Alia had no choice but to hit Blair's weak spot. I can understand how you feel right now, but I'll give you what you want. That is to give you the title of Great Labyrinth Pioneer, loved and respected by all, bringing you glory. That sounds good. A year later, the Latsuya Labyrinth appeared. This hot topic instantly spread through the streets. But that's not the point. The point is that an elite team appeared in less than a day. They successfully dismantled this labyrinth. The leader of the elite team was even more impressive. It was the fabulously wealthy Holy Maiden, Lady Alia. It's said that the Holy Maiden is an elf master, and she's only 16 years old. It's simply unbelievable. The passersby chattered, didn't notice the young man in the corner, dressed all in black with a hat. He was the poor axe. The axe that Alia hoped would live happily and joyfully. The man just went out for a meal and heard mind-blowing news. He was originally the strongest male lead in the original story, but was left by Alia in a snowy forest. The people here are simple and like to spread gossip. Today's gossip was about Alia. Have you heard? There's an elite team. In less than a day, they successfully dismantled the Latsuya Great Labyrinth. The leader is that Holy Maiden, and she's an unprecedented super elf master. Where there's praise, there's doubt. Come on, stop your nonsense. Even lies should have limits. You seem ignorant. Have you heard of the Dawn Mercenary Group? That was also created by the Holy Maiden. In both legal and illegal circles, it's like a godlike existence. Axe, listening to this gossip, was naturally unhappy. There really are all kinds of rumors. The gossiper continued, I can't hold my temper. This is from a reliable friend of mine. Although the leading holy maiden is only 16, her great deeds have spread across the continent. To help slaves escape from suffering, she not only spent a lot of money to redeem them, but also helped arrange jobs. Though I don't know why she did this, her good deeds are admirable. Hearing this, Axe became uneasy. His master also treated warriors this way, and she was also a young elf master. Although she wore a mask that day and didn't admit to being my master, she could call out my name, which is enough to prove my guess wasn't wrong. Because, apart from the previous master and the acting secretary Simon, only she knew my real name. Although she dressed maturely, judging from her figure and height, she was a little girl my age. It's hard to believe. Could the holy maiden they're talking about be my master? But it's impossible. As the owner of the club, she couldn't possibly go to dismantle the labyrinth herself. It's frustrating. The slightest movement makes me think of this annoying woman. She buys and releases others as she pleases. And in the end, she even abandoned me, her carefully trained two-faced person. It's really puzzling. She said she wanted me to die, but at the crucial moment, she spared my life. Then she quietly dropped me in this strange place. I thought I had become an abandoned chess piece, but as I wandered around here, I discovered a legend. The legend says that elf knights can make contracts with several elf beasts. This snowy forest also has powerful elf beasts. In other words, the master didn't abandon me. Instead, she let me be free to persuade them. Finally, after recuperating for half a year, on a stormy day, I successfully tamed one. So now, I should return to my master's side. However, when I finally made it back home, what awaited me was a commercial group power certificate. I eagerly opened the letter. The contents shocked me. It said the club had been dissolved and all remaining assets had been acquired. And the beneficiary's name was actually mine. This sunny path he paved for me. Where is the empty place? Who can stand up and tell me what exactly happened? I don't want to guess anymore. My head hurts. What exactly am I to him? The word abandoned is like a sharp blade covered in blood. Everyone who has been or is currently being abandoned is torn inside. Axe is no exception. If described in 4 words, it would be wishing for death. Everything happening before him completely overturned his worldview. He angrily rushed into the room to ask Secretary Simon for clarity. But what he saw was an empty room. Everyone had already left. He couldn't understand what he had done wrong. The master had always taken special care of me. What exactly happened? If he simply wanted to do a good deed, he should have treated me equally. I really hope he had other intentions for me. That way I could feel a bit better. I don't want to be a dispensable person. Perhaps when I last saw the master, he was testing me, and I failed his test. So the master thought I was a useless person. That also means I was really abandoned. Heaven gave me these wings, but didn't let me see through the master's heart. Axe felt a bit wronged, yet also somewhat relieved. In his mind, it was like an angel and a demon arguing. Suddenly, an elderly voice came. It was an old man. He was refined, without any trace of worldliness. He introduced himself as the butler of this mansion. He called me master. Why not take a look at these few red-headed documents? But this butler said such important things need to be kept by me personally. But I've never bought such things, and even the signature isn't mine. Isn't this just a prank? The butler looked at this 2.8-meter tall youth helplessly. Master, you needn't be conflicted. The club indeed belongs to you now. My life is my own. Why does he get to outline everything? Tell me quickly where he is. The butler maintained a calm exterior, but inside he was cursing. The person you're talking about? I know him? Like hell I do. I'm very sorry, master. From being hired until now, I've only met you. I don't know who this he you speak of is. Axe's composure nearly shattered. He roared, I'm talking about the previous owner of this mansion. You dare say you don't know him? Stop playing dumb with me. The butler was dumbfounded. If I'd known you'd be like this, I wouldn't have taken this job. Forget about the previous owner. Even you, the current owner, I only met today. Master, you can check the date on the employment contract. I only came to apply when I heard this mansion was looking for a butler. If I'm lying, may I ascend on the spot? Axe was frustrated. Judging by his expression, he didn't seem to be lying. This lead seemed to be a dead end. But something wasn't right. If he hadn't met anyone, where did this old man sign the contract? Who interviewed and hired you? The butler finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now you're asking the right question. It was Valentine, the vice leader of of the merchant group. He's been waiting for you every day. As soon as you call, he'll be by your side in minutes. Axe was grinding his back teeth. Last question. Where is he now? I'll meet him myself. That I know. He's in Kashmir. All right, let's end today's conversation here. First thing tomorrow morning, I'm going there to clear up my doubts. Alia told him not to think about her anymore. Axe felt it was unfair. He was determined to find his roots and become even more hardworking. To resolve his confusion as soon as possible, Axe, without eating, drinking, or sleeping, rode his golden dragon to find the vice leader. This was Axe's second elf beast, obtained in the snowy forest. His name was Thunder. Thanks to him, Axe only took 2 days to reach his destination. The young ladies by the roadside were stunned by this dashing appearance. Whose young master is this? I really want to marry him. Axe walked into the Merchant Association building with an anxious heart. The first to greet him was the vice leader of the association. He chattered on about how the club became the Merchant Association. At first, we were worried about understanding it, but the business turned out to be unexpectedly booming. This is the financial statement for the past half year. Please take a look. Axe wasn't interested in these. He had met this vice leader of the Merchant Association before, and the night beside him, the last time he saw him was the last time. Now he's also become a guard for the Merchant Association. I say, you two brothers, how are you still here? Where are all our former teammates now? That's a long story, but now you're my big brother. From now on, you can call me Lloyd. Now I'm the chief guard of the merchant group. Our former teammates are doing odd jobs in the group. Some are guards. It was that foolish master who hired us all. Axe agreed with Lloyd's statement. This master was indeed a big fool. Even after disbanding the club, he still wanted to do charity and help these people. Lloyd, have you ever seen the master's face? Lloyd said he hadn't. He just suddenly received a notice of regaining freedom. Vice leader, you must have seen him, right? The vice leader was unnerved by Axe's stare. I'm just a bystander. Where would I see that mysterious master? It was all led by Simon. Messages passed by the secretary. Axe was getting agitated. Where is Simon now? I'm not sure about that either. But he asked me to pass this letter to you. Said it could solve the mystery in your heart. Being so mysterious, I want to see what's written. But when Axe opened the letter, he was dumbfounded. The letter told him not to think about the master anymore. The master would never seek him out. The property left for him was compensation for his hard work all this time. From now on, he was free as a bird. If they meet in the future, there would be no talk of debt. What the hell is this? This is so unfair to me. Even if you're abandoning me, at least say goodbye properly. You planned my path so perfectly. Why give up just like that? I really can't understand. He says he'll never look for me again. Does that mean he really doesn't need me anymore? No, this sentence should have another layer of meaning. That is, I'm no longer his warrior. From childhood, my only purpose in life was to go to Labyrinth, because my foster father said my roots were there. For this, I strive to become stronger. Even when drifting alone in the wilderness, I never complained. But now I have another goal. That is to find you, unveil your mask, and have you tell me in person your reason for cultivating me. And I will work even harder to make myself your indispensable right-hand man. This 15-year-old noble lady attended a ball and never appeared at social events again. Afterwards, he led his team to continuously raid the maze. He was like a sharp sword becoming sharper. Now he's 18 years old. For 3 years, he was obsessed with the mission of raiding the maze. He came like a hurricane, destroying all obstacles in his path. More and more people wanted to see this godlike girl, while those who secretly coveted him fell into endless frustration and anxiety. It was another sunny day. Alia brought her little companions to fight monsters again. Blair, Blair, receiving the signal, didn't hesitate. Before he arrived, his sword was unsheathed. A strong blade of energy slashed towards the monster's head. Monster down. Nearby, Lonica also easily dealt with a few small monsters. Blair, you're pretty good. Looks like Alia's decision to invite you was correct. Thanks for the praise. I won't get cocky. At this time, Alia called her teammates to gather near the flag. Lonica said, you guys go ahead. There's a slowpoke behind that I need to personally bring over. Everyone else is quick, but she's just dawdling along. The mentioned Alisai wasn't happy. They say eyes are the window to the soul. Your window needs cleaning. I'm second in running at school. No one dares to run first, okay? But what's really unfair is, you're all elf knights. Why do you expect me, a mage, to meet knight standards? Alia's companions in her territory had returned. Alia smiled contentedly. Not bad. This batch of companions is really easy to lead. Before the final battle with the boss, she wanted to check everyone's condition, especially the cleric Levin, whose face had turned purple. How are you feeling? Can you continue? The cleric had just been blown by an eerie, evil wind, feeling uncomfortable all over. But he still stubbornly said he was fine. Seeing cleric Leon's expression, Alisai frowned. Hey, if you're tired, just say so. It's not just about being responsible for yourself, but for everyone. This is a basic principle of raiding. I'm sorry, I understand, but I feel I can hold on a bit longer. Alisai stated, if you pretend to be fine and faint during battle, do you know what the consequences will be? The cleric looked as pitiful as a child, his eyes tearing up from the scolding. But he had no strength to argue back. Alisai got even angrier and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Lonica, who couldn't bear to watch. Can you be quiet for a bit? This isn't our first raid. If you want to play hero, don't waste everyone's time, okay? The young lady will get very tired. Damn it. Alisai wanted to curse out loud, but seeing that the skeleton was indeed very tired, Alisai stopped making a fuss. The boss created by the skeleton's power, with complex terrain, not only gave herself and her companions various advantages, but also allowed for ambushing monsters. However, this had a downside. The impact on the territory caused by the boss would reflect on her body. This made Alia's body endure pain that someone her age shouldn't have to bear. At first, Alia was overwhelmed by this, fainting a few times. It broke my heart as her brother. Lonica and I were very worried and hoped Alia would stop this reckless behavior. But she was unwilling to give up. She didn't want to see her teammates sacrifice themselves. Finally, we came up with a plan. When Alia creates the isolated boss, a cleric with abundant divine power would stand by to transfer divine power to her, thus reducing her pressure. Although this effect was indeed good, the cleric invited this time was too weak. No matter what, he was indeed holding us back. This cleric is really too incompetent. It's clearly his own lack of ability, yet he wants Alia to praise him. The siblings were really defeated by this cleric. Before Alia could speak, Pai's voice appeared in her mind. The 10,000-year-old kind elf made her entrance. She said that if you get rid of this whining cleric Leon, she'll reward you with 500 elf points. Alia was really getting a headache. What are you talking about? I refuse. I just won't bring him next time. Since Alia connected with the 10,000-year-old elf last time, she occasionally enters her channel. As the top big sister, she often helps Alia solve some small problems. But sometimes she offers violent suggestions. Pai also expressed agreement with the 10,000-year-old elf's proposal. This cleric was really unreliable. Alia said she couldn't be so heartless. After all, he was someone she brought along. Pai said, just this once, okay? Whoever brings him next time is a dog. Alia, you still don't understand. It's not about ability, it's about attitude. He even lied about having combat experience. Alia felt uneasy but still asked the cleric. We're all prepared. First, check if any companions are injured. Leon looked around nervously. It seems no one is injured. We can continue. Pai couldn't stay calm. Alia, he's lying. Blair's right arm is injured. Alia's expression immediately fell. Blair, take off your right arm armor. Blair explained, it's fine. This small injury is nothing. I can handle it. Did you forget what Alisai said? Take it off when I tell you to. Blair awkwardly exposed his arm. Sorry for delaying everyone's progress. I made a mistake earlier. Alia was furious. Cleric, when I asked you to check for injuries, how could you just glance around and draw a conclusion? Alia's words made Cleric Leon's face turn very unpleasant. How can you blame me? Blair was intentionally hiding it. Even if I wanted to check, I couldn't detect it. The cleric's words left Alia completely bewildered. Pai, is the big elf's proposal from earlier still possible? This kind of person is respectful to elders, but can't accept being corrected by young people. If I ever find him again, I'll split a durian with my bare hands. Fans bear witness for me. Alia raised her voice. Hurry up and heal Blair. The cleric reluctantly said, All right. What's the big deal? At this moment, Alia really missed Axe. If he were here, such problems wouldn't occur. Because he's a powerful elf knight, able to face boss-level monsters alone. Is the master thinking of me? Yes, I'm thinking of you. But you're not by my side. Now I have no one to rely on. I can only put pressure on my own body, concentrate all my power to take down this boss. Alia materialized a monster model and arrange the battle plan. This is a giant monster. It has 8 legs and 1 crab tail. Due to its enormous size, we appear tiny before it. First, Blair will attract its attention up close while avoiding its poisonous stingers. My brother and Lonica will sneak attack from behind. Alia's team eliminated all the wooden clerics in the maze. This bystander watched the battle in amazement. Elf Master, you're truly incredible. I've never seen anything like this before. Alia really didn't want to respond to him. He was just a liar. Alia just gave a symbolic smile to this cleric with no real combat experience. The Happy Family has been updated to Chapter 43. Due to copyright issues, UR can only update to this point. If we can obtain the rights to the later parts, UR will continue to update for everyone. Dear readers, may your flowers bloom like dreams and the wind pass without a trace. Though the blessing is light, it will remain forever in our hearts. They're all family, but her uncle's family treats her like a precious treasure, while her birth father puts her through the fire. So don't blame this little cutie for giving you more trouble. After conquering the Ratshia Labyrinth, Alia finally celebrated her 18th birthday. The Weaver family planned to make this coming-of-age ceremony very grand. However, Alia requested to hold it at the Duke of Edel's mansion. Upon learning this, the Duke was furious, but he couldn't refuse his daughter's request due to face. To avoid being criticized, he had to grudgingly agree. However, he still created obstacles. Using the excuse of training his daughter to be independent, he only provided an empty venue without any other assistance. Alia didn't care about these difficulties at all. After all, she had a raiding guild behind her. Such small matters were trivial. So Alia's coming-of-age ceremony began smoothly. The invited guests arrived one after another. The bystanders at the scene were all whispering about Alia. The last time we saw her was the last time. She hasn't attended any events during this period. Gentlemen, it's clear you haven't done your homework. The year the palace maid attended the ball, she became an elf master. She's been busy with labyrinth crises. Where would she find time to attend balls and show off her dancing skills? Where there's praise, there's disbelief. To be honest, whether you believe it or not, I don't. I heard they went to the land of defilement and didn't suffer any casualties. Isn't that too exaggerated? Yes, I think it's exaggerated too. But if it's true, there must be a great magician backing her up. It seems you really haven't done your homework. If she were the kind of character you describe, why hasn't anyone exposed this in 3 years? She recently closed another labyrinth. Counting carefully, her team has only lost 5 members in 3 years. If they have the ability, you shouldn't keep talking nonsense here. You should know that other teams don't even count their casualties if they're not in double digits each year. This shows that Lady Palace Maid's achievements are unmatched. My goodness, at the Palace Maid's speed, will the world soon be at peace? Just then, Alia made her grand entrance. All eyes in the room were instantly drawn to her. She was not only beautiful, but also had a charm that could topple nations. Edel arrived, sensing the atmosphere. Long time no see. Alia, indeed. It's been 11 years since I was tied to a chair. Duke Edel looked much more haggard than when he used to abuse me. But he deserves it. After doing so many despicable things, he still wants to clear his name and even writes letters seeking sympathy. If I didn't want to deal with him personally, he might have met his maker long ago. Since then, no one has seen him come out. Every day, he hides in the Duke's mansion, complaining. Whether he's living with his tail between his legs or self-destructing, none of this interferes with my plans. Only one thing embarrasses me. I've perfectly replicated her appearance. I often hypnotize myself, thinking I'm just my mother's own daughter. But when I see her face, though haggard, still handsome as ever, I give up the struggle. Suddenly, his dramatic side takes over. Just like in the first episode, he begins his tearful performance. If you don't understand, please watch from the first episode. My daughter, I've missed you so much. Now that you've grown into a young lady, haven't you understood your father's good intentions? Alia sneered. Good intentions? You mean tie me to a chair? That's not abuse. It was all for your own good. The purification potion, didn't you make a lot of money from it? Faced with someone whose face was thicker than a city wall, Alia was almost at a loss. He was undoubtedly trying to tell everyone present it was all for my daughter's good. Adding insult to injury, he was still so naive. Why hasn't he improved at all? He still wants to whitewash his evil deeds here. I don't know where he gets his confidence from. The father poured a glass of wine for his daughter. But the daughter angrily poured the wine her father offered onto the ground. Although the wine in the coming-of-age ceremony represents parents' blessings for their children, Alia didn't have the courage. She didn't want to end up in heaven like her poor mother, who chose to believe Duke Edel. These words didn't make Duke Edel stumble. He stood on the moral high ground and exclaimed, "Alia, what are you doing? I just want to protect you completely and fill you with hope." Alia retorted, "You should know that both my mother and I are elf masters. Even more unfortunately, I'm connected to my mother's great elf. So the following performance will definitely affect your mood." Before Duke Edel could react, a warm breeze lifted the crystal mirror in the picture. As people were confused, the great magician appeared from the crowd. "This is a crystal mirror I made with my granddaughter. As long as it's connected to the great elf, the events of that year will be projected onto the crystal mirror exactly as they happened." Hearing this, Duke Edel became very flustered. Alia continued, "Before my mother passed away, I had seen the 1,000-year flower vine. After my mother's death, it tried hard to rescue me from your hands. But in the end, it still withered into ruins. Who exactly is distorting the truth here? Now we can reveal the truth. Do you know how long I've been waiting for this moment? Before the debut ball, with Pai's help, I thought of a way to find out the cause of my mother's death. But to play back the great elf's memories, we needed the right equipment. Fortunately, Pai told me that this material could be found on magical beasts. Even more fortunately, while eliminating the labyrinth, we obtained this memory-projecting crystal agent. Everyone believed your lies. They all thought my mother died in an accident. Today, I will expose your evil deeds to the public." The Duke panicked. He never expected this to happen in this setting. He wanted to make excuses, but his mind went blank. The emotions of the onlookers were also stirred up. What exactly was going on? Was it really as Alia said? Had we all been deceived by this Duke Edel? At this moment, the crystal emitted a dazzling light. Edel was almost driven to mental confusion by everything before him. As the morning glory vine slowly climbed up the crystal mirror, Alia's mood became increasingly heavy. She had already seen the contents inside to prepare for this, but she still couldn't hold back her tears at this moment. While she was tortured by her father as a child, her mother was also tortured beyond recognition. If it wasn't for her mother opposing Duke Edel's abuse towards me, perhaps she would still be alive now. "Doesn't it feel wonderful to be contaminated, my lady? Our daughter is enjoying the same wonderful feeling as you. Do you regret it now? Why did you try to stop me from making the pure potion? This is the price of your stupidity. Our daughter bears a sacred mission. Without her, there would be no miracle drug. If successful, she will not only have an everlasting reputation, but also endless wealth. And this process is just making her suffer a little bit. More importantly, if the pure potion is successfully made, it can save you from your misery." The poor mother was tortured to the point where she couldn't speak, only gritting her teeth to express her protest. "You'd better behave yourself, or I'll make you and Alia disappear from this world." Duke Edel had been lying from beginning to end, while the mother was perhaps wishful thinking from the start. She reached out her arm, wanting to grab this vicious person, but her contaminated body was already exhausted. Slowly, she drew a clear line with this world forever. But she hadn't properly expressed her love to her daughter yet, hadn't apologized to her respected father, hadn't said goodbye to her dear brother. "You can bully me, but bullying my mother? You will die thoroughly. Even if you are my biological father, I will cast you into the deepest abyss." Alia had finally waited for this moment. She must seek justice for her mother's vengeance with her own hands. The great magician standing among the crowd slowly spoke. "This is the memory of the great elf Lumine. She can connect to my daughter who can never rest in peace, and also to my granddaughter." Everyone was shocked by all this. The man who claimed to love his daughter was actually so vicious. Unsurprisingly, Duke Edel still stubbornly denied it. "This is all fake. None of it is true. These are all slander and defamation against me." But what he didn't know was that Alia, with tears streaming down her face, had made full preparations for today's actions. She had sent out invitations to everyone with all her might. To show sincerity, each participant would receive a whole box of precious purification potion. This included the most honorable king. Alia bowed to the king with tears in her eyes. The moment she raised her head, her eyes were filled with hatred for Edel. She wanted to expose the true murderer of her mother, Duke Edel, the master of the Golden Horn Knights, and all the evil deeds he had committed. "Please, your majesty, judge him according to the law. Everything Alia had done made Edel panic. No, this is all false. It's an illusion. This is all a trick he's playing to seize my property. Your Majesty, you mustn't be deceived by him. However, the more Edel tried to defend himself, the more it showed he had something to hide. The king, of course, was no fool and easily caught his subtle movements. Duke Edel, you'd better defend yourself in court. With one command, Edel was taken down by the royal guards. The unresigning Edel shouted and screamed. What responded to him was the king's grim face. Edel had used his own daughter as a test subject and caused his wife's unfortunate death. His actions had already made him lose other sympathy. Although Alia showed a strong presence, after this incident was revealed, there were no parents to pour her the coming-of-age wine. Everyone felt very regretful about this. The king, hearing people's words, felt a hint of sympathy. If that's the case, then I shall do it in their stead. Before he finished speaking, a large hand suddenly stopped the king. Seeing who it was, the king looked a bit embarrassed. Indeed, this wine should be poured by the great magician. You are her true family. The great magician slowly walked towards the disheartened Alia. Child, you've done very well. Those who do evil will eventually face the punishment of the law. The grandfather's love made Alia feel warmth. She had thought that after revenge, she would feel satisfied and no longer sad. But tears still uncontrollably slid down her cheeks. The great magician gently stroked Alia's back. It's okay. Cry as much as you want. After crying, you'll forget all the troublesome things. Without a doubt, the great magician was still as sharp as ever. He skillfully used magic to pour wine while gently comforting Alia. You have me, your trusted uncle, your clever aunt, and your often silly brother, and countless companions who believe in and support you. Alia, congratulations on coming of age. Alia finally found solace in her grandfather's words. That's right, she wasn't alone. She thanked her grandfather for his love and was grateful for everyone who trusted and cared for her. Thus, Alia's coming-of-age ceremony concluded successfully, leaving a significant mark in the kingdom's history. After the universally despised troublemaker was taken away, the atmosphere of the banquet became relaxed and joyful. Presumably, everyone had many new topics to discuss freely. Alia's mood was also surprisingly calm, perhaps because she had long been mentally prepared, so her heart wasn't as emotional as she had imagined. While lost in thought, Alia suddenly encountered an unexpected situation. She seemed to have bumped into someone who resembled a pillar. What was going on? This man, seeing the lady's outstanding beauty, unabashedly used his chest to block her path. Finding herself unable to move, Alia looked up. Who are you? When she saw his sharp gaze, imposing aura, and 2.9-meter-tall figure, Alia couldn't help but feel flustered. This kind of presence was inimitable. It was Exer. Even if he turned to dust, Alia could still recognize his remains. Why had he appeared on this stage? No, I must stay calm. After all, he's never met me before. He shouldn't be able to recognize who I am. Sir, could you please let go of me? Alia tried to pull her hand back, but Exer didn't seem to have any intention of letting go. Alia couldn't help but suspect. Could this guy have noticed something was off? Unable to understand what he wanted to do, Alia could only ask, "Do you have something to say?" Exer slightly furrowed his brows. In the end, instinct overcame reason. He pinched Alia's chin to double-check. Exer's behavior puzzled Alia, but she didn't care. Exer's actions were intolerable to Alia. Alia unhesitatingly shook off his arm. Aren't you being a bit too much? Are we that close? I'm sorry. I've offended you. It's because your figure reminded me of someone I know. Alia was slightly surprised. Was this still the fearless Exer? He actually apologized to me so politely. In the original novel, he was full of rebellion. Come to think of it, he just mentioned that I resembled someone he knew. But I was wearing a mask at the time, so I shouldn't have been recognized. Yes, he must have mistaken me for someone else. Although I don't know who you've mistaken me for. This is indeed the first time I've met you. Given your help just now, I'll let it slide this time. But if you dare to be disrespectful to me again, I'll definitely give you a kick that will end your bloodline. Alia just wanted to employ the first strategy of the 36 stratagems and leave, but Exer still blocked her way. This made Alia unable to control her short temper. Why are you doing this? Don't you know that a good dog doesn't block the way? Are you deliberately trying to provoke and anger me? I'm very sorry. I was too hasty. May I have the chance to know your esteemed name? This guy is obviously trying to get information. If you want to know my name, that's fine. But according to etiquette, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? I am Viscount Exer of Malexel. It's an honor to be invited to this ball. I've already introduced myself. If I'm not mistaken, you should be Lady Alia, right? Hearing this title, Alia couldn't help but shudder. Fortunately, he didn't know my background before. Well, your guess is very accurate. But this isn't an interesting matter. I have urgent business to attend to, so I must go. Watching the retreating figure, Exer was certain she was his master. Although he didn't understand why she chose to run away, he would never give up because of this. She's clearly a young girl, yet she raised a boy with a 2.8-meter presence. But she had only seen my under 18 figure before. Why would he appear at my coming-of-age ceremony? Alia decided to find someone to investigate thoroughly, so she hurriedly walked into her study. Simon, stop everything you're doing right now. Faced with this question, Simon was a bit confused. Master, what happened? What happened? You immediately hand over your current task to Igabel, then go on vacation to the right continent. Simon was a bit puzzled by this sudden assignment. Miss, you're sending me to the right continent? How can that be considered a real vacation? The transportation there is not only underdeveloped, but communication is basically by sea. Can you give me a different place? Alia held up 5 fingers. During your vacation, I'll give you 5 times your monthly salary, plus bonuses and performance pay. Simon enthusiastically agreed. He gently adjusted his glasses, trying to hide the excitement in his eyes. Master, this vacation sounds great. I'll buy a boat and set off immediately. But what's the task this time? For a moment, Alia almost forgot to assign the task. Help me investigate Exer's whereabouts. I just met him in the banquet hall. He claimed to be the Viscount of Malexel, and Malexel is located in the 6 Great Roads. In fact, Alia urgently wanted to send Simon away to avoid Exer seeing him. Exer is very smart. Once he sees Simon, Alia's identity would immediately be exposed. Obviously, Simon was extremely intelligent. Without Alia saying much, he immediately understood. Before departing, he promised Alia he wouldn't get close to her. Alia felt relieved, but she still couldn't understand why Exer would appear here. Was this just a coincidence? Because she had extensively invited guests from all over to attend the banquet. So, Exer, who was in the right continent, also received an invitation. Alia felt her head throbbing. She decided not to think about this matter anymore. Let's just treat it as an accident. After all, Duke Edel's trial was about to begin. As Alia had anticipated, the Duke's trial quickly came to a conclusion. Due to the overwhelming evidence, his previous excuses seemed particularly childish and laughable. The black magic incident he had tried hard to suppress was also made public. Suddenly, his evil crimes plan with black magicians spread like wildfire throughout the city. In the end, Edel was forced to accept the punishment of drinking the water of defilement. Before his departure, he still insisted that he had been treated unfairly. Alia gritted her teeth in anger. She felt that even if this person died 100 times, it wouldn't quell the anger in her heart. The person who had casually injected his own daughter with vile substances, yet let out a piercing scream the moment the defiled water touched his lips. How ridiculous! Alia stood on the high platform, staring at him intently, until the very last moment of his life. And so, Alia finally achieved justice for herself and her mother. She was originally the daughter of the vicious Duke Edel. But after Duke Edel's demise, she became the Duke of Edel. It sounds confusing when said aloud, but in reality, Alia succeeded to become the Duke. But from then on, she bid farewell to a carefree and pleasant life. This was because the previous Duke had been indifferent to official duties, so the management of the entire mansion had fallen into chaos. Alia couldn't help but feel exhausted. The piles of documents seemed endless. Fortunately, she had Pi, this little secretary, by her side, making Alia's work more optimistic. We must admit, Pi is indeed a very likable and warm-hearted young man. If I hadn't already arranged informants in the Duke's mansion, I really couldn't imagine how long it would take to manage such a vast estate so orderly. He was the first spy I planted in the Duke's mansion. I believe everyone still remembers him. When I was only 8 years old, it was he who led the Golden Horn Knights to my uncle's house to fetch me. After my uncle's refusal, he realized things weren't as simple as they seemed on the surface. So he returned to the Duke's mansion and immediately began a secret investigation. After much effort, he finally learned about the experiments. In the debate with the Duke, he was beaten out by the Knights. When he found me again, he swore lifelong loyalty to me. To ensure his loyalty, I had him return to the Duke's mansion. You only need to apologize to the Duke and rejoin the Golden Horn Knights. After successfully winning their trust, immediately begin planning the bribery mission. Don't miss anyone, whether they're servants, maids, attendants, or stable guards. And contact me once for each successful bribery. If he is a loyal person, he will provide much help for my plan. In the end, Bell proved to be a trustworthy person. After multiple contacts, I arranged for Simon to secretly plan informants there. As time passed, years went by, and every corner of the Duke's mansion was under my people's control. With the help of the informants, the first action I took after taking office was to dismiss those who remained loyal to Edel. During this process, I deeply appreciated Bell's sincerity. Unfortunately, the number of people driven away was large, and we could only make up for the vacancies by recruiting new members. How is the recruitment of new members progressing? Bell's lips curled into a slight smile. It seemed he had recruited a very outstanding talent this time. Even promoting him to team leader seemed unfair to him. Alia was very surprised to hear this news. But when Alia checked the list, she couldn't help but curse. Damn it, it's that Xer again. Life is so difficult, they're all actors. This is truly a youth who won't give up until he reaches the Yellow River. The genius girl became a duke for the first time and completely fell into an illusion. Is Xer on the recruitment list? No, we must get rid of him. He glanced at Belchorn beside him, who had a shocked expression on his face. It was indeed his own decision. That's too crazy, Duke. This is a promising talent we can't miss. Are you joking? Is it because he has red eyes? Alia's heart was also full of conflict. Nevertheless, she decided to eliminate him. If asked for a reason, just say our family's knight order doesn't accept nobles with titles from other countries. Belle felt extremely devastated inside. This reason seemed too far-fetched. Now, it's quite common for nobles to hold titles and become knights for other families. Their territories are suffering from severe pollution. Many nobles have lost their actual rights and status, left with only their titles. But the young lady has a long-term vision. Although I can't understand her intentions, perhaps she's making these arrangements for future development. I thought we had found a promising talent this time. Well then, I'll take my leave. After Belle left, Alia still couldn't understand. Why would Xer want to join the Golden Horn Knights? What was his true intention? Thinking about it made Alia's head hurt. Forget it. Let's put this matter aside for now. I have more important things to deal with. For example, Pi immediately reports to me about work progress as soon as we meet. Pi always supports me when I need it. It's because of his help that I can grow so quickly. Meanwhile, the items I can bring to the fantasy library are becoming more diverse. Before this, Pi had to paste documents on the wall every day. To make his work more comfortable, I recently designed a set of luxurious desk and chair for him. After all, he has a heavy workload lately. Besides helping me handle various matters in the labyrinth, he also needs to help me sort out various trivial affairs of the Duke's mansion. According to the original novel, in the year I turn 20, the little sun will pollute the ocean. By that time, coastlines around the world might be quickly affected. That damn place should be extinct. The original story says that Xer will eradicate them at the age of 24 and gain the ability to resurrect. I know the plot like the back of my hand. I can't stand idly by. I must set out in advance to eliminate this damn source of pollution. But without a qualified priest to help me, the eradication journey will be even more difficult. Alia fell into deep contemplation. In the original story, the priest who worked with Xer showed extraordinary abilities. However, this priest was tailor-made for the protagonist, so Alia didn't have high expectations. Pi sensed Alia's inner struggle. Are you hesitating whether to choose Priest Lul? Yes, this Lul. His divine power ranking on the priest list isn't the highest, but his comprehensive divine skills and magic control are quite distinctive. However, he seems more suitable for Xer. Pi didn't fully agree with this view. That's just what's written in the original story. With his abilities, I think he can work perfectly with you. He's not only suitable for Xer, but also for you. Last time, that priest who only had divine power but no experience was the best negative example. Pi, you're right. I'll write to the Great Temple immediately and ask them to send Lul over. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Thanks for helping me highlight the key points. Before Alia left, Pi immediately transformed into a girl. She hugged Alia tightly. Whenever you need me, you can always come to me. And after Alia left, she stood there alone quietly. Gradually, she returned to her male form. She didn't understand what Alia saw her as. It's over. It's over. This big boy is going to turn dark. He's growing up day by day, no longer that innocent little child. Alia was also very worried. He would become terrifying when he grows up. After all, in the fantasy library, he could only talk to himself. To reduce Pai's sense of loneliness, Alia decided to give him a special gift with commemorative significance. For example, a pair of glasses. Although he doesn't need to wear them, his appearance seems very suitable. Find an opportunity to have a pair of non-prescription glasses custom-made for him. I believe Pai will look very cool wearing them. Soon after, the new priest Lul was selected, and the small labyrinth matters were also put on the agenda. However, fate is always full of variables. Just as everything was ready, another amazing thing happened. The leader of the Dawn mercenary group reported that today, they recruited a very outstanding new member. If Alia's guess is correct, this new member should be Exer. The leader expressed great surprise. Indeed, you are extraordinary, my lady. You guess his name just from my brief mention. Alia frowned. Stop flattering me. When did the Dawn mercenary group change its talent selection strategy? They used to not accept self-recommendations. Is it because Exer is so excellent that the leader made an exception to recruit him? Seeing Alia's helpless expression, the leader felt confused. Does that guy have a grudge against you, my lady? Alia didn't answer directly, instead asking how many spirit beasts he had when using his skills. The leader was puzzled. Don't spirit beasts always come in singles? Indeed, he's someone skilled at hiding his true strength. During our last chance encounter, he must have realized that I was his master. Although I cared for him before, in the end I told him to go die. I'm not sure if he holds a grudge against me. My lady, what are you thinking about so deeply? Alia rubbed her aching head. Nothing, just fire that new recruit. Apologize to him properly. The reason for dismissal is that we don't accept self-recommended individuals. What's going on here? The Duke's thoughts are really hard to fathom. My lady, I object. His future prospects are bright. Red eyes shouldn't be a stumbling block to his progress. This issue seems familiar. Hey, calm down, it's not about the red eyes. Anyway, if he can work hard on his own, he'll shine wherever he goes. Right? The leader nodded helplessly. After all, in the past 8 years, my lady has never said a wrong word. Her achievements have amazed the entire continent. We all affectionately call her the prophet. My lady, I'll take my leave now. Early tomorrow morning, I'll terminate his employment. Alia was very satisfied with this result. This way, she wouldn't have to face him, wouldn't feel awkward, and wouldn't get so nervous that her head explodes. But why do I always feel a chill down my spine? I wonder if it's just my imagination. A few days later, Alia could finally take a short break. At this time, the butler came to report that there was a visitor. Did the guest say who they were? Of course, she said she was Viscount Exer. Alia sighed inwardly. I knew it was this guy. Will this ever end? The girl raised the boy to be the strongest knight. But the girl only wanted the boy to live sweetly. However, unexpectedly, the boy seemed to care about her a lot. One day, Exer came knocking on the door. This made Alia feel inexplicably gloomy. She pondered silently in her heart. Should I meet this person or not? If I turn him away, wouldn't it make me look more suspicious? In the original script, her thoughts were clear. But now, 3 years have passed. She had deviated from the navigation. I really can't grasp it. In the end, Alia decided to meet him. The moment she pushed open the door, Alia was stunned by the man before her eyes. She felt very unfamiliar with him. He was completely different from the 22-year-old protagonist she had imagined in her mind. Totally different from the 19-year-old Exer she had last seen. Sensing someone behind him, Exer slowly turned around. Exer apologized for his sudden visit. I'm very grateful that the Duke could spare time to see me. The confused Alia was very confused. She didn't understand if this was really the Exer she knew. His behavior and manners were elegant. Every movement was full of politeness. In the blink of an eye, he displayed his elegant demeanor to the fullest. When he was young, I arranged for etiquette teachers to instruct him, but he disappeared for 3 years under my surveillance. How did he spend the past 3 years? However, the strength in his hand is as strong as it was at the last banquet. I said, "Are you trying to crush my bones? Just tell me directly what your problem is." Exer clenched his fists. The question in his heart could finally be clarified. He just couldn't understand why Alia had rejected him twice in a row. Can you tell me the reason? I want to ask you too. A noble of such high status actually wants to join my team. Tell me, who sent you to cause trouble? To this, Exer replied, if your reason for rejecting me is because of my noble status, then I can give up my title. As long as you let me into your knight order, no matter how difficult, I'm willing to endure. Seeing Alia's surprised face, Exer lowered his posture even more. I don't mind starting from the bottom. Actually, I think being your personal guard would be more suitable. Alia was speechless. When did this person become so talkative? I don't want to know what you want to become. What's the reason for you coming again and again? Faced with this question, Exer suddenly moved closer. The reason? Because I fell in love with the beautiful Duke at first sight. Instantly, Alia's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. This is truly a rare sight. When did Exer become so frivolous? Her face expressionless but voice smiling. She said, "You even say you've fallen for me. Even a director wouldn't dare to script it like this. I think you need to go home and practice more. Please don't pretend here. And I'm very busy. I don't have time to play crazy with you here." Does the Duke think I'm joking? Of course, no one would believe such words from you. Do you want me to cut out my heart to prove my sincerity? Alia said she had no time to play along here. Butler, see the guest out. From now on, such frivolous-looking, flippant-talking fellows will not be received at the Duke's mansion. I didn't expect the grown-up Exer to become such a deceiver. Exer stared intently at Alia's back. I will never give up easily. Let's go, let's go. The female protagonist officially set off on the path to eradicate the labyrinth. This time, she will conquer an advanced labyrinth shaped like a sea snail. It's located south of the Edel territory. This labyrinth appeared in the Melee territory decades ago. It was like a deadly trump card. It turned the Melee territory into a filthy place. Alia was determined to destroy these polluted areas that were living quite well, one by one, to restore the purity of the land. If no measures are taken, the future ecological environment will soon be threatened by pollution. This will not only affect the survival of animals and plants, but also pose potential harm to humans. Alia clasped her hands together. She sincerely requested everyone, "We must quickly eliminate the core of these comfortable lives. Now we're just waiting for the big boy sent by the temple." Alia said, "We've already agreed on a meeting point. It's at the entrance of the inn in this village." Blair pointed to the side and said, "If I'm not mistaken, there seems to be someone standing at the entrance of the inn over there. And it's a big boy. But why does he look so familiar? Isn't that the priest Leon?" Leon, whose name was mentioned, looked in the direction of the voice. "Ah, we meet again. Our last collaboration was very successful. I've been looking forward to the moment of fighting alongside everyone again every day." After confirming it was Priest Leon, Alia's face turned black. "I clearly asked the temple to send the big boy, Priest Lure. Why is the person who came again this annoying Priest Leon? Am I going to be struck by lightning today? Or did I forget to check the almanac before going out?" Alisai was very direct. "Why is it you again, you troublemaker? I'm saying, do you have any idea of your own abilities? Have some self-awareness. Quickly contact the fastest courier and pack yourself away." Leon smiled cheekily. "But I was sent by the temple. We don't need you. Quickly have the temple replace you with Lure." But Leon seemed a bit arrogant. "Lure? Compared to me, he's not even close. Besides, we've worked together before. Under my protection, none of you died, got injured, or lost anything important. Even Blair, the close combat knight, didn't get a single scar." Alia was speechless. It seems this guy's condition is not very stable. Because of the success of the last eradication, he's full of confidence. His shameless spirit is indeed impressive. Priest Leon continued babbling. "You must believe in me. I possess extraordinary talent. When I was born, there was thunder and lightning in the sky, showing auspicious signs. This proves I'm the chosen one." However, Alisai directly countered, "Oh my, the heavens must have been blind. But if you were normal, I guess life would be too peaceful." Lonica quickly patted Alisai's shoulder. "All right, your saliva is splashing on my face. Don't try to reason with this kind of person. Save your energy? Okay." Alisai was curious why Lonica was so concerned about her today. Lonica calmly replied, "I'm not concerned about you. I'm just worried you'll cause trouble for the young lady." "What did you say?" "Lonica, you're a bit lacking. We've been together for so long, and you're still targeting me with every word. Today, I must make you submit at my feet." "Why? Why is it this annoying priest again?" Leon really frustrated Alia. What to do? Although requesting a replacement priest wouldn't be a problem for the temple now, it would undoubtedly waste a lot of time. But apart from being somewhat arrogant, Leon doesn't have any major issues. As long as he performs normally this time, this labyrinth journey should go smoothly. If we really encounter difficulties, I still have a backup plan to deal with unexpected situations. Taking this opportunity, it's a good chance to test Brothers and Lanika's strength. If their abilities are strong enough, then capturing the third spirit beast shouldn't be too far off. Come to think of it, why didn't the temple choose Lure to join my team? I not only donate large sums to the temple every year, but I also hold the eye-catching title of saint. In previous years, they did whatever I asked. This is indeed puzzling. To that priest Leon, I clearly requested Priest Lure for this mission. May I ask if he was assigned a temporary task? Priest Leon still wore a mocking smile. Who's Lure? I've never heard that name. Even if such a person exists, he's just an insignificant character. Alia was speechless. This person must have lost his mind. Just participating in one successful eradication made him so arrogant. After this eradication is over, I must personally visit the temple to pay respects. The codename for this operation is Melee 13 Conquest. As soon as they arrived at the entrance, Alia began planning and arranging the territory. From now on, everyone follows my commands. This place is full of risks. I can sense that if we turn right and then left, there seems to be a trap. As long as one person goes in, the entrance will disappear. This way, the person who enters will be isolated. More importantly, the isolated person might suffer from an unknown curse. He also told me about the general structure and traps of the labyrinth. Therefore, this labyrinth eradication should be without pressure. Alia glanced at Priest Leon beside her. To be honest, she didn't quite trust him, although his divine power could easily break unknown curses. Nevertheless, Alia was still unwilling to rely on this arrogant tourist's power. Just then, Lanika prepared to break open the labyrinth entrance here. Alia immediately called for a stop. Lanika, I understand your thinking, but opening this door will bring a curse, so we must decide who will open this door. Alisai's gaze turned to the priest. Leon, is there even a need to decide? Isn't this precisely the duty of a priest? Leon was so scared he wet himself. Why are you looking at me? I'm just here to gain some experience and pad my resume. Alia, of course, understood. Brother, let Leon stand by. I'll open this trapdoor myself. What exactly is the situation that forces Alia, as the team leader, to personally take on this task? Alisai really couldn't understand why her sister would do this. You don't even have divine power. How will you deal with unknown curses? Even if you're an outstanding spirit master, you can't take risks without preparation. Alia explained her decision to her brother. Don't worry, brother. Even if I'm affected, as long as the priest can help me dispel these effects quickly, it'll be fine. Alia glanced at the priest beside her. Even if Leon can't immediately dispel these curses, he can still protect my soul. Leon looked quite embarrassed. Leave this to me. When you come out, I'll immediately help you dispel the curse. It's really unbearable, this kind of person. If we hadn't worked together before, I wouldn't have seen through his little tricks at a glance. Lanika, you take the first shot. When you enter the room, the door will be locked. Please try to hold on in place for a while. Everything will be fine. Lanika gave Alia a reassuring smile. After Lanika goes in, the door will disappear. At the moment it disappears, dozens of monsters will surge out of the passage. Let's leave that to Brother and Blair to handle. Alisai muttered. Alia, you can say such calm words. I suppose you've already used your celestial eye to foresee possible future accidents, right? Go ahead with peace of mind. I'll be more focused on this than usual. Looking at her brother turning around silently to prepare, Alia knew that she, like her other companions, all believe that I have the miraculous ability to foresee the future. Even so, in others' eyes, such a task still seems like moths flying into fire. If it weren't for their 100% trust in me, they wouldn't so easily follow my arrangements. So I'm really grateful to my companions. Without further ado, Alisai has finished setting up the magic array. Blair waved his arm to summon a whirlwind. The little cutie on his shoulder gradually expanded. The next moment, it transformed into a super cool big guy. Everyone's cooperation is really perfect. When we get home, I'll definitely celebrate with chicken legs for everyone. Now it's my turn to make an appearance. Alia slowly walked towards the entrance, as if falling into an inescapable trap. But she could only trust everyone and pray that Priest Leon would show his abilities. Now I'm going to open this door. Everyone must be careful. The moment Alia grabbed the trap, a dazzling white light made it impossible for her to open her eyes. I have to say, this kind of mental spell is terrifying. Alia was drawn by an invisible force. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in an unknown place. Even the mental connection with Pi couldn't be discerned. It seems this mental curse is very powerful. Alia, without hesitation, personally stepped into the contaminated area. She just didn't expect that this place could cut off mental connections. I have to admit, this kind of mental spell really made Alia lose control of her bladder in 8 dimensions. In this situation, people might have nightmares or encounter spine-chilling scenarios. However, what confused Alia was that her hallucination was so calm. She was both worried and concerned, and could only sit there honestly, waiting for the priest to release divine power to break the curse of this place. Just then, a blurry figure slowly appeared from the distant fog. Looking closely, this person turned out to be Axer, but Alia knew these were all just illusions. She quickly covered her mouth, afraid of irreversible events occurring in the illusion. I can't react. Why is he appearing in my illusion? To be precise, he's not the Axer I raised, but the protagonist Axer from the original novel. He seemed to sense my presence. A hand gently caressed my cheek. His lips curled up, his smile looking so cunning. His mouth opened and closed, his voice indistinct. It seemed like a curse, yet also like bursts of piercing noise passing by. Even covering my ears, that inexplicable fear still left me paralyzed. What on earth was he saying? In the original story, the protagonist was devastated after failing to save the world. And what I saw was that at this moment, his own body was snatched away. The reason why the male lead fails every time he goes back is because his ability to reverse time comes from the Demon King's power. Therefore, whenever he uses this ability, he becomes the Demon King's possession. As the number of uses increases, his danger also keeps growing. Gradually, he becomes the most suitable vessel for the Demon King. The moment the male lead finally found the Demon King's decaying body in the huge maze, strictly speaking, he had already failed. And as the male lead realized all this, the ending of the novel was also inevitably approaching. And in this situation, he actually kissed me. Can you not mess with me? I am doomed. Awan, this is a nightmare without any fighting. Alia felt a stampede in her stomach. Can someone come and save me who's being barbecued? Alia, what's wrong with you? Miss, please wake up. Blair gently floated up. Alia, who had just woken up from the nightmare. Lady Maid, you're fine now. Have I already escaped from that nightmare zone? But my stomach feels so uncomfortable. Don't worry, Mississippi, quickly drink this healing potion. Right, there's still healing potion. I believe it can effectively relieve my discomfort. Alia breathed rapidly, finally feeling a bit better in her stomach. She looked at the blackness on her palm and was suddenly shocked. Was I just contaminated? Can you believe it? Alia, who was supposed to clean up the contaminated area, actually got contaminated herself. She looked closely at her delicate hands, furrowing her brows. Who's so incompetent? To let my hands turn into pitch-black handprints? Pi from the fantasy library told Alia that this contamination source entered through the lips. When you fell into the illusion, I was particularly worried. Did you encounter some special things in there? Alia explained. I saw the tragic ending from the original story in there. And what happened at the end, it's quite embarrassing to say. My first kiss was inexplicably lost. Alia didn't want to worry too much, but that feeling was both terrifying and seemingly full of sweetness. His touch on me was so gentle that I involuntarily had a shy illusion. Could it be because I subconsciously had a crush on the protagonist when I read the novel before? No. That must have been just a mental curse. I shouldn't think too deeply about this issue. Alia's face turned pale, which was fully captured by Alisai. He frantically shook the priest. Did you really provide sufficient treatment for Alia? The priest was shaken so hard, he almost wet himself. I really used all my strength to treat both of them. Thus, to ensure Alia's safety, that day's maze journey came to an early end. Without realizing it, Alia fell into a deep sleep for 12 hours. When she woke up, she bravely set out on the path to challenge the maze again. After 2 days and 2 nights of intense battle, she finally reached the deepest part of the maze's core area. Launica returned from scouting. Miss, the information ahead completely matches what you described. There are no boss-like monsters there, only a group of cute and adorable little creatures. Alisai was embarrassed. Don't mess around. Are you sure you want to use these words to describe monsters? I really can't understand you. When did your taste start to change? Lonica explained, they're only as tall as a calf. They're soft and fluffy like cotton candy. Hearing this, Alia confirmed that Lonica was right. The boss of this maze is hidden among these little creatures. Alisai still expressed doubt. Are you sure the boss is really hidden among those cotton candies? Alia firmly replied, I'm sure. The boss is really hidden among those cotton candies. And he's a tricky one. If we can't deal with him immediately, even if we hunt down other cotton balls, they will split and increase by 2, 3, or even more. Blair couldn't help but frown. Then how can we quickly find the boss? Alia calmly said, normal monsters usually have only 2 eyes, while the boss should have an extra eye on its forehead. That's great. A leader with 3 eyes. This makes it much easier. We just need to find and deal with it. Alia shook her head. She can't be easily manipulated. Her uniqueness lies in the fact that when her life is in danger, she will unhesitatingly turn into a fireball. By devouring her companions, she restores her strength and energy, thus shining brightly again. Therefore, I suggest we temporarily hide in the defense system set up by my brother. Mika and Blair will go find the leader. Once found, immediately prepare a separate space for it. When the leader loses its repairability and loses emotional control, it's the best time for everyone to attack. Then we can just remove its head and everything will be fine. Even though I dislike him every time I see him, why do I want to see him whenever I encounter difficulties? Why do I unconsciously miss him? Xer, you really have a bad side. If you were here, this maze extermination operation would definitely be a very simple training. Unfortunately, this is just Alia's fantasy. Let her be at ease. Next, Alia began to arrange the following matters. I will choose a water-related field. When the little monsters encounter water, they will become listless. But don't let your guard down when you see them wilting. You just focus on finding the leader. Break time is over. Everyone, please adjust your mood and state. Get ready to set off. Priestley Wynn expressed that he wanted to rest a bit more. Blair responded, all right then, you rest here. We'll take our leave first. Goodness, why so serious? I just wanted to add some atmosphere to the tense mood. Victory is in sight. Let's roll up our sleeves and work hard. If we end this battle early, we can go home early to eat and drink well. After releasing the spirit power, Pai told Alia that today's great spirit is the sky realm. His interest, intimacy, and curiosity add up to 60%, with emotion taking the largest share, at 40%. But don't worry, his friendliness exceeds 50%. You're very safe. You can use spirit power with peace of mind at any time. Alia couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. This feeling was as if she was in the ocean of her previous life. Not only does it have a blue sky and a mirror-like reflective blue ground, but it can also be used as territory for the Great Spirit. The sea-like beautiful scenery is truly intoxicating. Add to that the lively and cute little creatures bouncing happily. It's really hard to destroy this peaceful atmosphere. Priestley Wynn's girlish heart was also stirred. Even the usually haughty Alisai couldn't help but praise a few words. Li Wen accused Alia without hesitation. Did you make a mistake? How can such cute creatures be called monsters? The priest's remarks made Alia, who was already agitated, even more upset. Please, priest, wake up. They're just scared by the water. Their original form is actually man-eating. Now's the time. Nika, Blair, you two go find the leader immediately. And now, don't attack them at all. Otherwise, these cute acting guys will go crazy. Don't worry, leave it to us. Watching them gallop on horseback, scaring those little cuties to scatter. Priestley Wynn smiled on the surface, but cursed inside. How can these little cuties scurrying around be any threat? Looking at these little meatballs begging for hugs, how do they look like monsters at all? Just then, a soft and cute little ball came over in a panic. Priestley Wynn was instantly moved by those big Maybelline eyes, stirring up the Buddha's compassion in his heart. Come here, little baby. With a bang, the little baby was blocked by the defense array. The cry it made was really heartbreaking. Priestley Wynn walked out of the array and reached out to pick it up. When Alia noticed, it was already too late. Damn it, what a frog in a well? What a frog in a well? The priest's heart was melted by the little monster in front of him. Spirit Master, come and see. It's so cute, there's no danger at all. Ah, but in the next moment, the little monster in the priest's arms suddenly returned to its original form. A bloody big mouth slowly moved towards the priest's face. Damn it, it's really a case of having eyes, but failing to see. Little darling, come to the bowl. Okay, I'm coming right away. Is this version of me in the next second the future you want? The scene before her eyes filled Alia with gloom. This premium teammate is really annoying. Blair, go save him quickly. Blair glanced sideways. The originally cute and obedient little creature. Its true face was actually so hideous. And this troublemaker, has he been bewitched by the monster? Why doesn't he just use his divine power to shake it off? The monster's fur is growing wildly. He probably has no way to save himself. Blair summoned his second spirit beast. With just a gentle touch of the lava, the little monster went straight home to find its mother. And that troublemaker was already in a precarious situation. Alisai was like an enraged lion. This damn troublemaker. I'll open the defense barrier first. Let them in. Give us this troublemaker. Blair felt guilty. I'm sorry, Your Grace. I couldn't bring him back in one piece. Alia glanced at the priest. It's okay, Li Wen. Who knows if he'll live to see the next episode? The monsters are no longer pretending. They're starting to show their true colors. And our territory has been breached by Li Wen. We should think about what to do next. The little monsters outside won't consider that much. They let out piercing howls, deafening. If we hadn't covered our ears in time, our eardrums might have been ruptured. At this critical moment, Alia hurriedly called Nika. Come back quickly. We can't hold on much longer. Nika had no time to ask questions. She rushed back in a flash of sparks and lightning. Nika is really impressive. After regaining her composure, Alia immediately contacted Pai. Is it possible to change the territory to a snowy mountain? Pai said the Eternal Snow King has no interest in this place. It's because the Eternal Snow King is extremely angry at Li Wen's foolish behavior. What should we do? If we forcibly connect to the Eternal Snow King, if that idiot priest does something wrong again and angers it, we'll be the ones to suffer. Pai, help me find out if there are any other powerful spirits. Pai quickly responded. Currently, the most suitable great spirit is the pale blue. Its intimacy is as high as 40%, satisfaction 30%, interest 20%, and other emotions account for 10% in total. You can now use the spirit power of pale blue. The moment Alia released the spirit power, the monsters showing their true faces whimpered and fell into the water. The world became so quiet and peaceful. That was so dangerous. That damn Li Wen almost got us all killed. But come to think of it, they look really cute and silly in the water. Is it because they can't swim? And brother, how long are you going to carry this troublemaker? Alisai, who just came to his senses, was full of anger. This damn guy. Why did you have to provoke them? You almost got us all killed. All right, brother. Let's leave this place now. We'll rest for a day, regain our strength, and come back tomorrow to face the challenge. Why? I try to help out of kindness, but it's like the story of the farmer and the snake toying with us. Just waking up and already starting to rant, Alisai couldn't stand it anymore. What are you mumbling about there? Shouldn't you be saying something to us? Priest Li Wen looked confused. Say what? Apologize, of course. Apologize for that stupid behavior. You almost got us all killed. But Priest Li Wen became angry. You didn't save me immediately, and I didn't blame you. I think you should apologize to me. I'm the one who got hurt. Oh, this idiot, who gave him the courage to make such a fuss here? Seeing that Alisai was not to be trifled with, the priest ran to Lanika's side for comfort. Respected knight, you should be able to understand my feelings, right? Being deceived by those cute monsters doesn't seem to be completely foolish behavior, does it? If you were in my situation at that time, you would have been fooled just like me, right? Hearing this, Lanika was very cold towards him. Monsters are monsters after all. They can't be defined by appearance. Actively approaching them is stupid. Alia was really defeated by this idiot. What an inexperienced thing. Lanika coldly added, in this world, not a single monster possesses a kind nature. Please shut up. The priest awkwardly wiggled his toes, but still refused to admit his mistake. I really overestimated you. Your thinking is so outdated and narrow-minded. You should come to the temple sometime to learn about the mercy of the gods. Chapter 5, Section 9 of the Holy Book of Compassion states, even towards enemies, one must harbor mercy. Only by warming their hearts with kindness can we lead them from evil to good. Priest Li Wen's endless rambling displeased everyone, especially Alisai. I can't believe this. This guy runs away in battle, but when it comes to idle chatter, he's always front and center. Alia was also fed up with her. Everyone had issues with her from the start, and now those issues have clearly grown. Being arrogant is one thing, but acting alone and sabotaging teammates is another. I can't risk everyone's lives on this guy. Perhaps leaving this place is the best strategy. Reverend Priest, How are your injuries healing? Can you still fulfill your role? If not, please let me know so I can make adjustments in advance. When slowly displayed his skin, smooth as snow. Look, my skin is so tender you could squeeze water out of it. My condition has recovered perfectly. Alia was embarrassed. This guy's divine power talent was indeed impressive. But why couldn't he apply it to things that actually mattered? Listening to the priest's endless chatter, Alia made a decision. That is, to reduce contact with this abnormal species. Perhaps our maze conquest would become much simpler. Hey priest, wait a moment. When we're conquering the maze, you just stay put and wait. If danger appears, I'll call you immediately. Obviously, this guy wasn't easy to fool. What, my dear ladies, are you trying to abandon me? Don't be ridiculous. Without my participation, you're nothing. Lonica felt disgusted. Calling him a frog in a well would be an insult to both frogs and wells. She really wanted to slap him unconscious. Alia, for the sake of the bigger picture, tugged at Lonica's trouser leg. Let's go. Let him fend for himself here. The priest watched Alia leave with disdain. It's not so easy to abandon me. To avoid trouble, Priestly Wynn was left behind by Alia. Blair was very worried that Alia might be contaminated and unable to receive immediate treatment. Alia responded with a faint smile, saying not to worry. The mountain dwellers have their own clever methods. Without this troublemaker hindering and disturbing us, we might be able to easily eliminate the monsters. Alisai directly threw a magic barrier at the priest. This guy can't take a single step outside this magic barrier before we return. What? Are you people stupid? This woman speaks without thinking. You people actually let her have her way. Without me, you won't be able to defeat the boss. Fine, you bunch of ignorant fools. Don't think leaving me behind will scare me into wetting myself. When your divine power is exhausted, you'll definitely come crying for Grandpa's help. Especially Alia. She's quite the beauty. If she begs to my satisfaction, Big Brother might lend a hand. Soon after, Priestly Wynn was full of confusion. Half an hour had passed. Why was it still so quiet? Why wasn't it going as he had imagined? It was really worrying. If they encountered danger now, wouldn't they be helpless? Can't delay any longer. It's time for the hero to make a dazzling entrance. Only I can save you all. Wait patiently for my beautiful brother to arrive. The foolish priest, his head full of self-scripted scenarios, completely failed to notice that a person in black had been following him all along. Where did his confidence come from? In the deepest part of the maze, Alia explained her battle strategy. Alisai still felt worried. But even so, the pressure you face must be enormous. Embarrassed, Alia said awkwardly, "Brother, things have already developed to this point. Why don't we give it a try? Maybe it's not as difficult as we imagine." Once the monsters fall into the water, they become listless. They can't even swim. What are we afraid of? And there's no need to isolate the boss with a snow mountain. Just make them sink into the deep sea territory, and all problems can be easily solved. The only slight drawback is that if this territory completely becomes deep sea, my companions and I will also be unable to move. We can only build a terrain above the deep sea to allow the companions to walk on land. At this time, a good suggestion was made. You only need to use the Great Spirit Pale Blue and the Spirit of the Great Spirit Heart Rhythm to achieve this. This method was truly ingenious. In the next moment, the territory created by Alia stood up, a vast expanse of lush green grassland, isolated by a pure blue sea, forming a solid and powerful barrier. And this territory beneath our feet will become our advantage on the battlefield. The monsters, upon falling into the water, immediately became docile and cute. Alisai was stunned by everything before her eyes. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Skull, you're truly insane. No mentally sound person could create such a domain." Lonica angrily glared at Alisi. She gave her a flick on the forehead. "You lack creativity even when praising others. Just wait till I deal with you properly when we get home." After relentless efforts, the monster leader finally appeared before everyone. Now is the moment to show ourselves. Everyone, pay attention. I'm going to create an area to trap the leader. Once the leader enters, it won't be able to escape. Alisai expressed confusion. Area. Alia gently drew a line. Like this. I'll create a tight emperor's net. Once you trap the leader here, it will never escape again. A confused Blair asked, "Alia, are you serious?" "Of course, I'm very serious. You shouldn't doubt my decision. I've already envisioned the divided areas in my mind. You can boldly implement the plan." Lonica said, "My brain is a bit confused. The place misdescribed seems like a cookie. Is the problem too simple Or is my head too simple? Alisai greatly admired her sister. Looks like I'll be busy in the future. To deal with your spirit magic, I'll have to write a book specifically about your unique thinking. Blair volunteered. It doesn't sound difficult. Then let me guide the leader. The whirlwind soldier flashed his signature move, quickly leading the leader into the area carefully prepared by Alia. Meanwhile, Alisai and Lanika went all out with their firepower, demonstrating their powerful abilities. The leader was instantly at a disadvantage. The little companions were indeed outstanding. Even on such small footholds, nothing could hinder their performance. They steadily maintained their balance and easily subdued the leader. Ladies and gentlemen, I can finally take it easy a bit. Just need to wait in place for the battle to end. However, if nothing unexpected happens, the unexpected occurred. A warning was issued. An intruder appeared in the territory. The source was none other than Priest Li Wen, who had caught up. How did he follow us again? The priest surprisingly surveyed the scene before him. Did you strip this land bare? How did it end up like this? Spirit Master, I'm so happy to see you. But Alia wasn't pleased about this. Why are you here? Quickly get back inside the barrier. Priest Li Wen expressed his irritation. Why are you chasing me away? Without me, you're nothing. Get that straight. Just then, Blair's sword accidentally threw the leader out of the area, flying towards Alia's position. Oh no, this damn priest was bitten on the neck just yesterday. Hopefully, he won't lose his mind so quickly by reflex. However, Alia's hope was just that hope. At this moment, Li Wen's heart had already leapt out of his chest. He instinctively grabbed Alia, using her as a shield. Damn it, let go of me. But it was too late. The panicked Li Wen slipped and fell into the deep, bottomless pit. Even more shamelessly, he even dragged Alia down with him. This sudden turn of events filled everyone present with worry. Even Pai was now feeling very angry. Alia muttered, "Am I going to end my life here?" Some were curious about who our male protagonist really is. Today, he finally made his dazzling debut. He has a very cool name, called Axer. Just as Alia was about to meet her mother in heaven, he reached out his arm and saved her from danger. A confused Alia was very confused. Shouldn't I have said goodbye? No, it seems someone saved me. And it's actually Axer. My goodness, he's so persistent. Since he's followed me here. You rejected me twice. Is it because you brought this kind of trash? What do I lack compared to them? Alia, still in a daze, was lost in thought. This shouldn't be an illusion, right? Why would he appear in the deepest part of the maze? Axer, are you really real? Just then, Priest Li Wen called out to the person who saved him. Quick, pull me up. Without me, they can't possibly defeat the leader. Axer's face was gloomy. This equipment failure nearly killed its master. You'd better go down. I must say, Axer did a great job. Just like that, Priest Li Wen left this world forever. Axer, you actually threw him down. It's not like that. He just had an accident in the deepest part of the maze. But this isn't an accident. He's not dead yet. Quickly fish him out. However, Alia's struggle didn't achieve anything. Axer held her tightly. She's already dead. I guess the monsters down there have already enjoyed a sumptuous meal. Although Alia wanted to do what Axer did, having an accident and being pushed off a cliff are two completely different things. I've clearly felt a life gradually disappearing within the territory. This is the 6th time I've experienced this feeling, but I'm still not used to it at all. It seems I'm really not suited to experience these things. Pai sensed Alia's inner pain and immediately disconnected the sensory link with her. After recovering, Alia immediately questioned Axer. Why are you here? Lanika recognized the newcomer at a glance. How did Mrs. Former Boy Toy end up here too? However, Alisai didn't care about this. He saved Alia, so he deserved great credit. Before they could think more, the monster leader suddenly launched a sneak attack. It all happened too suddenly. This made Alisai very angry. Damn it, let's deal with this leader first. Since you and your team left the base, I've been right behind you. I just wanted to protect you properly. Alia found it hard to believe. She said he had been following from the very beginning until now. Axer said, your teammates didn't even notice. Doesn't that sound ridiculous? You have such powerful spirit magic, yet they can't properly protect you. My lord, don't you feel a bit disappointed? Axer, don't be so arrogant. Is that so? I really can't understand. What do I lack compared to them? My master, can you explain it to me? What? He just called me master. How did he know? In the last episode, after Axer reached out and saved Alia, he directly threw Priest Li Wen, who had endangered Alia, into the cliff. Then he got straight to the point and addressed Alia as master. Alia was scared cold cold. Is he testing my identity? I almost fell for his jumping logic. You're so funny. When you first met me, you said you fell in love at first sight. Things didn't go as planned, and now you call me master. You're just a liar. My companions never deceive me. Axer smiled faintly and said, Liar? I can't compare to someone. I'm really worried his nose will grow very long. I just want to quietly appreciate his performance of ancient Chinese. Alia was panicking internally. What should I do? He looks so confident. He's already certain that I'm the target he's looking for. Should I just come clean? Just then, Axer approached Alia and whispered, Master, do you know how hard it was for me to find you? I even went to the right continent. Why can't you just admit it frankly? From Axer's expression and tone, it was clear that he was very certain she was the master. However, compared to when they last met, he had changed a lot. All right, why can't I honestly admit that I'm his master? After all, I was the one who suddenly disappeared. I was the one who hurt him. Moreover, I didn't treat him like his original master did. On the contrary, I gave him the best life and education. Thinking about it this way, he shouldn't harbor any ill will towards me. Adrian, do you really not intend to admit it? Axer, your master's name is Adrian, right? Why do you insist on finding her? It's because I want to understand some things. Alia let out a soft sigh. I knew she wasn't here to take me out, and I already knew that before. Then you can ask now. The next moment, Axer's whole body emanated an imposing aura of 2.8 meters. His appearance was very similar to Alia's uncle's aura when he was angry. Is this a way for him to vent his emotions? Are you angry? Isn't it just a slip? Why are you so surprised to hear me admit it? Axer smiled and said, 3 years. To find you, I perfectly wasted 3 years. I'm such a big fool. Today I finally got the answer I wanted. It would be a lie to say I'm not excited. Alia's head was throbbing. I'm really defeated by you. What's your purpose in finding me? What exactly do you want to know? At this moment, Axer was like an idiot. He stared at Alia for a long time without speaking. Finally, he mustered up the courage and asked, Why did you cultivate me? As expected, he would ask such a boring question. I'm not his enemy. Yet he went as far as the right continent to find me. The reason for his persistence must be just this. Actually, you don't need to overthink it. At that time, I just needed your ability to complete the goal. Goal? What goal? Just to conquer the Great Maze, that's all. Hearing the answer, Axer's big pig's trotter was almost pinched raw. So that's really your only purpose. A confused Alia was very confused. What's with his expression? Thinking back to when I first mentioned this goal, my uncle, Anne, and grandfather all thought I was being reckless in my youth. My brother also questioned me about it all night. Only Lonica, though puzzled, immediately accepted my idea. But Axer doesn't seem surprised at all. This is really beyond my expectations. In the last episode, Alia revealed to Axer that her goal was to destroy the maze. Axer wasn't surprised by this, because she knew this was the only thing that could make Alia a target. But Axer wasn't satisfied with knowing just this. She took big steps towards Alia, wanted to get face to face. Alia was scared witless by Axer's action. This scene reminded her of a forgotten illusion. In that illusion, Axer had a mouth like a bottomless pit. Alia even couldn't help wanting to reach out her finger to explore its secrets. Wait, why am I having such thoughts? Is this an after effect to the curse? Am I going crazy? What are you thinking? I have one more question. Master, please look into my eyes and answer. Why did you abandon me? Why? Of course, because it was an unknown variable. But he probably won't believe this answer. He will have the ability to go back in time in the future. This will trigger a series of unknown events. Just as described in the original story, after fulfilling his adoptive father's wish, he unraveled the mystery of his own origins. Just because of this, he has been in pain and unable to recover. It seems the topic has gone off track. Well, actually, the main reason is that I found someone more suitable than you. Alia still chose to lie. After all, this guy is a bit hard to handle. Axer was dumbfounded. Do you mean that red-eyed one? Yes, it's him. He will replace you to help me conquer future mazes. Axer, not valued by his master, seemed very disappointed. But I'm so powerful. Why does Adrian always disregard me? Is he blind? Oh, male lead, male lead. You're teetering on the edge of self-destruction. Don't you fear your future wife might run away? Although you're throwing a tantrum, Isn't it too much? Even when angry, you should stay clear-headed. Haha, Axer's broken aura is pressuring Alia's heart to panic. Alright, do you have anything else you want to say? Did you misjudge Adrian? I'm not joking. I think his strength is worth acknowledging. Also, please call me Alia. Adrian is just an alias. I've already erased him from my memory. I hope you can forget it too. Go pursue a free life. Do whatever you want. Instantly, Axer's aura soared to 2.8 meters. He sneered. You mean that from now on, I don't exist in any of your plans? You want me to quickly get lost, Axer? Look how blue the sky is. Can't you just be clear and sunny? Can't you understand my good intentions? I just hope that in your future days, you can freely pursue your own dreams. After all, you're no longer my wife now. You only belong to yourself. You're not wrong. I'm no longer a wife. That's exactly why I'm standing in front of you. Because this is what I want to do. Alia's heart skipped a beat. What did her words mean? What on earth does she want to do? Just then, Axer suddenly disappeared from his spot. He appeared like lightning in the central position of the battle. The shocked Alia was like, Alia, what does he want to do? The day the male lead came to find her, he encountered the female lead's merciless rejection, just because his power was too strong and hard to control. To prove that Alia's choice was wrong, the male lead suddenly disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he had already appeared at the forefront of the fierce battle with the monster leader, with sparks flying and lightning speed. Holland was a bit unsettled. He sensed strong hostility emanating from the male lead. Just as he was about to inquire about the newcomer's identity, a frantically swinging great sword came slashing towards him. This powerful attack shocked him to his core. The enraged Axer was very agitated. How much stronger could this knight be compared to a waste? How could the vast universe be compared to a star? Using him as my replacement is simply an insult to me. With just one strike, Blair lost consciousness. I have to say, Axer is indeed very powerful. Lonica witnessed her companion being attacked. Without hesitation, she stepped forward, transforming into a shadow disc and swiftly attacking. In an instant, the shadow disc turned into countless tiny moths flying towards Axer. You should go back to where you came from. Axer is not welcome here. Not responding, he nimbly dodged Lonica's attacks. For him, it was just a relaxed joke. Crack! Another wind-slashing sword strike. The powerful aura made Lonica's heart tremble. Since Axer was an enemy, Lonica no longer held back. She assumed a 2.7-meter imposing stance, ready to fight. Axer stepped back twice, taunting, "You're a bit stronger, but only a little bit. Now watch this move. Ice World." What? He actually has other elemental hands? The shocked Alia was like, Alia. Everything before her eyes was unbelievable. The next moment, he turned into an ice statue, only able to watch helplessly as he was frozen in place. Looking at her beloved whose fate was unknown, Lonica's heart was in a panic. No matter what, she had to rescue him. However, when she charged forward on her iron horse, a bright sun rose behind Axer. The light was a bit excessive. Lonica was so scared that she wet herself in 8 dimensions. "Miss, I've done my best. I can't dodge this move at all." There was a loud clang. Lonica fell down as if she had lost her soul, her eyes hollow. Triple kill. Blair, Lonica, and Alicia were all defeated. Axer walked into the grid. He slowly looked towards Alia's direction. Is this the level of your teammates? They're not even worth fighting. Alia looked at everything before her in disbelief. What's going on? Wasn't he just supposed to spar a bit? Why are they all dead? This is too cruel. Alia collapsed helplessly on the ground, unable to accept this cruel reality. The reinforcement AI came out to explain immediately, analyzing life forms within the territory. This is fortunate in misfortune. All are severely injured, but no one has perished. In the recent battle, Axer demonstrated lightning elemental beast for thunder, ice elemental beast for glacier white, and great elemental for dark assassin. If the data is correct, Axer now possesses most of the elemental beasts and great elementals that the protagonist has. At this moment, 22-year-old Axer is on par with the 24-year-old protagonist in the novel. Alia stared at the man before her. He's no longer the pretty boy I raised. Axer is not the protagonist from the novel either. This madman cupping my face before me. Who exactly is he? Pay attention to this male lead with 28-pack abs. His strength of 10 oxen and 3 tigers is quite astonishing. This leaves Alia, as the female lead, at a loss for what to do. How about it? Isn't my strength quite powerful? Do you still think abandoning me was a wise decision? Come on, let's go achieve your goals. Axer thought his master would give him a big thumbs up. Little did he know, tormenting others might feel good for a moment, but regret follows like a crematorium. Now in Alia's eyes, Axer was just a smiling, evil demon king's face. In other words, Axer's actions disgusted Alia. She was so selfish and heartless. To prove her ability, she didn't hesitate to hurt her companions' bodies. Thinking of this, Alia was furious. She violently shook off Axer's big pig trotter. Get out! I don't need someone like you. The confused Axer was very confused. Master, what are you saying? Am I not strong enough? Alia stood up abruptly. You do such outrageous things and still want me to accept you? You're absolutely delusional, dreaming wildly. I won't trust someone who knocks down their own companions just to show off. You can get lost. You're not welcome here. Hearing this, Axer felt his world crumbling. He muttered, Adrian, why is this happening? The angry Alia was very angry. She shouted, I'll say it one last time. My name is Alia, not Adrian. If you don't leave, I'll knock your head sideways. Alia's roar left Axer at a loss. She silently stared at her master before her. Sensing danger, the result howled to protect Axer. It fiercely confronted Alia. This caused Alia to cough up a bit of blood. Axer witnessed all this and could only submit. Looks like this time it's all gone to hell. Let's go, demon fire. Before leaving, he glanced back. Axer's heart was full of unwillingness. He swore to himself, I will definitely come back. Alia, left alone, was swaying. She looked up at her companions around her. Although everyone was severely injured, fortunately, they were all still alive. Alia finally breathed a sigh of relief. She took out a communication item and crushed it. She believed the Dawn mercenary group would receive the message soon. The current boss had already been eliminated by Axer. Alia felt physically and mentally exhausted. She collapsed on the ground, longing for the rescue team to arrive quickly. Without realizing it, she drifted off to sleep. When she opened her eyes again, Alia was lying on a comfortable large bed. Lonica was silently watching over her nearby. Miss, you're awake. Where are we? Don't worry, Mississippi. We're back in the Edel territory. During the conversation, Alia learned about what happened afterward. Axer's strength had left her teammates feeling very discouraged. Alicia had left a letter saying he went to find his maternal grandfather. If I'm not mistaken, he's gone to learn more powerful magic. At this moment, Lonica knelt down on one knee. Miss, I have something important to say. What to do when your heart is scarred by someone. Lower your head and press it. Miss, I long to become stronger. I want to go tame a third elemental beast. Seeing Lonica's unwavering gaze, Alia didn't know how to respond directly. Her companions were full of confidence because of their achievements. But this time, Axer had defeated them single-handedly. This kind of trauma was unacceptable to anyone. Moreover, we can't even publicly disclose the process of this victory because our injuries can't be explained to others. It's really giving me a headache. All right, if you insist on going, I can write you a note. You must keep it safe. Watching Lonica leave silently, Alia's feelings became very complicated. Perhaps her choice was correct. At this moment, Blair suddenly spoke up. She told me about that man's identity. I heard he was your former pretty boy. May I ask boldly, am I occupying his position? Alia was flustered, not knowing how to explain to Blair. Alia's silence confirmed Blair's thoughts. I can guess the answer from your expression. Let me ask one last bold question. What was your reason for doing this? Alia calmly replied. Based on the characteristics of the Great Maze, I felt you had some advantages that made you more suitable as my teammate. But his combat value is indeed very high. He should be a difficult person to control. In fact, this wasn't the real reason Alia decided to replace the protagonist Axer. But now, it had become one of the reasons. Considering his disruptive behavior that day, Alia, who once knew him inside out, now couldn't understand his erratic actions. Why do I feel like the child I raised has turned fierce? Am I wrong? Is it wrong to follow my wife? Is it wrong to use the knowledge and swordsmanship my wife taught me to protect her? I just wanted to help my wife. How did it turn out like this? Respected Duchess, I'm very grateful that you didn't treat me as a substitute, but I understand that what I can do now is still limited. I also want to grow big and strong like the male lead. So, I've decided to go out and explore. Blair chose to leave. He and Lonica set out on the path to become stronger. Alia had originally hoped they would rest up before departing, but their desire to become stronger was very intense. Alia could only put these thoughts aside for now, because she still needed to handle the aftermath of the maze. First, she had to inform the temple priest Lyanda about this matter. But what she never expected was Alia had prepared 10,000 different explanations, but in the end, none of them were needed. This is truly regrettable. To compensate for his sacrifice, our temple will provide sufficient compensation to his family. Unexpectedly, the temple accepted this reality so quickly. Perhaps it's because they deeply understood the difficulties of eradicating the maze. We have to give them credit for this perspective. High Priest, before I leave, I have one more question. I clearly requested Priest Lure, but why did the temple send Priest Liwen instead? Priest Lure, 3 days ago, resigned from his position and chose to retire to his hometown. As a priest, he always longed for poetry and distant places. He resigned without much discussion. I must say, he's quite bold. Alia felt a strange unease rising in her heart. Could it be that her presence had caused a butterfly effect on the original story? May I ask, High Priest, where exactly is his hometown? If I remember correctly, it's a village called Konglong. Its location is somewhat remote. If you want to go there, I can draw a map for you. But let me give you some advice. It's best to give up the idea of finding him, because there are rumors that those who go there never return. Hearing this news, Alia felt a bit dizzy. The High Priest might look old, but he's quite trendy. All right, High Priest, I'll be good and definitely won't go. It's a good opportunity to have the Dawn Mercenary Group investigate and also inquire about Axer's situation. Since the companions left, Axer hasn't appeared again, but he couldn't possibly give up the idea of following me voluntarily. I have a strange, strong feeling that he won't let go just like that. Alia's heart was filled with unease and anxiety. She longed to understand Axer's current situation. Why did he go to the right continent? And why did he attend her coming-of-age ceremony? Alia decided to take the initiative with this unstable factor. Alright, last time she said she received an invitation from Marquis Oberon. That's why she came to the ball. This is a good lead. I've decided to personally visit the Marquis to clarify this matter. It's quite unexpected. The young and famous Duchess of Edel has come to visit my territory. This truly brings me great honor. I'm really very happy. Alia had planned to use exporting purified water to the right continent and checking if a workshop could be built here as an excuse. She also brought Dr. Isha along for evaluation. Dr. Isha appeared to be Alia's secretary, but in reality, she was the true expert in assessments. After setting the stage, Alia finally asked her real purpose. At my coming-of-age ceremony last time, I met a noble from the right continent. I heard he attended because of your invitation. You're referring to Axer, right? Ah, yes. I had many things to handle at the time and only chatted briefly with him. I'm curious about how you know nobles from the right continent. Actually, there's nothing special. My father is a Malexer from the right continent. Therefore, I maintain correspondence with some relatives there. About 3 years ago, we started talking about Elven Knights. We also mentioned Axer. On the right continent, he's hailed as unparalleled. We naturally also discussed the great Elven Master. And on the left continent, you are also unmatched. Later, at a family gathering, I happened to meet Axer. During our conversation, he learned about your deeds and told me that he had a lost family member very similar to you. So that's why I had him attend your ball. So what I thought was a chance encounter was actually a long-awaited reunion for him. From the very beginning, Axer went to the ball specifically to find me. I must say, his insight is truly remarkable. The Duchess's daughter was being followed as soon as she left her Edel territory. Who's so bold? My lady, what should we do now? We don't know if the person is friend or foe. Since Alia settled scores with the former Duke of Edel, no one has dared to openly oppose her. So if I'm not mistaken, this person should be Axer. In the previous maze action, my brother and the others didn't sense his presence. But today, Babail noticed him. If it's not that Babail's perception has become stronger, then there's only one possibility. He didn't intentionally hide himself. This makes his purpose quite evident. Babail, you wait here. I'm going to greet our visitor. Alia slowly walked towards the carriage. She shouted loudly, "Come out, boy." I joined the Red Flower Society at 5 and threw a javelin at Superman at 8. I'm not afraid of you. Besides, I can smell your stinky feet from 3 meters away. Respected Duchess, shall I draw my sword and cut him down? You know this person, and you're no match for him. He's the one who applied to join the Knight Order before. Black guy, stop hiding. Come out quickly. Your stinky feet have given away your position. Look, even the flowers and grass have fainted from your smell. However, the person hiding in the bushes didn't make a sound. As the saying goes, I'm the cup breaker for those who show off. Since you pretend not to hear, I'll expand my territory to rescue you. I'll only count to 3. Before she could count to 3, the silence in the woods was broken by rustling sounds. A large deer-like elven beast came into view. If Alia hadn't read the original story, she would have been surprised. The owner of this elven beast was none other than Axer. Bibail drew her sword and took a defensive stance. No matter who the visitor was, she was determined to protect the Duchess at all costs. Alia, however, found it amusing. She wasn't mocking others, but herself. Before, to maintain the original plot, I tried hard to train Axer to make him stronger. But what I never expected was that when I gave up on him and let him regain his freedom, he actually tamed the elven beast faster. He just came back from the right continent, yet he obtained the elven beast described in the novel and the great elf. Could this be the butterfly effect caused by my appearance? Hey kid, why are you secretly following me? Wasn't I clear enough last time? Axer was speechless. Don't you feel you need me now? After all, you're alone now, struck by lightning. Am I not a person? Alia was also angry. This kid was too arrogant. Last time he hurt her companion, and this time he completely ignored the person beside her. What exactly did he mean? Let's talk about the male lead. Are your eyes blind? Even if you only have eyes for the female lead, you can't ignore the cuties around her, right? Alia felt that Axer must be blind. Such a cute Lady Bibail was right beside her, yet he couldn't see her. This was pure pretense. Alia realized that she couldn't be too polite with this guy. Only by speaking to him in a master's tone would he behave a bit. Hey kid, Axer, although you're handsome, I don't need you. Stop following me. These words couldn't possibly make Axer give up. He glanced at Alia's subordinate and said, the people around you seem to be useless, as good as nothing. So, isn't it wrong to say you're alone? Adrian, I just want to protect you properly. Damn it, he's still ignoring my companion. Bibail was devastated inside. Although you're strong, you're too arrogant. Don't you know that even a mosquito is meat? If you want to hit me, at least give me a slap. Alia was truly angered by this clueless guy. She coldly said, last time, I already clearly stated that I don't need you. Are you not only blind, but also deaf? Adrian, you don't need to be angry. You told me to do what I want, and I'm already doing it. Axer, I've told you, I'm not Adrian. I'm Alia, and I don't need an arrogant person like you who disregards others. Please leave immediately. Axer was so angry he wanted to kill himself. He tightly gripped his sword. All right, I'll call you Alia from now on. However, Alia coldly refused. Go away, I don't need you. You really don't need me? I don't need you. How many times do you want me to repeat it? Fine. You'd rather keep this incompetent person by your side than need me. Yes, leave quickly. The devastated Bibail became even more devastated. You two are really merciless in hurting people. Not good. It seems I've fallen into his trap. Alia quickly tried to remedy the situation. For me, Bibail is more useful than you. Axer was furious. He really wanted to punch the person beside Alia. Seeing the situation turn bad, Alia stood in front of Bibail. This time, she wouldn't let her companion get hurt like last time. If you want to hurt my companion, you'll have to step over my dead body. Axer's 2.8-meter aura was suppressed by Alia. He slowly retreated, his heart no longer pounding like an elephant. Alia hoped that this time she could thoroughly disappoint him, because unless absolutely necessary, she didn't want to use Pai's suggestion on Axer. Although Axer was panicking inside, he wouldn't give up easily. Since you don't want to be my master, why should I obey your orders? After saying this, Axer slowly disappeared into the depths of the forest. The confused Alia was bewildered. What did this guy mean? Don't go away. Explain yourself clearly away. The male lead's behavior was really willful. If he's leaving, he could at least say something. This behavior made Alia start to doubt whether he was playing a game of hard to get. What exactly was he up to? What's his plan? Bibail said she couldn't sense his presence now, but Alia firmly believed he hadn't really left. He had just completely hidden his traces. Who knows how long he'll follow me? Now he was uncontrollable. In other words, he could insult or attack the people around her at any time. Bibail, let's go. He won't come out for now. Bibail heaved a big sigh of relief. Finally, she wouldn't be belittled by the two of them anymore. Duchess, may I ask, what's your relationship with this guy? Alia smiled faintly, not wanting to tell Bibail that he was her kept man. Sorry, I can't tell you. Duchess, that was a bit too much. After setting off on their journey again, Pai's suggestion kept echoing in Alia's mind. Need a place to settle down and take root. Do I really need to give him a goal to take root? Make him strive mindlessly? What should I do? Can anyone help me answer this question? Hey, this time's target, the dinosaur mantis village, is the hometown of Priest Lure. All villagers here have the surname Womack. Whenever commoners without surnames come here, they change to this surname. Gradually, Womack became the common surname of this village. About 4 years ago, it suddenly lost contact with the kingdom. Then, ominous rumors about this village began to spread. People came to investigate during this time, but everyone who came here mysteriously disappeared. The royal family began to suspect that the villagers were deliberately creating these rumors to evade taxes. So they directly sent an elite squad to investigate the situation. However, the news they received was that all the investigators were devoured by monsters. If the royal family wanted to continue taxing, they would have to send a strong enough force to attack the labyrinth. But puzzlingly, the royal family eventually gave up on the taxation plan for this place. Since then, anyone who entered the dinosaur mantis village never returned. It's unknown whether they're at peace or all barbecued. But Alia was confused. She lifted the curtain and asked Bubail, "Have you noticed that the number of monsters here isn't as many as reported?" Bubail agreed with her view. She thought that compared to other labyrinths the young lady had cleared before, this was hardly worth mentioning. Just then, Alia encountered her Dawn. The mercenary members looked very anxious. Bubail decided to ask what had happened. Before she could speak, the mercenary member spoke first. "Duchess, have you received the second application?" The confused Alia was bewildered. "What second application? What did you write?" The mercenary member anxiously stepped forward. "Well, Duchess, the dinosaur mantis village is a bit strange. The mysterious land of the dinosaur mantis. Everyone who goes and dies. Even Alia, with her increased luck, doesn't dare to take it lightly. How many of our brothers went in total? 3 times, a total of 7 brothers. 7 days have passed, and they haven't sent back any news." Alia would never abandon her mercenary team members. She released the territorial power of the Great Elf. However, even when she extended and widened her territory, she still couldn't see the exact location of the village. After continuous attempts, Alia finally discovered a small hut. Although it wasn't very clear, it should be the dinosaur mantis village. In the haze, Alia saw someone who seemed to be enchanted, or perhaps a member of the village's self-defense force. The fog was very dense. Alia speculated that this was magically generated fog. Indeed, there was something suspicious about this village. Priest Lure retired and returned here 5 years ago. It was said that his parents had passed away, and he needed to return home to care for his younger family members. Could it be that from that time on, the village became abnormal? Just then, the big sucker appeared. Alia turned around and saw, "Oh, it's you. Axer. Don't you understand human language? I don't want to use my 36-degree mouth to express ice-cold words of -10 degrees. Not allowing you to follow doesn't mean you can secretly follow along." Axer wasn't angry or upset. He slowly approached. "Don't you need me now? What are you saying? Aren't you going to that village to see the retired priest Lure? I can go in for you." Axer's directness caught Alia off guard. His clear eyes seemed to be casting a spell, longing for Alia to say she needed him. However, Alia wasn't appreciative. "Just leave here. I don't need your help, neither in the past nor in the future. Please don't try to assert your unrealistic presence here, and don't harbor any illusions. What you need to do now is turn around and leave." After saying this, Alia ignored him, giving Axer no chance to retort. She took the long way around, writing letters to the Dawn mercenary group, vie for territory, and Edel territory, waiting for their support. Hearing this, Axer gritted his teeth audibly. "She'd rather spend so much time waiting for support than use me once. Fine. I'm definitely going into this village. I'll be back before sunset today." These inexplicable words startled Alia. "What? Wait, you two. Where are you going? I've already said I don't need you. Please don't be presumptuous." Axer coldly replied, "You're not my master. I have no reason to obey your orders. This guy is really doing as he pleases." Pi sarcastically spammed, "Alia, he's really listening to you, huh?" "Yeah, Pi, don't make trouble. My head hurts." He's entered an uncontrollable stage. Faced with a follower who both obeys and disobeys, Alia's head ached all over from his behavior. She could only stay alone in the tent, staring blankly. He promised to return before sunset, but now the night had drawn its dark curtain, and he still hadn't returned. Could he have encountered trouble? This seemed unlikely. After all, he was the first elf knight in history to contract with a great elf. Moreover, the 4 elf beasts he tamed were the cream of the crop. His growth rate was even faster than the protagonists in novels. So how could he possibly be in danger? Thinking of this, Alia felt that being an early-to-bed, early-to-rise baby was the right choice. Perhaps after a nap, she would hear news of his return. But embarrassingly, until the sky turned white, there was still no news of Axur's return. Alia, worried about Axur, was concerned. If he encountered danger alone, with no one to help, what if he accidentally got hurt? How would that end? Alia didn't want to see such an outcome. Axur's awakening of his rebirth ability happened after he reached the Imperial capital. And now, that time point was still very, very far away. If he really died now, then he would truly be finished. Losing him would definitely be my greatest loss. But in my current labyrinth conquest plan, I hadn't considered his existence at all. Therefore, his life or death doesn't have any impact on me. Moreover, if he dies, then the Demon King will lose the vessel to contain his future self. This way, the tragedy of the Demon King descending and destroying the world won't happen. So, Axur not coming back might actually be a good thing. Duke, what's wrong? Nothing, I was just thinking about things. I got a bit distracted. Alia, calming down, felt ashamed of her thoughts. My God, I must have been possessed just now. How could I think like that? No matter what accident Axur encounters, the Demon King will find a new vessel to be reborn. At least now, I know who the Demon King's future vessel is. If he really changes to a new target, things will only get more complicated. The troubled Alia was very distressed. She didn't know exactly what kind of feeling she had for Axur, and had no justifiable reason to let Axur die. She hoped Axur could automatically awaken his rebirth ability when his life was in danger. After all, the protagonist's rebirth ability wasn't obtained through some means, but was triggered at a certain point in time. So, Axur couldn't die. This way, the tragedy might not come. He has the ability to save the world. And I also have the ability to save him. Since he was 12 years old, I've been accompanying him as he grew up. I've developed deep feelings for him. I can't let him sacrifice himself in vain. I'm here, Duke. You stay here on standby. I'm going into the village to check the situation. No, I can't agree to this. I know you're worried about me, but I must go myself. I don't want to regret it for the rest of my life. Axur is waiting for me. I believe I can rescue him. Just then, a figure slowly appeared in the mist. That's right, it was Axur. Alia froze. Is this an illusion? I'm sorry I couldn't return in time, but I found the priest named Lure. Alia could no longer control her short temper. She grabbed Axur's collar, questioning why he went in on his own. Her voice was full of anger and confusion. Her whole body was trembling slightly. While verbally scolding Axur, she was actually extremely worried inside. Axur was also helpless. He was willing to do anything for Alia. He apologized to Alia. I'm sorry, Alia. Because I'm not familiar with the village, it took longer than I expected. Stop with these useless words. Couldn't you have come out to tell me? Don't you know how anxious the people waiting outside were? Were you waiting for me? Were you worried about me? I'm really happy. Dear audience, we have to say goodbye again. Moon doesn't have the copyright yet. We'll continue when the copyright is obtained. Next, we'll continue updating cute female lead. If you like it, come and watch. In others' eyes, he was like a god, but Alia wanted to throw him to the ends of the earth. Although you're handsome, please don't play with my emotions. Your dangerous actions made me very unhappy. Entering alone into an unknown place. Do you know how worried people outside were? Life is precious. No matter who it is, I would be concerned. Even for Priest Lure, whom you threw into the mouth of monsters at level 73, I felt uneasy and guilty at the time. Axur really couldn't understand why Alia disliked him so much. She actually compared him to that disgusting Priest Lure. Master, I'm a man with 28 abs. Do you know how brave I am? Why won't you accept me? I really don't know what I've done wrong. Taking this opportunity, Alia decided to put Axur down a bit. Stop your nonsense. You hurt my companions just to show off your strength. You think you're super brave, but in my eyes, someone like you doesn't deserve to be my companion. Even if you had 100 abs, it wouldn't matter. In reality, Alia didn't want to pressure Axur. She didn't want him to become as unfortunate as in the original story. She wanted to give him freedom, to let him choose his own destiny. But now Axur has become stronger than anyone else. This makes Alia really need his presence. She has no reason to refuse Axur's help, but she's also worried that she can't control his power. Most importantly, he hurt her companions. This uncontrollable powerful factor makes her feel uneasy. Axer once again felt empty inside, as if the whole world had abandoned him. Feelings of loneliness, loss, and helplessness overwhelmed him, making it hard to breathe. Finally, Axer chose to lower his proud head and admit his mistake. I'll treat them better in the future. Can you give me a chance to forgive my mistake this time? A confused Alia was very puzzled. Is this still the Axer I know? In the original story, Axer was a cold and heartless person who didn't care about anything. Her relationship with her companions was very bad, and she didn't even want to cooperate with them. Can she really improve her relationship with everyone? Can she really do it? Axer doesn't want to be just a passerby in Alia's life. There are some things she must do. To change past mistakes, he decided to make an effort. No matter what, he would try to establish good relationships with Alia's companions. Surely dealing with interpersonal relationships should be much simpler than taming great spirits. But in Alia's eyes, it was easier for Axer to tame great spirits than to establish good relationships with people. What should I do for you to accept me? I'm not listening. If you want me to accept you, then, Beberel, come here for a moment. Someone wants to apologize to you. He wanted to cuddle with the female lead, but the female lead wanted to throw away his arrogance. The male lead really didn't expect this. Master, are you joking? This request is so strange. What? Didn't you look down on Beberel before? Axer didn't know that what Alia hated most was people who were disrespectful to her companions. If Axer couldn't let go of his arrogance, then he might as well go do as he pleases. In the end, Axer put aside his frenzy. I've decided to apologize. If you're apologizing, just do it. Why are you gritting your teeth? Are you unwilling? Beberel, he promises to keep apologizing until you're satisfied. Of course, if you feel he's just pretending and not apologizing sincerely, then it's okay if you never forgive him. At this moment, Beberel couldn't help but chuckle. Axer's face was red with anger. Alia bounced around. What's the use of having 28 abs? You still can't escape my control. Start your performance. If you don't want to apologize, you can leave anytime. Alia was delighted inside. Given Axer's personality, she thought he would definitely choose to give up apologizing. Anyway, teasing him like this was quite fun. A moment later, Beberel reported, Miss, Axer apologized to me. Alia could hardly believe it. So quickly? Did he really sincerely apologize to you? Or did you go easy on him, miss? It's not my fault. I originally planned to give him a hard time, as you said. But when he apologized, his pitiful expression looked so miserable. I really couldn't help but laugh. Anyway, I've accepted his apology. He said he had offended me before, and even bowed to me. He also asked me to put in a good word for him with you. It's unbelievable. Axer really put aside his arrogance. I thought he had become an uncontrollable madman. Since that's the case, Axer, you've done quite well. But I still can't fully trust you. Then what exactly do I need to do for you to trust me 100%? Alia answered without hesitation. You also hurt Brother Nika and Blair. They were seriously injured by you. You should sincerely apologize to them. Axer said no problem. Then can I fight alongside you? That's right. If you want to fight alongside me, you must get along well with my companions. If you can get forgiveness from all three of them, then you'll truly pass the test. Axer felt his whole body and head aching. But in order to board Alia's ship as soon as possible, he could only put away his arrogance. It's really annoying. I understand. After all this trouble, it turns out I hadn't mastered the correct way of being tamed. Now everything is fine. Axer has joined the team as he wished. Alia thought he was quite cute, like a big black cat with a terrible temper. Master, please stop teasing me. Don't you urgently need my intelligence? Yes, I need it very much, but you can call me Alia from now on. No need to call me Master. Speaking of which, my companions all address me differently. Nika always calls me Miss Alisher. Brother occasionally calls me Alia, but usually refers to me as Skull. Blair, who joined later, is very polite to me, so he always calls me Duke. You've been with me since childhood, so calling me Alia is just right. But I still prefer to call you Adrian. After all, I've been calling you that for so many years. That's just an alias. Since you already know my true identity, you should call me Alia. Alright, quickly share with me what you've seen and heard in the village. Speaking of this, Axer became serious. How to put it? From the outside, there's nothing unusual. But in the center of the village stands a huge temple. It looks particularly out of place. At the entrance of the temple, there's a priest greeting people. This priest is the daughter you've been looking for. The key point isn't this. It's that the villagers all enter the temple before sunset and don't come out until the next morning. Their mental state is very poor because that temple has a magic array set up. I can't enter it. Although breaking this magic array is simple, I'm worried it might cause unnecessary commotion. Did you see our team members? Yes, I've seen them. They also entered the temple like the villagers. Only I can come and go freely because I have the protection of fire theft. What exactly is happening in the temple? Lure resigned from her position as a priest, yet suddenly appeared in this village's temple. Alia didn't want to sit idly by. She decided to enter the village to investigate. Axer, can you take me in? Axer replied, of course. My fire theft can protect us. Since that's the case, Alia decided to enter the village with Axer. Even if she couldn't see Lure, she wanted to bring the team members out safely. Axer was puzzled by Alia's decision. Alia, why do you always insist on saving those useless people? An annoyed Alia was very frustrated. I've emphasized many times that we shouldn't underestimate anyone in the team. Don't you want to join my team? All right. Since you insist, I'll take you in. A moment later, Alia and Axer decided to set off for the village. No matter how dangerous it was ahead, Alia would bravely move forward. It wasn't just confidence in her own abilities. More importantly, she knew Axer's abilities were very powerful. She was obedient to Alia. With her company, Alia had nothing to worry about. The terrifying village. The villagers had lost the light of hope. This wasn't pretense because they were all terminally ill. Alia was quite anxious. Should we avoid their guard and sneak in secretly? Axer said it wasn't necessary. They were already under control. Their minds won't stop us from coming and going. That's strange. Doesn't that make the guard they set up just for show? Although Axer didn't understand the reason, it didn't matter. Even if they wanted to stop us, they couldn't hinder my progress. Let's just treat them as if they're taking off their pants to fart. Look, that's the temple. Alia looked out. This temple was indeed very magnificent. It should appear in a city, not in a small village with less than 100 people. If you don't understand, just ask. However, when a villager was touched, he immediately became agitated. God must be calling me. I am the most faithful believer. Today I will offer my life as a sacrifice. Alia looked at everything before her, feeling shocked in her heart. What kind of evil has possessed these villagers? Thinking carefully, their bewildered state looks very familiar. Could it be that the people of the Dark Steel have done something? That's right. She met Rito when she was 12 and got some information from him. With Pai's help, Alia obtained more intelligence. Alia was quite certain that only those who obtained the Dark Steel could methodically build an isolated village and bewitch all the villagers. Axer, I think I've guessed the identity of the mastermind behind this. You mean the Dark Mages, right? Yes, it seems you've had contact with them too. You said earlier they gather at the temple in the evening. Let's wait and see. Axer said, we can wait for your mercenary team members to appear. I'll drag them out directly. Soon, the setting sun used its faint light to drape a thin golden veil over the earth. The previously quiet villagers were no longer calm. They staggered, step by step, towards the temple. They've started moving. Axer, let's act according to the situation. Alia, look over there. That's Lure, who's escorting the villagers into the temple. Alia expressed confusion. Why are his eyes so clear, but his behavior so strange? Logically, a priest shouldn't be able to obtain the power of the Dark Steel. His golden pupils symbolize divine power, which is the strongest evidence. If a priest wants to obtain the power of the Dark Steel, then the deity would take away his golden eyes and life. Betraying the deity is a dead end. So the question is, what's really going on here? Any viewers who've seen the later plot care to give a hint? The male lead is bold and daring. He just grabs people without wasting words. At this moment, the embarrassed Alia was very awkward. Axer, can't you be more careful when rescuing people? Although they have no sense now, when they wake up and find themselves black and blue all over. How am I supposed to explain? Lure at the temple entrance was so scared. You can rescue people, but please don't hit me. He looked at the priest Lure's little expression. Alia was stunned for a moment. Is he afraid of being beaten? Haha, it seems he has no ill intentions towards us. He must be forced into this. Before entering the temple, priest Lure slightly moved his lips. Alia understood his meaning. He was hoping we could help them. His family or villagers must be held hostage by the people of the Dark Steel. The people of the Dark Steel are using him. This explains why Lure still has golden pupils. Axer expressed confusion. Do you really need the priest to join us? He doesn't seem that impressive. Why did you personally come to this remote place to find him? His divine power isn't even as strong as that useless priest Leon. Alia, what exactly do you see in him? Hearing Axer's words, Alia fell into deep thought. Axer was right. The reason Alia wanted Priest Lure to become her team member was because she wanted to follow the original plot. But now with Axer's joining, Priest Lure doesn't seem so important anymore. Yes, I don't absolutely need him now. But what? We can just leave with the mercenary team members. The impulsive Alia said, hold on, you stop right there. I haven't finished speaking yet. Axer didn't want to stay here. Since you said you don't need him anymore, we have no reason to get involved in the affairs here. No, even if we don't need him, I still want to rescue the villagers here. We can't let the people of the Dark Steel do as they please. I really don't understand your thinking. What's the benefit of helping them? Damn it, Axer's personality is exactly the same as described in the original work. He doesn't eradicate labyrinths to save the world, but because he believes the appearance of labyrinths is related to his own background. So he feels he needs to take responsibility. He doesn't really know what responsibility means. Therefore, for him, people who are irrelevant don't matter. Moreover, because he was ostracized by humans for possessing red copper, he developed a dislike for humans. Alia could only respond with wit. Axer, don't you know there are benefits to destroying the Dark Chalice? The Great Labyrinth is the core headquarters of the Demon Realm, and those who obtain the power of the Dark Chalice obey the Demon Realm. We're planning to destroy the Demon Realm's headquarters, so why not eliminate those who have obtained the power of the Dark Chalice as well? They're always hiding in the shadows, making it hard for us to find them. Do we really want to give up such a great opportunity? Alia couldn't appeal to Axer's emotions, so she tried to change the subject with something he's interested in. This reason was obviously not sufficient. Axer didn't want to make enemies with those who obtained the power of the Dark Chalice. This made Alia very confused. What exactly has Axer been through? Why is she expressing opposition? Is she afraid? What exactly happened? What made Axer, the main character, have to avoid this? It doesn't fit his arrogant temperament at all. Axer explained to Alia, Alia, I'm not a coward. Those weak cowards aren't worthy of being my enemies. They just beg for mercy if they met me. Oh my, I just asked him a question. I didn't mean to look down on him. Men are really sensitive, aren't they? I was just joking with you. I know you're not a coward. Please don't misunderstand my intentions. Really? You're not challenging me? It's really just a joke. Don't be angry. Axer smiled. Alia, you understand me quite well, but you're still hard for me to figure out. I'll prove myself. Just wait and see. As soon as he finished speaking, Axer's figure instantly disappeared from sight. The agitated Alia was very upset. Where are you going? Why do you always act on your own? Damn it, Axer is still that uncontrollable person. It was just a question. Is it that damaging to his pride? This fool. How much can I really dislike you? I need to catch up and tell him I don't really understand him at all. If I really understood him, I would have stopped him before he left on his own. At this moment, Pi sent a warning. Sensing an abnormal approach, I've switched the connection to a private channel. Pi, what happened? Pi explained. This should be the work of the Dark Steel followers. If the communication channel is opened, they will try to connect and gain power. So for now, we can only cut off the abnormal connection. I see. Thank you. Pi replied, no need to thank me. Serving Alia is my duty. Simply put, these followers are the spirit masters who have obtained the Dark Steel. Because they were rejected by the great spirits, they turned to establish connections with the demon realm to obtain Leah. According to Rita's and the Fantasy Library's information, the Demon King has 3 leaders under him. The spirit masters who obtained the Dark Steel are formally borrowing their power. Their method of borrowing power is similar to the principles of spirit arts. So if they open their own channel, it will definitely draw in the demon realm's leaders. So Alia, without hesitation, took out all the spirit stones she had accumulated. With these, she might be able to resolve the crisis in this village. Spirit stones are crystallized forms of spirit power. In other words, they are power crystals separated from the great spirits themselves. Whenever spirit stones are needed, they can be retrieved from the channel and used with the help of a guide at any time. Now I will begin to cast spirit arts. Once the spirit stones are used up, Pi, please replenish them for me immediately. I'll be the one to break down the gates of this evil temple.